A good day, everybody. Good day. Thank you so much, as always, for tuning in. Thank you so much for joining. This is Serge. 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 I do need to put my I need to put a note with my name. I keep on forgetting to do this. One of these days, it's gonna go up there. But anyways, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for, well, hanging out with me. Welcome to Let's Talk. Let's Talk is where we sit down and talk. I'm pretty sure that none of us, or there might be some professors and scholars that might sit down and talk, but I'm mostly just an average dude. Okay, I do like to think. I do like to try to understand, especially in the religious aspect. I'm not a pastor, so I do try to sit down and gain a religious aspect understanding. And one of the best ways that I see for me to gain that understanding is simply by speaking with people. And honestly speaking with people is quite fun too. Why? I do not know who will I be speaking with next. I actually do not know. Sometimes people are nice. Some people are not nice. But that's not the point. The point is, what do you understand in a religious aspect? So today's topic is the Quran really preserved? Why? Well, because there was an event. There was a Quran, massive Quran burning event. Uthman has pulled it off. So we'll see what Uthman has done in today's event, and we'll try to figure out why did he do what he did, and what are the side effects of that event. So that's what we'll try to discuss today. But today's topic is as a request of one of my Muslim friends from a Friday a week ago. We spoke about if Jesus was a Muslim. And I would encourage everybody, go to the video of the live stream and see for yourself. It was a quite fun conversation. And today, they wanted me to hold a conversation or a topic, well, specifically this one. Uthman's burning Quran event. So I wasn't the one who picked this topic. Do I know much about this? Not as much as the scholar does, okay? But I do have some passages that I want to go over, and we'll reason logically as well. So we'll see. Okay, so before we jump into all the fun that we're gonna have, let's pray. God is good all the time, and all the time I need Him. That's the thing. So let's pray. Almighty God, I do want to say thank you so much for this work week. Thank you so much for everything that happened in work. And thank you, Lord, so much for this time, such a time as this, where after all the work is done, we can sit down and just have a conversation or two. Just rest, physically rest, but and mentally just enjoy it all. So thank you so much, magnificent, wonderful God, for this opportunity to do a live stream. Thank you for the internet. Thank you for the technologies that we have. Thank you, Lord. And I do pray, Lord, make this live stream work. However it needs to be, it's all in your hands. I want to understand what people are saying. I want to understand what you have on your heart. And I just want to relay, Lord, that's what is on your heart. Please help me to be clear. Help me to stay focused. Help me overall. And bless all the viewers. Bless this hangout, Lord, as we just sit down and talk about this topic. Please be with us and direct it all. To you alone be all praise and glory, majesty, for you are truly great. In the almighty name of Jesus Christ, I pray this. Amen. As always, I need God. As always, I need God. It was a wonderful work week. A lot of work. Friday evening. Yes, physically slightly tired, but mentally ready to speak. Okay. So before the live stream even happened, Eli, let's see here. There was some messages that came in from Tapturo. Well, before I jump in there, let me just hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Next, if you have a question or a claim, just put it in the comments. I'll go over the comments, or if you want to have an online public conversation, topic discussion, then in the pinned comment you'll see a link. If you click on the link, it will take you to the website where we have our studio room, and then I'll be able to bring you up on stage, and we can talk. We can I guess share knowledge, understanding, and explain to me, why was there a Quran burning event by Uthman? Why was there a Quran burning event? Okay, so next. And this is how the link looks like in the pinned comment. Okay, so now let me go over some comments. Okay, so Taptura, I'll just call him Taptura. He says this: Sir, I have a question. Which Bible is truly preserved? The KJV, NKJV, or ESV and ESV? Oh, wow. A lot of different translations. Wow, okay. Since there are different total of verse, chapter, books that Catholics hold, Protestant hold, and who else holds? Even Eva holds. And another Eva hold. Huh. Let me it's like I want to answer your thing, but the answer that I got in my mind might take a while. Let me show one more interesting comment. This one right here. So the thumbnail is misleading and not complete. Uthman burned the unquality controlled copies, and by doing so, it kept the original book of God preserved. Only one God, Muhammad, and Jesus is his messenger. Taptura, I don't know what's going on here. Hey, Abdur, I'll bring you to the stage very soon. Hey, Taptura, I have no clue what's going on here. Just between me and you, no? Hold on a second. Hold on. There we go. I just had to get one of the settings turned on. Okay. Taptura, I have no clue what you're trying to say here, especially in the end. I mean, think about this. Only one God, Muhammad. Only one God, Muhammad? Oof. Allah's name is Muhammad, or how does that work? And Jesus is his messenger. Is it like a whole brand new religion offshoot of Islam that you're trying to start or something? Because I mean, the ending seems to be extremely interesting. Okay, well, anyways, I saw that comment and I could not show it because yeah, I just found it interesting. Okay, Abdur. Brother, you are at this. You're on stage. How are you doing?
How you doing, Serge?
I'm fine,
I'm doing
and
good.
all is well.
You trimmed your beard a bit, huh?
The what?
You trimmed your beard a bit?
Yeah, once a month, just take everything off. It's summer. It gets hot
Yeah,
outside. It's like 100
yeah,
degrees right now here in Sacramento. So
yeah.
this is a
In
little
Houston,
easier.
it's like hella hot in Houston too.
Yeah, you're in Texas, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, you guys get that really really nice icy cold,
yeah,
and then super duper hot.
yeah,
Yeah, we're more on the warmer side. We're not on the cold side here in Sacramento.
yeah. That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, today here I have my cousin. We're on the same what do you call it? I guess call or stream. He's gonna help me out.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, bro. And this right here, this conversation is open. So and the video is open too. I'm not monetizing. I'm not planning to do any of those things at all. I have
No
I
problem.
have
I
a day
understand.
job. So if you want to download and use it in any way you want, you're welcome to. I'm just letting you know.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah. You wanna clip it? Do whatever you want to do. You're welcome to do that. Okay, so what do you think about this comment that I read earlier before we jump into the Uthman thing? Especially the ending of this comment where Tabtura says, only one God, Muhammad, and Jesus is his messenger. Do you find it interesting?
Yeah, I find it very interesting. He might be a little misled.
Little? Or it's pretty much a whole new religion
Yeah,
at this point.
yeah, basically. Yeah, poor guy.
Yep. So what do you think? Did you look into this Uthman burned the copies of the Quran event much, or
Yeah, I'm ready.
you ready? What do you
Yeah.
let me know the story. If you want me to go to any hadiths or Quran or any of the documents, let me know where to go. Just I want to hear you out how it all happened, and then I'll ask you a few questions.
Okay. I'm pulling it up.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. So yes, from early Islamic sources, yes, the companion Uthman radiallahu anh ordered certain written Quranic materials to be burned after and that he burned them after producing and distributing the normal standardized version of the text. And you can find this evidence in Bukhari, which reports that after official copies were prepared, Uthman ibn Affan sent to every province one copy of what they had copied, and ordered that all other Quranic manuscripts, whether they're written in fragmentary manuscripts or whole copies, be burned. So yes, Uthman did burn earlier Quranic scripts.
Okay. Do you have you looked this in the hadiths?
Yes,
The story and how it goes?
I remember you asking one time. You said that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but last time when we had our debate, you said in the middle that Uthman changed the meaning while standardizing the Quran. Is that correct, or no? You didn't say that.
Well,
I mean, I
well,
remember you saying it. I mean,
why?
correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Okay, let's go over a few hadiths. I personally think everything that I've looked a bit into this. I'm not a scholar, but the thing is, I looked a bit into this, and the more I looked into it, I think possibly Uthman did use the version the reciter that he liked the most, because there was other reciters that Muhammad said to Muslim to take the Quran from. And some other reciters were not in agreement with Uthman and the decision that he has done, and the reciter that Uthman has chosen to do this. So basically, that's because of this. I personally think that Uthman it's the Quran is not Muhammad's. The Quran is Uthman's. Because Uthman had control what to leave in it and what to take out.
No. With that was the Prophet's choice what to leave and what to take out. No. Sorry, he didn't tell them what to leave and what to take out. He just told them because the Prophet was illiterate, so he told them what to write down. And then Uthman was the one who compiled the whole thing. That doesn't mean Uthman, it's his Quran. Uthman did not write the Quran. I mean, the companions wrote it with a pen and a paper. But where did the Quran come from? It came down from God. Then it went to Gabriel, and then Gabriel gave the revelation to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay, let's go over this hadith.
Where did you find this reciter thingy?
Let me go over this. Let's go over this hadith. Let me throw you the links here. So this is the link. I just sent a message on the studio room with the link that I just opened up, the hadith, so that you would have it for yourself too.
Okay.
So let's read over this. So let's see how this event has unfolded, and then there's two more hadiths that we can go over, and just and just talk them over. Okay, so Hadith bin al-Yaman came to Uthman at the time when the people of Sham and the people of Iraq were waging war to conquer Armenia and, well, Azerbaijan. Qaddafi was afraid of the people of Sham and Iraq. Difference in recitation of the Quran. So differences in the recitation of the Quran was happening between Sham and Iraq. So he said to Uthman, O chief of the believers, save this nation before they differ about the book, the Quran, as Jews and Christians did. So Uthman sent a message to Hafsa saying, send us the manuscripts of the Quran so that we may compile the Quranic material in perfect copies and return the manuscripts to you. Hafsa sent it to Uthman. Uthman then ordered Zayd bin Thabit, Abdullah bin Zubair. Sorry, dude.
No problem.
Sayyid bin Alas,
Yeah.
and Abdur Rahman bin. Yeah, you read all the names. Help me out.
Bin Harith bin Hisham.
To rewrite the manuscripts in perfect copies. Uthman said to the three Quashari men, in case you disagree with Zayd bin Thabit on any point in the Quran, then write it in a dialect of Quraysh. And the Quran was revealed in their tongue. So they did so, and when they had written many copies, Uthman returned the original manuscripts to Hafsa. Uthman sent to every Muslim province one copy of what they had copied, and ordered that all the other Quranic materials, whether written in fragmentary manuscripts or whole copies, be burned. Okay, so this is the burning event. Do you you have any comments on this?
Yeah, I'll just this is the hadith you're using, right?
Yes.
As your debate, okay. Okay, so basically it's just saying that Hudayfa returned from the campaigns, and he became concerned that Muslims from different regions, different provinces were arguing about the Quranic recitation.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said he told... Okay, my cousin's going to talk real quick, okay?
Hey, Serge, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? I'm good.
My
What is your
name's
name?
Musa, by the way.
Musa. Hey, it's nice to
Yeah,
meet you.
you too.
Mhm.
So the reason why he had to the Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman was concerned. He said concerned because Muslims from different regions were arguing about the Quran recitation. And then he said, say this nation before they differ about the book as the Jews and Christian differed. Uthman then requested the collection that was compiled under Abu Bakr and his caliphate when he was compiled under Abu Bakr and kept it with bin Hafsa bint Umar. Then, second, he appointed a committee led by Zayd ibn Thabit. Third, he ordered them to prepare standard copies. And then he sent those copies to the major Muslim provinces. And then after he ordered other manuscripts to be burned. Why did he do this? So that's why he do this, right? So the Quran, it was actually recited in multiple accepted Arabic forms. They're Arabic dialects, and it was actually accepted in these other forms. And when Islam spread to the other regions, Muslims that didn't know or like unfamiliar with these differences, they sometimes thought that these recitations were mistakes. And then Uthman, he feared that disputes would grow because of these different dialects. So what he had to do, he had to write a standard written text that would help preserve unity.
So he's saying that the meaning was same, but you know how a language has different dialects. So the Quran had the Arabic language had different dialects.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says here. So let's go over the story. So had Hafia was afraid of the people of Sham and Iraq. Differences in recitation of the Quran. Give me an example. So that I would understand it easier. Like different recitation means. I understand that recitation is speaking. Muslim
Yeah.
dude, I already added you to the stage. So
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to explain it because it's kind of hard to explain, but I'm gonna try my best.
hold on a second.
I can explain.
Hold on.
I can
So
Okay, he can explain. He'll know.
hold on. Let me just lend my thought. I just wanted to let Muslim dude know that I already added him. But anyways,
Yeah.
a different recitation. So it's like, how, let's say a verse from a Quran, whatever the surah, whatever the passage, that Iraqi would say and Sham would say. What is that difference? Is it just a pronunciation of a word, or different words within, let's say, the ayah?
Yes. No, it's not different words within the ayat. It's just different. It could either be like synonyms or different ways of pronouncing the same Arabic word, or it could be like a different pronoun used for a specific situation.
I'll give you an example. In the first chapter of the first surah of the Quran, it says, there's the third verse. In one recitation, in one qira'at, it's Maliki Yawmiddin. But then in another qira'at, it's Maliki Yawmiddin. You know how I said it faster? But either way, the meaning is still the same no matter how it's pronounced.
Okay, so then you're saying that meaning is the same no matter how it's pronounced. Let's continue with the story. So he said to Uman, O chief of believers, save this nation before they differ about the book as Jews and Christians did before. Okay, so now if the meaning is the same, why is there a panic? If the meaning is the same, everything's the same. It's just like, let's say, tomato, tomato, potato, potato. I mean, if the meaning is the same, why is there a panic?
Because there are some Muslims that didn't know about these differences, and they thought that these recitations were mistakes.
So they were gonna get confused. Like they were scared. Like, yo, if they say this, like, you know, we don't know how to confirm this. Like, we don't know if this is true or not. You understand? Because Islam was spreading very fast at those times. So
They didn't know the Arabic
like,
language.
what did it say? It says Asham, right? So because Asham was like very far from where Islam was originally. So they were getting, Quran was spreading there, so they were getting confused whether or not
You disappeared.
whether or not that you whether or not that, like, you know, these things were being pronounced properly, because there is subtle changes in the meaning.
There's subtle changes in the meaning.
Yeah.
You gotta unmute yourself, Muslim dude.
Yeah, such as like singular and plural forms of a verb, such as different verb forms, and some slight pronunciation differences due to like some Arabic dialects. And there's some variations in vowels and stuff that can affect the meaning like a little bit. So let's say there's like one accepted reading or dialect of the Quran may have a word meaning they do, while another one may has one such as you do. Both readings can be traced through recognized transmission chains.
Okay, and because of this, there became a panic.
Because some
I mean, the way this guy is saying, "O chief of believers, save this nation," like save. I mean, the nation's about to split. So basically, whatever's happening is angering people in an extreme way. Why?
'Cause
Why?
the concern, it wasn't because the meanings were different. It was because the Muslims that didn't know the Arabic language, they're accusing each other of reciting the Quran incorrectly because the different,
Exactly.
way of
So
saying it.
the panic was that people doing takfir on one another, that, oh, you don't know this Quran properly, and the other guy was like, no, you don't know this Quran properly.
Exactly.
So that was the panic that was being pronounced, because people didn't know all the riwayat, all the qira'ats of the different modes of recitation. So
Exactly.
people were being panicked, like, as in, like, people are doing takfir on one another. So we're gonna become split because of this.
Yeah,
This is the reason why we will become split.
it was going to be cause division. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
That is the main reason why the Quran had to be standardized.
Not because the meaning was different, because people are accusing each other of saying that this is wrong, this is wrong.
Okay, so far, for me, it's very hard to believe that there's going to be a panic within the nation if the meaning is not really getting changed in a hardcore way. It's just a matter of how you pronounce it.
Listen,
it's very hard to believe that. I fully agree. If there's, let's say, a meaning change, I fully agree that is actually a big deal. But if it's a matter of pronunciation, logically speaking, it shouldn't cause a division.
It's not just a matter of pronunciation now. As Musa was saying, in some verses they say they did, so they know, and sometimes for you know. And there's also subtle teaching, like in the verse that he just mentioned, Malik Yawmiddin. Maliki Yawmiddin means like the kingdom, the owner of the day of judgment. And then Maliki Yawmiddin means the king of the day of judgment. So these are just some subtle changes that were made. Like the word is changed, but like the meaning is still there. Do you understand? I know.
I understand, and what I'm trying to say, did it change a meaning of the whole entire passage? That
No.
a pronunciation.
No.
Okay,
No,
if
did
it
not.
didn't, the panic shouldn't be big. If there was different
Because
type
the
of
Muslims care so much. The Muslims care very deeply about whether or not you're reciting the Quran properly. Do you understand? Like
I-
even today, even in the riwayah of Hafs and Asim, you have ijazat that shuyukh are very strict on just the pronunciation of just one letter. If you make one pronunciation mistake, you won't be able to get ijazah, because this is very, very, very important. Like Muslims care very deeply about this, the preservation of the Quran. That's why it's been preserved for so long, unlike the Bible.
Okay, because look, especially in the end, save this nation before they differ about the book as Jews
Exactly.
and Christians did before. Okay, so what exactly? Hold on a second. What exactly did the Jews and Christians differ about? What is the number one thing that they don't agree on? well, Jesus Christ and who he is. Christians say that he is the son of the living God, thus divine, and Jews say he's nothing but a fraud. They don't even accept him as a Messiah at all. So do you see that this right here, the difference between the Jews and Christian,
It's not talking about difference
has-
between Jews and Christian. It's different. It's different. It's talking about the difference in between between two Christians and two Jews, not differing on each other, but differing within the religion.
well, it's basically before they differ about the book, as Jews and Christians did before. Again, and the difference between the Jews and the Christians, where they do not agree, is Jesus. And this disagreement is actually night and day. It's extremely big. It's like a contradicting each other big. So basically, this person who came to Uthman, he's begging Uthman to save the nation, and he's saying the difference is contradictory. It's extremely big. There's extremely a lot of noise coming from the background. Y'all watching TV, I think, or something.
No, I'm somewhere right now. I'm at my masjid. So
Okay.
it's just playing basketball. I'm not playing.
So that line where it says that saved this nation before they differ about the book, as the Jews and the Christians
Mhm.
differed.
Yeah, and I was trying to explain how. I was trying to explain again how it has to be an extremely high level disagreement, because Jews and Christians' level of disagreement is extremely high, and he's presenting Jews and Christians' level disagreement to what's about to unfold in their nation, unless Uthman acts. Okay.
Yeah, but if you open the commentary, it says that it's explaining that he's giving an example, because he's saying save this nation as to prevent division and disagreement from division and disagreement, like the Jews and the Christians, not like scripture wise.
Scripture wise, look, save this nation. Look, save this nation before they differ about the book. So he's talking about the Quran. So it's a religious term, and the Jews and the Christians, the number one thing they disagree with is the scripture, is the book, is the Gospels. Jews, they don't accept the Gospels.
It's just using these two examples because these two religions were scripture-based communities that were ended up divided, and Uthman is trying to avoid that outcome. It's just using those two as a comparison.
Yes, and I understand that as a comparison, but the level of comparison is actually quite big. If you know the disagreement, if you truly know and understand the disagreement between the Jews and the Christians, it's a high level comparison. Like, it's a high level division type of comparison. So I don't know if that makes sense, but so that's that. Then okay, so let me show you another hadith as well. Let me get your opinion on that one. Okay, so this is what let me paste this in the messages in the chat on the studio room too. So here's the link that I just opened up. Are you aware about this one?
Well, let me see this. Abdullah ibn Masud was mentioned before Abdullah ibn Amr, who said, "That is a man I still love, as I heard the Prophet ﷺ saying, learn the recitation of Quran from 4. From Abdullah bin Masud, he started with him, Salim, the freed slave of Abu Hudayfa, Mu'ad bin Jabal, and Ubay bin Ka'b."
Okay.
So what are you trying to say?
Okay, so this one is where Muhammad, he commanded the Muslims to listen to those four people in order to get the true Quran, because they
Where does it say
recite.
true Quran though? Doesn't say true Quran in that hadith.
Well, the meaning of this hadith is what then?
Let me see. Let me open up the commentary real quick. Let me read this real quick to myself.
Because those guys are the reciters that Muhammad actually trusts, and reciters are the ones that preaching or speaking or memorizing and then just speaking it out. That's the reciter of the Quran. So and Muhammad said, this one, and this one, you must listen to these four people as the top dogs. If there's any reciting issues, you go to these top four dogs and they can explain to you in a proper way. So
Okay.
this is how I understand this passage. Let me know if you understand it in a different way.
So okay, then what's your argument for it? Then what are you trying to say?
Okay. I mean, we basically agree with with the meaning of the passage, right? I mean, do you object in what I just said, or do you have another version of understanding this passage?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's showing how the Quran was carefully compiled. I mean, in the early Muslim community, like they had certain companions who memorized it. Like this is one of the ways of preserving it. Yeah, it shows the roles of these companions.
Okay, I do agree with you. Okay, so
it doesn't say that verses were removed, the Quran was changed, or a new Quran was created. So yeah.
okay, so one of the people that Muhammad, and the number one person that Muhammad is telling people to go to, is Abdullah bin Masud.
Okay.
Let's just let me show you now another hadith where what Abdullah bin Masud says on what Uthman is doing. It's going to be a long one. And then here's the link.
Where oh god. Oh, this is a big one.
That's a big one, yeah. It's a big one. It is an interesting one. Basically from the beginning to manuscripts. They with Masan copy province. I missed an I. Okay, so up to right over here. So from beginning to here, we read this already. It's the event of the Uthman. Okay, so now Abzud said, Kharija bin Zayd bin Thabit narrated to me that Zayd bin Thabit said, I missed an ayat of the surah and I heard the messenger of Allah reciting, among the believers are men who have been true in their covenant with Allah. Of them some have fulfilled their obligations and some of them are still waiting. So I searched for it and found it with Kuzama bin Thabit and Abu
Khuzaimah. Yeah.
Kuzaiman. So I put it in its surah. As Zuhri said, they differ then with At-Tabid and At-Taba. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, guys. I am Russians. I know. That part's hard. Okay, so the Quraysh said At-Tabut, while Zayd said At-Taba. Their disagreement was brought to Uthman, so he said, write it as At-Tabut, for it was revealed in the tongue of the Qurayshi.
So that's the Qurayshi dialect, yeah.
Yeah. Al-Zuhri, let me see where so Zuhri said Abdullah. Okay, so Al-Zuhri said Abdullah bin Abdullah bin Utab informed me that Abdullah bin Masud, so this guy from the last hadith, where Muhammad said trust him as a reciter. So Abdullah bin Masud disliked Zayd bin Thabit copying the Musahif and said, O you Muslim people, I am removed from recording the transcription of the Mushaf, and it is overseen by a man by Allah. When I accepted Islam, he was but in the loins of the disbelieving men, meaning Zayd bin Thabit. And it was regarding this that Abdullah bin Masud said, O people of al-Iraq, keep the Musahif that are with you and conceal them. For indeed Allah said, and whoever conceals something, he shall come with what he concealed on the day of judgment. So meet Allah with Musahif. Al-Zuhri said, it was conveyed to me that some men amongst the most virtuous of the companions of messengers of Allah disliked the view of Ibn Masud. Okay, so this top reciter, the number one reciter on the list that Muhammad said learn the Quran from, does not like what Ibn Masud or Uthman is doing. He doesn't like what Uthman's doing, and specifically he does not like the reciter or the person who's going to be copying the Quran that Uthman has put in place. It looks like he thought that he should have that position.
Yeah, because he
thought he was more qualified because he knew the Quran earlier and more directly from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
And this guy, Zayd bin Thabit.
Yeah, he didn't like that Zayd was chosen to lead the official copying.
He's not on this list too. He's not on the list of the 4 people that you should learn the Quran from.
Okay. Okay, go back to the other hadith.
This one with all the people on it? Uh-huh.
Yes. Okay, first you have to look at the time context. Is it at that time that only these 4 people knew the Quran? Second of all, many other companions memorized portions or memorized the Quran. He's not going to list all of them. He's just listing the main 4. Most likely, then these main 4 are the most, he's not going to list all of them, man.
Just because he's not in this list doesn't mean that he didn't have any knowledge or he couldn't be trusted.
I agree with both of you in what you said. I agree with
these 4
both
are
of you,
the famous reciters and teachers of the Quran. Zayd is trusted with the officials, he's the official compiler.
Okay, so now does Abdullah bin Masud, does he trust Zayd bin Thabit, or he doesn't fully trust him that the Quran it will be as it needs to be?
I wouldn't say he doesn't trust him like lying. I don't think he thinks that he is fit to. I don't think he did trust him. I don't think he said he was lying, but he disagreed with the process. He did. How do you say it?
The reason there's a disagreement.
There was disagreement that he should not be the official compiler. That doesn't mean he doesn't trust him. He just thinks he's not fit for the task.
Okay, so the person with less experience might make more mistakes, correct?
It's not about saying I don't trust this person at all. It's about I disagree on how it's being handled and how is doing it is.
Okay, and now the person with less experience has more chances in making mistakes.
I mean, can you prove that he did any mistakes?
Well, here, let's continue to read. Okay, so Abdullah bin Masud said, O people of all Iraq, keep the Musahif that are with you and conceal them. So, did he make any mistakes? Well, Abdullah bin Masud said that the Musahif that people of Al-Iraq have are more accurate than the ones that that guy is producing.
I mean, where does it say it's more accurate? It's just saying if you have it, then conceal them.
Okay, so why does Abdullah bin Masud prefers the Al-Iraqi Quran and not the the Quran that Al-Iraq has and not the Quran that Zayd bin Tabid is copying?
Because he doesn't think that in that time period, I guess. Well, I'm doing research right now, but I'm just gonna say he doesn't think that Zayd is fit for the task of compiling. And Zayd, it's not like Zayd went inside his like room and locked the door and just compiled the whole Quran. Quran was compiled under Uthman's authority. So Zayd had help, but he's the main guy to compile.
Well, Uthman is not really a reciter. He might be a warrior, he might be the leader, but he's not really a reciter. He's not on a super religious side.
Abdullah bin Mas'ud wasn't preferring like a different Quran, as you're saying, right? He preferred like a own, like there was a teaching tradition in Iraq, Kufa, that he preferred.
Okay, why conceal them? Is it because Uthman is gonna come after them?
Let me see. Let me open the commentary. Is there a commentary on that website, or because I've been doing it by myself? I don't think that. Yeah, nah, it's in Arabic. Go down. Yeah, there's no comment. Okay, let me just.
Yeah, there's no.
Okay, I'll look at it myself.
So there's a version of Quran that this Abdullah bin Masud is advocating for, but Uthman is installing another version of Quran. So Abdullah bin Masud is telling people, keep this version of Quran. Why? Well, Abdullah bin Masud is on a list of the official Quran reciters, and Muhammad is the one who put him on that list. So I think I agree with the things that y'all said, that this guy, this Zayd bin Tabid, he has less experience. I agree with y'all, and because of this less experience, I think Uthman is about to make a mistake in pushing forth a non-Muhammad version Quran. This is just what I think. This is what it seems to me. And this Abdullah bin Masud is trying to warn people that before Uthman is going to destroy the correct version of the Quran, conceal it, hide it, because he's coming after it, after your copy, as we have read in the first hadith that we went over. So this is so far the story that I got developed in my mind.
Can you repeat that, because your voice like cutting off like a lot?
It was cutting off? Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so basically the story that I got in my mind is Uthman. I'll just try to make it short. Uthman has picked Zayd bin Thabit as the person who's gonna be writing the Quran down. According to Abdullah bin Masud, Zayd bin Thabit does not have, I guess, necessary experience. He's not versed in what the Quran should be. That's according to him.
Abdullah bin Masud, his perspective was about seniority, because he was the senior, that he should do it.
That's one of the reasons, yes, and the seniority is because of experience. Because he said this. Look, right here. I am removed from the recording the transcript.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yes, Serge, I just gotta head out for 15 minutes. I told Muslim dude to join back to fill in for me, but I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay. 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 That sounds good.
Appreciate it.
Uh-huh. Okay, so he's gonna come back in 15 minutes. I'll go over some comments. If any of the viewers have some input and want to explain this to me, then I would like to hear y'all out. Because at the moment, the story that got developed in my mind is the Quran, the official Quran that Muslims are reading, that I read as well, is not the Muhammad preferred version Quran. It's not. It's Uthman preferred version Quran. And it looks like at that time when the Quran was getting published or standardized, when Uthman was doing the standardization of the text and publishing the text. So at that time, it looks like there was, well, according to this hadith right here. So according to this hadith, the different forms of recitation of the Quran. So different forms of recitation of the Quran. Different forms. Recitation is speaking, okay? So speaking. Now, speaking what? Yes, it could be different words. It could be different. It could be a different pronunciation of the word as well. So it could be either or. So either speaking completely different word that changes the meaning completely, or pronunciation of the word. Now, if it's the pronunciation of the word, there shouldn't be a division overall. Just overall speaking, there shouldn't be a division within a society if it's reciting different words that completely change the meaning, especially make the meaning contradictory. Yes, there will be a split within the society. So according to this whole entire story, the panic was extreme. And Uthman decided to standardize the text. And Uthman's pick on who will be writing, standardizing the text, according to Abdullah bin Masud, was not a good pick. It was not a good pick because of lack of experience. That's literally what Abdullah bin Masud is saying. And he's saying this where you disagree. He said that this Zayd was in the loins of unbeliever at that time when Muhammad, it looks like, said to everybody that Abdullah bin Masud is one of the reciters of the Quran. So all this points to lack of experience. If the lack of experience is actually true, that means Zayd bin Thabit doesn't really know the Quran 100%. And I agree with Abdullah bin Masud that Abdullah bin Masud is the proper one to take this job, because Muhammad even said to learn the Quran from Abdullah bin Masud. But now, why Uthman decided to push Abdullah bin Masud away, I do not know. It looks like Uthman and Abdullah bin Masud, they were not clicking. It looks like they were not clicking. But the thing is, if it's all for the sake of God, whether clicking or not clicking, if God has given you that role to execute, then clicking, not clicking, both people need to work together. And yes, the one that God has dedicated the role to must execute it the way that God has dedicated to him. must execute it. So if Abdullah bin Masud was, he had a role of the top Quran reciter, then whether Uthman likes Abdullah bin Masud or not, whether they click or not, whether they fight or they best pals, it doesn't matter at that point. The one who is standardizing the Quran has to be Abdullah bin Masud. It has to be. But Uthman sidelined him and put Zayd bin Thabit in his place. And whatever they did, we don't have information what type of Quran Zayd bin Thabit produced. We don't have this information, okay? But something was wrong with that version of the Quran. Something was wrong with Uthman's version of the Quran that Zayd bin Thabit has written down. Something was wrong with it. I have no clue what. Don't ask me. The story doesn't tell us what. Okay? But according to Abdullah bin Masud, something was wrong with Uthman's Quran. And why I'm saying this? I'm saying this because of what Abdullah bin Masud said to al-Iraqi people. He said, keep the Musahif. Musahif is the written Quran. Quran on the paper is Musahif. That are with you. So basically keep the Quran book that are with you and conceal them. And conceal them. Why conceal them? Because according to this, Uthman returned the original manuscripts to Maqsa. Uthman sent to every Muslim province one copy of what they... what they had copied, and ordered that that all the other Quranic materials, okay? All the other Quranic materials, whether written in fragmentary manuscript or all copies. Well, look. Abdullah bin Masud says, O people of Iraq, keep the whole copy that are with you and conceal them. And again, this is the same story as this one, but in at the Tirmidhi 3104, we have more information about Abdullah bin Masud on his thoughts and his actions and his sayings during the time when Uthman was standardizing the Quran. It looks like Muhammad's top reciter did not approve the very Quran that Muslims are reading today. So that's what I understood. Okay? If I'm wrong, please let me know where. But I'm showing you the data that I found, the data that not that I found, but the data that I stumbled across, then I read, I sat down, I thought about it, and this is how the story looks to be. To me. If I'm making some kind of mistake, please let me know. But if I'm not, dear Muslim, the Quran that you're reading is not Muhammad approved Quran. It's not. It's Uthman approved Quran, but it's not Muhammad approved Quran. It would be Muhammad approved Quran if Abdullah bin Masud would be on the same page. It would be Muhammad approved Quran. But because Abdullah bin Masud is telling people of Iraq to hide the whole copies of the Quran that they have, hide and conceal them, well, from who again? Yes, from Uthman. Because Uthman was about to come and, say, hi, let me have your copy. Thank you. And here's my Uthman copy. This is the Quran that is now officially approved. But the Quran that you have that is approved by Abdullah bin Masud, I'll take that one from you. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay. Let's see here. Let me go over some comments here. Let me just see what the conversation is about. But this is an interesting subject overall. In my opinion, this is a very, very interesting subject. Why? Because I keep on hearing this claim that a Quran is preserved verbatimly, punctuation to punctuation, word for word. It cannot be changed. But we see that after death of Muhammad, there's already, well, it looks like at least two versions of the Qurans that do not align with each other. That's what it looks like to me, at least two. I'm not saying that there's more or less, but according to all the hadiths that we read, what started the panic is the difference in recitation. Recitation again is pronunciation, is speaking. Now, if it says difference in recitation, it could mean one of the two or both. So the first, it could mean the way they pronounce a word: potato, potato, tomato, tomato. The way they pronounce the same word. Okay? And another option that fits within recitation is speaking different words as well, completely different words as well. Now, again, I want to throw this again. That's literally how it is. That if it's a matter of tomato, tomato, it will not cause a split within the society. But if it's a matter of, let's say, Jews and Christians, Jews say that Jesus is a false messenger. I'm searching for one word and it's not coming to me. I apologize for this, but basically it means false messenger. It's not coming. But the Christians say that he is the Messiah. So Jews claim that he is false Messiah, and Christian says he is true Messiah. So yes, that is a difference of meaning. And not just difference of meaning, but difference of core, foundational meaning. That will, for sure, 100% cause a division. It will. But such a thing as tomato and tomato, that's what we live with. I don't think so people care if you pronounce tomato as tomato or if you pronounce tomato as tomato. I don't think so people care. If let's say I'm in a store and I'm going through a checkout, if a cashier is British or an Australian and he pops bedroom to me, I think this bed would look very nice in your bedroom. I'm like, okay. I mean, I got the point. I got the meaning what you're saying. Okay, I mean, it makes sense. Bedroom or bedroom, big deal. The meaning is the same. I mean, it doesn't bug me. Sure, you might pronounce it in a weird way. Trump says Americans are exceptional. So if Americans are exceptional, then you pronounce it the American way, bedroom. But yo, that's just I'm just throwing a whatever out there, stupid comment out there. But the point that I'm trying to make, if it's a core difference, it will cause a split. If it's not, then it won't. But it looks like it was a core. It was a core difference. Core difference. It looks like it was a core difference. But anyways, let me go over some comments. Let's go for another match. I know that this is not for me, but yo, Topturo. If you want a match, there's a link in a pinned comment. Let's talk. It'll take you to the studio room, to the website where I have the studio room, and then I'll bring you up to the stage. Let's talk. Please explain to me, how am I supposed to understand? How am I supposed to believe that Quran is preserved if Uthman has done this? And Abdullah bin Masud, he really did not agree with Uthman in an extreme way. So how am I supposed to believe that Quran is really preserved? According to the story at the moment, bro, to be honest with you, I think I'm more on a side where Muslims, you are not reading true Quran. You're not reading the Quran that Muhammad wanted you to read. That's so far I'm on that side. So if you wanna do a match, up on that link, and let's talk. But bro, I do have a question, because your starting comment was awesome. Was quite awesome. It's very interesting. Like it's mind blowing interesting. You said in your starting comment, I displayed. I'm not gonna go through comments and try to find it. It's probably gone in my software. It's probably gone because it keeps only so much comments on my screen from the ones that I can select. So that one is probably gone. But bro, in the beginning of the video, I displayed your starting comment. It was very interesting. But I do have a question. What did you mean? What did you mean when you said there's one God Muhammad, and Jesus is his messenger? What did that mean? What did that mean? Because I mean, I haven't heard of a religion that is teaching that doctrine yet. This is pretty much like a whole new religion. I've never heard of God and his name is Muhammad. God's name is Muhammad, and that Jesus was the messenger of Muhammad. I've never heard of that version yet. So I'm just throwing this out there, bro. Okay, next. Okay. But yeah, so this is today's topic is Quran really preserved? Quran. And by Quran, I mean the one that Muhammad recited. Not the one that Uthman distributed. The one that Muhammad recited. And if anyone knows, anyone out there knows, why was Abdullah bin Masud, why did he disagree with Uthman? If anyone out there knows, why did he disagree? I mean, says that he disagree with Uthman's pick for copying out the person who's going to copy the Quran. He didn't agree with that pick because of it looks like a lack of experience, according to him. And but this lack of experience, it will point to the fact that Zayd is just prone in making more errors. He's prone making more errors. He's prone in allowing in the Quran something that is not supposed to be there. Not because he's doing this intentionally. No, because of his lack of experience. He's not aware that let's say a certain text, a certain command, Allah did not want to be in the Quran, but he's copying. He's just copying, and it is in the Quran. So I think it's just genuine. See, I don't think that Zayd had bad intentions. I don't think that he was one of those people where like, oh, I'm now in charge of copying the Quran, and since I'm in charge of copying the Quran, I'm gonna make it the way that I want it to be. I mean, probably Uthman or whatever, he might not check word for word, letter for word, letter, punctuation for punctuation, because he entrusted me with this job. And because of this, sometimes I think I can probably sneak in this different meaning and this different meaning within the Quran. See, I think Zayd, I personally think Zayd was he was genuine. He was genuine. He didn't have any ill intention. He did not change the Quran intentionally. I don't think that he did that. No. I think he was genuine, but it's that the fact of the lack of experience aspect, the lack of experience. He just didn't catch something that Abdullah bin Masud would have caught. Abdullah bin Masud, when he would be copying the manuscripts, because he actually knows the Quran inside out. He knows the Quran. If a manuscript that he's copying has some kind of an error in a word, like it needs to be a different word, or it needs to be a different recitation of the word, then Abdullah bin Masud would have actually changed it and made it the way it has to be. I think all those guys are genuine. Look, I'm not saying any of them have any ill intentions. This is not what I'm saying at all. It's just the fact of experience. So Abdullah bin Masud would have caught anything and everything that is not supposed to be in the Quran, because he was literally the boss in reciting the Quran. Muhammad trusted Abdullah bin Masud the most, it looks like. He was the number one person to go to if you want to learn the Quran, according to Muhammad. But Zayd, what's his last name? Zayd bin Thabit, because of his lack of experience, he wasn't able to do that what Abdullah bin Masud would have done. Zayd, it looks like he just didn't catch some errors on the manuscript that he was copying from. He didn't catch some errors. So I think that's just how it happened so far. See, I'm not saying that there was any ill intention. I'm not saying that anybody turned on Muhammad. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm just pointing to the fact lack of experience caused an issue. Lack of experience caused an issue. And Uthman he was not a great leader, especially from the religious aspect. Why? Because he put in place the person who had that lack of experience. So Uthman, in a way, enabled a wrong Quran to be produced. Not because any ill intention, but again, because of his not wise choice in who will be copying, writing down the Quran on paper. All because of that. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. Enough of me rambling. Let's see here. Muslim scholar is a pagan. I don't know. What's going on here? What's going on here? Oh, and should I? Okay, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Okay, I'm just gonna throw this out there. It is according to the topic, but it's according to our general topic, and the chat topic too. What y'all are talking about on the chat? Whoa. But okay, I'll join you. I'll show you something. I'll show you something interesting. Okay, so now, I'm doing this, I'm gonna do this, all because I do not know. And not that I do not know, but all because nobody knows. Okay? If nobody knows, this enables our minds to travel and wander around and, you know, take things from different sides and things and just bring them, compile them into a story. Now, what does nobody know? Nobody knows the difference in the Quran that al-Iraqi people had, that was approved by Abdullah bin Masud, and Uthman's Quran. Nobody knows the difference, okay? Nobody knows the difference. And it looks like the Quran that al-Iraqi people had, that was approved by Abdullah bin Masud, the Muhammad's Quran. It looks like that Quran did not survive. It's nowhere to be found in today's day. If it's nowhere to be found in today's day, it looks like to me Uthman was able to, you know, complete his mission in burning the all other Quranic material, whether fragments or whole copies. It looks like Uthman has succeeded in that mission, because we cannot find it today at all. Okay? It's very, very important. So, because of this, we do not know the difference. And because we do not know the difference, yes, we hypothetically, you know, I'm not saying factually, but hypothetically, we can point to a certain verses in today's day Quran, and through reasoning and logic, say they don't belong there. If Quran is truly the word of God, this verse does not belong in this book. Through, yes, reasoning and logic. Reasoning and logic from a standpoint of view of good and evil. Okay? So let me show you one of the verses that I think Abdullah bin Masud would not approve to be in a Quran. So this is the verse that I think is not supposed to be in Quran. It's just not supposed to be in Quran. Oh. Not this one, not this one, the one next. No, not this one. Hold on a second. 65. This one right here. Okay. So this is according to me. It's not according to Abdullah bin Masud. It's not according to you. It's not according to Uthman. This is according to me. And why it's according to me? Because since we do not know the difference between the Abdullah bin Masud / Muhammad's Quran and Uthman's Quran, we can explore, we can have an adventure and present some facts. Okay, well, not facts, but theories. So my theory is this verse, if Quran is the true word of God, this verse is not supposed to be there. And I stand on this. Like, I stand on this hardcore. If Quran is a true word of God, this verse is not supposed to be in Quran. It's not supposed to be there, guys. Because God would never be okay with what we're about to read. He would never be okay with this. God despises what we're about to read. So I think Abdullah bin Masud's Quran is the right Quran, and this verse is not in that Quran. And those women from among you who have despaired of further menstruation, if you are in doubt, their Ida is 3 months. Ida, let me just stop there real quick. Just pause there. Ida is a waiting period to make sure the female is not pregnant. So, within 3 months, there's usually obvious signs if a female is pregnant or not. 3 months is enough to find out. Okay, so that's just a simple meaning of an Ida. It's 3 months. So the first type of female, as we read, is who have despaired of further menstruation, meaning that she is past menopause. She doesn't menstruate because she's too old. So if a man wants to divorce her, according to this instruction, to this verse right here, she has to stay with him for 3 months and him not touching her in a sexual way for those 3 months, and then he can let her go. Okay? And the second category of the female, because it says as well as those who have not yet menstruated. So Ida applies to the girls who have not yet menstruated too. And this is a divorce. So let's say a man has a girl who has not yet menstruated as his wife. If he wants to divorce her, he needs to do the same thing. Wait for 3 months. If she is not pregnant, then he lets her go. And the third type of female is the pregnant one. So I personally think that Uthman, he probably wrote a verse in Quran that's not supposed to be there. This is just my version. This verse is not supposed to be there. It's not from God. This verse is not from God. It's Uthman's verse, not Muhammad's verse. Okay, let me add Abdur back to the stage really quick. So let's continue this conversation. Let me see what he has to say. A moment. Okay, so you are back at the stage. How are you doing?
Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
doing
Thank you.
good. Yeah, where did we leave off?
Basically, we left off where I said here's the version of the story that I see has developed in my mind, and the version of the story I think you probably understand, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so yeah, and this, can you help me in any way to maybe understand that I'm wrong? Because if I am true, if I'm correct, at least, there's maybe low chance that I am, but if I am, then the Quran that y'all reading is not the right version to start with.
Yeah. So you're saying this verse, you believe that this verse is not in Mas'ud's Quran?
Well, I think I mean, okay, look, again, because we do not know the difference between Abdullah bin Masud's Quran and Uthman's Quran. We do not know the difference between the two. We can I guess it enables us to pick and choose certain verses that we think Abdullah bin Masud would not approve. So I think maybe Abdullah bin Masud would not approve this verse right here. Why? Because of divorcing a girl who has not yet menstruated. That just seems a little evil in my mind.
Yeah.
That's just according to me. It's not according to any of the sources. It's only according to me. But what do you think on the fact? Let's say there's two different Qurans: Abdullah bin Masud and Uthman Quran. There's literally two different Qurans, and maybe the wrong one got approved and standardized.
I mean, yeah, under the Caliphate, then Uthman assigned Thabit to compile the Quran as the lead guy, and he compiled it, and then that was standardized. Now, it's saying in that hadith that you brought up where Mas'ud is saying, oh, people of Iraq, keep the Quran that you have. You got to look at the timeline. Is he saying that while the Uthmani Quran has already been established and sent to every province, where it's already been finalized, or is he just saying that way, way before? From, what he I guess compiled. Not compiled, but Mas'ud was not really a compiler. He was a teacher and a reciter.
Mhm.
The difference between him and Thabit compiled it. He put it together. And Mas'ud, he was just a teacher and a reciter.
And Masud, he thought that he should be in place of Zaid. Zaid
Not,
Thabit.
I don't think he should. I don't think that he thought that. I just think that he didn't think Zayd was fit for the task. But there was no personal hatred or anything. It was just a mere disagreement. Yeah, a mere perspective. It is a different opinion.
Yeah, I don't think that there was any, hatred or anything from ill intention side. I don't think. I think just Uthman probably he preferred Zayd because maybe Zayd was a little more obedient to Uthman compared to Abdullah bin Masud. Maybe Abdullah bin Masud, he was more, on the same level as Uthman, so maybe they did not get along on few things, and because of that, Uthman, he chose Zayd to copy the Quran. But again, and because it's lack of experience, it looks like to me, it looks like Zayd did not catch a few things that are not supposed to be in the Quran, and he put them in the Quran. And why I'm saying this is because Abdullah bin Masud does not agree with Zayd's version of the Quran.
I mean, Uthman appointed Zayd because Zayd was already the chief scribe of the Prophet.
He had success for the original compilation under Abu Bakr. He already had that success with Abu Bakr, and he also lived in Medina, where the compilation of the Quran took place. So that also saved time, crucial time actually.
I mean, he was already a scribe of the Prophet. I mean, after the Prophet's passing, then they just assigned it to compile them.
Yeah, because he was the original person, so it's natural to give it to him. He's fit for that task.
Okay, but why did Masud did not agree with that version?
Because that's from his perspective. Because he just didn't agree because he thought that he was a more experienced person. He had more seniority because he was also one of the four people. But there's no hatred. Just understand that there's no hatred between Thabit and Mas'ud.
It's not like Masood is saying that the Quran that the Sabbath compiled is wrong and the meaning is wrong. He's just saying he's not fit for the task, but that doesn't mean that he's saying Sabbath's compilation is wrong. Or the meaning is completely changed or it's corrupted and blah blah.
Well, yes, the fact that he thought that he needed to have that role shows that he's not saying anything wrong with that version of Quran. But the fact that he is commending the Abdullah bin Masud is commending the people of Iraq to hide the book that they have. That statement points to there's a difference. There's an actual difference between Zayd's Quran and the Quran, the text that Iraqi people had. And hide why? Well, because Uthman has ordered to, according to this hadith right here, Uthman has ordered all other Quranic materials, whether written in fragments or whole copies, to be burned. So that whole copy that al-Iraqi person has will get destroyed. And Abdullah bin Masud, he says that the copy that you have is actually approved by me, but the copy that Zayd did is not approved. It's not like they hated each other. It looks like Abdullah bin Masud did not approve that copy. He did not agree that that copy is the copy that is real, is true. Now, what exactly he did not agree with, we do not know, but he just did not agree with that version of the Quran, and he did agree with al-Iraqi people version of the Quran. So that's the point it looks like that I'm trying to make. So why didn't sure the Zayd was a top scribe and he knew how to write, but in order to produce true version of the Quran, a person needs to write, and a person needs to be also mentally aware to make sure incorrect data will not be written. So Zayd, it looks like he knew how to write, but Abdullah bin Masud, it looks like he was that person who could actually filter the information, the data, to make sure true Quran would be the result of it. Hope that makes sense.
Okay. Just give me a minute to answer your question.
Why Thabit instead of Mas'ud?
ये तो क्या है?
But hey, thanks for having this discussion. Whether it's hard or easy, doesn't matter. Thank you for
No
just
problem.
having a discussion.
Yeah, no problem. Just give me a minute.
But you did pick a hard topic.
Yeah. Okay, so Masood had his own teaching tradition, his own personal codex. He he preferred his own teaching tradition in Kufa, Iraq. And some reports, I don't know, some reports suggest that he was hesitant or reluctant to hand over his mushaf for copying. But there's no strong There's no authentic report or hadith where he tells people keep my version instead of the official Quran. So
Well,
I
there
think you're
is.
confused between teaching tradition and different Quran.
There
Ibn
is.
Masud had a
That's
strong teaching circle in Kufa, so students who learned recitation through him. Remember, Masud is a reciter, so students learn recitation through him. So when people say Ibn Masud's version, it often means his method of recitation and his teaching, not scripture.
But he did tell people of Al Iraq to keep the Musahif that are with you.
Okay, do you know what a Musahif is?
Yeah, the written down document, written text.
What did you say?
The written text. So Quran in a written form.
Okay, hold on, 1 minute. Where is my notes? Okay. Okay, yeah, where were we?
You
Yeah,
said
why was he reluctant?
you said
His
that he did not
disagreement, yeah.
he
Yeah,
did
yeah.
not tell people to read his version of the Quran. Well, he did. He told this Iraqi people to keep the specific Musahif, and I think that specific one was probably compiled or recited by him. That's what I think. That's what I would think.
Okay, let me,
So it's literally the codex that Zaid copied, according to Abdullah bin Masud, is not a correct one. And I would think, since Muhammad said that Abdullah bin Masud is one of the official and top reciters of the Quran, I think that Abdullah bin Masud knows what he's talking about.
okay. So Ibn Masud's Mus'haf was like he didn't write the Quran. Okay, he had his personal written notes of the Quran that he used for teaching in Kufa, based on his own memorization and learning from the Prophet. It's not like some printed book or some arranged like the later standardized order. It's just a personal reference. What do you call that? Manuscript.
Yeah,
So like,
I'm not saying it's
yeah.
standardized. I'm saying it's just a piece of paper with text on it. That's what
Okay, so when the
Musahif is.
standardized version came out by Uthman, then did Masud reject that?
Yeah, he did.
When he did, he did. When the official Quran came out and it was public, where Uthman sent it to all the different provinces and said we're using this one. Did Masud? You're saying Masud rejected that, right?
Yes, because of what he told to the people of Iraq.
Okay, but you got okay. You have to look at the timeline. Is he saying this before the standardized version came out? Is he saying this while Thabit is in the middle of compiling the Quran?
Okay,
Or is he saying this after?
is this hadith that we just read? Is it
Yes.
one event? Is it one story? Or let's say this is let's say now, and this part is
There's
20
multiple
years
events.
ago, and this part is 50 years ago, this is 100 years ago, or is it pretty much one story in order? I mean, to me, it seems like it's one story because, you know, there was a compilation or standardization of the Quran on top, and then Abdullah bin Masud, he did not like the person who was chosen, and then Uthman he commanded all the Quranic materials to be burned, and as a result of that, Abdullah bin Masud told to all Iraqi people to conceal the copies that they have. So, like, I think it's in order.
To keep his they told the Iraqis to keep his Quran. Where does it say
Okay, where does it say that Masud told the Iraqis to keep his Quran?
What is so? Look right here. Do you see what I have highlighted on my screen?
Okay, Masud said, "Oh, people of Iraq, keep the Mus'haf that are here, that are with you, and conceal them."
Yeah. Number one, keep that what you have. Do not accept what Uthman is about to give you. And since Uthman is going to go after it, what do you have? Make sure you hide it so that he doesn't find it.
Okay, but he's not. He's not talking about the Quran. He's talking about his personal manuscript, his Mus'haf.
Sure. They're gonna do
Okay,
Musahif.
in that hadith, it does not say, "Oh, Iraqi people, keep the Quran that you have." No, it's saying, "Oh, Iraqi people, keep the Mus'haf that you have."
Okay. Look,
Musahif, or
look,
yeah, that's what it's called.
look at this. Look, I'm gonna highlight another part. Look, Abdullah bin Masud disliked Zayd bin Thabit copying the Musahif. So he did not like that. Zayd is about to produce a Quran. Musahif is referring to a written Quran. He did not like that Zayd was about to do this. So he said to al-Iraqi people to keep this specific Musahif, this written document. So whatever the document is, that document, whatever they're supposed to keep, it looks like it's different than versus the documents that Zayd is about to produce.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me do research. That's a hard topic, but it's interesting. I'll tell you that.
It's interesting to me too. Like, I've honestly speaking, before y'all asked for this topic, I kind of knew about this, but I never really looked into it. And then over the last like 3 or 4 days, I pulled up a lot of information on it, and I started to dig deep, and this is the story that got developed. If this story is true, then that's not good news for Islam.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so based on the commentary, it's saying reports are often used to argue that there was tension. Yeah, he did argue, but they do not clearly and reliably show a command to conceal Quranic materials. Ibn Masud's anger, or I don't know, objection with the Uthman standardization happened. It did happen. Well, like when you say conceal, it's like conceal Mus'haf, his personal teaching manuscripts. Early companions had private written notes of the Quran. There were not. Keep this in mind. There were no official copies of the Quran. They were used for teaching students. All these private written notes of the Quran. Under Uthman ibn Affan, Uthman ibn Affan created a single written standard was produced. Other copies were ordered to be withdrawn, destroyed to avoid disagreement. So this is when Masud is saying to the Iraqi people, keep your Mus'haf.
This is interpreted as continue your teaching tradition, not as hide a different Quran.
Well, look, there's a comment. This is what the commenter said. I'm not sure if it was true or not, but this is what the commenter says.
Let me see.
Dami Musaf is Quran. Don't lie, Takiya.
The comment said that.
That's what the comment said. So I think they're telling you guys.
That other comment we read earlier, that guy looked a little misguided.
Yeah, I mean there are some misguided people out there, but according to this hadith, I think, well, see, the thing is, Musahif is a Quran. It's not like the standardized one, not the one, like, let's say, that is widely accepted that you guys have right now, but Musahif is the recited Quran put on the paper. So it looks like Abdullah bin Masud, he was worried about the recitations that came out of his mouth, and people have written down, whether he written down or the people have written down, I do not know.
His written down notes, his private notes, he was worried about that. He said, whatever I have taught you, whatever notes I've given you, keep those. So commentator may mention it as a report, not a confirmed fact.
So see, it looks like you're giving me even you're in a way adding on to my story that Abdullah bin Masud was teaching a different Quran to the people.
No. Okay, first, Thabit just compiled the Quran. He just put the Quran in order. Okay, everybody. Remember when I said early companions had Quran, but they had their own Musaf. They had their own written notes. That doesn't mean they added ayats or verses in the Quran, just notes on the side. Now, Masud was known. He was a famous teacher in Kufa, Iraq. So he's telling his students, or he's telling the people of Iraq, most likely his students, that the Mus'haf that I've given you, the notes or whatever I've given you, keep those notes, keep them. But later on, then they, he gave it up and they switched back. They went to the standardized version. But that doesn't mean they had a different Quran. It was the same Quran, just with different notes. It just wasn't compiled at that time.
It was the same Quran, but with different notes, you said?
Like if I have I don't know how to put this in an analogy.
So the notes that is inside of
handwritten notes, just like a commentary. There was a commentary, like we have tafsir, right? You go to Quran.com, there's a tafsir. That tafsir's not Quran, it's just a commentary of the verse. Yeah.
I hear you, and I agree with you, but I don't just agree with that statement. I think that Abdullah bin Masud was also not just a commentator, but a reciter. He was reciting, as you said, and a teacher. He was teaching the meaning of the recitation. So he would actually recite the Quran, and then he would explain the meaning of what he just recited. So he was doing both things. And whether Uthman was after the interpretation notes of Abdullah bin Masud, whether he was after that, or whether he was after the Quranic material that Abdullah bin Masud has recited, that we do not know. But I'm open. I have a door open for both options. That since there was a huge disagreement, it looks like Abdullah bin Masud did not want to lose out on his notes and on the recitation of the Quran that he taught people of al-Iraq.
I mean, it doesn't say recitation in that hadith. It's talking about the Mus'haf.
Yeah, but Mus'haf is a written down recitation. That's what Mus'haf really is.
Okay.
Mus'haf is not a written down a commentary. Mus'haf is not a tafsir. It's writing. It's a written down verses of the Quran on paper. Whether it's full or not, it's just written down Quran on paper. Because and why I'm saying this, because of this verse where this guy this Abdullah bin Masud, he did not agree with the Mus'haf that Zayd was producing. Where was it at?
That's not what he's saying. He's not talking about he doesn't agree with the Mus'haf that he's compiling. He's not agreeing that Zayd is in charge of compiling it. And by the way, it's not even compiled by then. It's not compiled yet in that hadith. The Mus'haf has not been compiled yet. The Uthmani Mus'haf has not been compiled yet. He's talking about Zayd compiling it, not the Mus'haf itself.
Yes, so he does not like that Zayd bin Thabit is copying the Mus'haf. So Mus'haf, according to this statement, is Quran on paper, according to this right here. Because he's what is Zayd bin Thabit copying? Well, he's putting Quran down on paper.
He's saying that I don't accept this method or authority for producing the official written copy. He's saying he doesn't accept this process or this method or this authority for producing it.
I agree with you. I agree. He does not accept the process. He does not accept the choice that of people that Uthman has picked. He does not like the picks. He doesn't like the method, and he thinks that Zayd is not experienced.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't get your argument then.
Well, that's the middle of the story.
Okay. So.
But as a result of this, he doesn't agree with the process. He doesn't agree with Zayd as the one who will be copying. As a result of all this, then he commands the people of Iraqi to keep the written down Quran that they have. So as a result of, pointing that there's probably going to be a mistake, there's probably something is going to go down or whatever, he then commands the people of Iraq, the version that you have is approved by, him.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at this story as a context in whole.
Okay. Okay, so Abdullah ibn Masud, he's just okay. Initially, not throughout his whole life, he objected to the standardization under Uthman ibn Affan. He preferred his own teaching role in Kufa. He had a personal mushaf with written notes, codex used for teaching. He disagreed with how the official copy was being compiled by Zayd ibn Thabit.
This is what it was actually established in the early reports. And you're saying like this was not reliably reported. Is that you saying that told Iraqis to preserve a separate Quran or to keep their own version?
Or he didn't create like an alternative authorized Quran in Iraq.
So your reasoning is like if he approved his mushaf, his own mushaf, maybe he told people to keep it. Like what you're saying is mushaf here means personal. Here it means personal, not official. When he's talking about mushaf, it means his own teaching notebook, his own personal copy, not an official scripture or not official separate Quran.
Sure. I mean, sure, I agree with you. It's a personal copy. It's a personal recitation of his. It's a personal interpretation of his.
There's no there's no evidence of like a dual Quran system.
Like two
authorized different Qurans existing side by side in like what are the cities? Iraq and Medina.
That's the thing. It looks like there is. It looks like there is Abdullah bin Masud version, the recitation and the teaching interpretation of the Musahif and Uthman's. And if Abdullah bin Masud would actually agree with Uthman's version of the Quran, I don't think that he would object to it.
Can you say that again, please?
Like, let's say if Abdullah bin Masud would agree with a Quran that Uthman is spreading, is copying and spreading, then like let's say if the Quran would have no mistakes in it, the recitation would be 100% accurate. Everything is according to how Abdullah bin Masud knows to be. If Uthman's version of the Quran would be accurate, then by default, Abdullah bin Masud would not have a disagreement with Uthman's Quran specifically on the recitation. Because the recitation that Uthman popped and recitation that Abdullah bin Masud has written down that al-Iraqi people have, it's two different recitations.
He's just he has a different opinion of how it's being. he doesn't have a problem with the standard, the final copy. He has a problem of how, who the authority of compiling it and the method of compiling. That's what he has a problem with. A problem of. He does not have a problem of the final copy. He has a problem of who was in authority and the method of compiling it. That's the only problem.
He does
Either
have
way,
a,
he's
he
not
does.
the. It's
He
not
does.
saying he. Yeah, what?
He does have an issue with the final copy. He does.
Okay, but when he said this, the final copy did not come out yet. He's talking about Zayd ibn Thabit compiling it. It has not been compiled yet. He's in the middle of compiling it. If he had a problem with the copy when it was already compiled, when it was already publicly available, then I mean he would obviously speak about the final copy. He's speaking about Zayd ibn Thabit right now. He's not talking about the final copy.
Yeah,
Yeah, and there's no solid evidence that Abdullah bin Masud had a ongoing objection or like a lifetime objection to the final standardized Quran after it was already implemented or adopted by the Muslims at that time.
Yes, he had an issue at the beginning. There's some early reports that say that he objected to the way the Quran was being standardized. He was objecting the way the Quran being standardized by Uthman ibn Affan. Well, he also felt like he should have a larger role, or like he should have been one of the main people in the process. And then he also preferred his own teaching tradition in Kufa, Iraq, and he was reluctant about handing over his personal mushaf. So there's no agreement about there was my bad. There was initial agreement about process and authority, but did he reject the final official Quran after it was adopted by the Muslims? No. Yes, he had an issue at the beginning, but after the Quran, the Quran was finalized by Uthman ibn Affan, he had no problem.
Okay, so I haven't really looked into this, what I'll show you yet, but I'll just share with you, and then I'll look into this myself a little bit more.
Does that mean we won?
The what? Does that mean that you won? No, I want you to look into this too, because
Okay.
according to the history and according to historic books.
We were joking, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not here to to win or lose, and I'm not. I just want, there's a topic. Let's talk about this topic. Okay, so the event between Uthman and Abdullah bin Masud is recorded also in historical books. Are you aware of Tariq or Sayyar? Are you aware of those books?
Say the names of the books again.
So Tarikh. So probably Tariq. And
Tariq, not Tirmidhi. Say Tariq. Tarik. Tarik.
Let me put it.
Yeah, maybe pull it up.
Let me just so this right here. Here, I just put it in the comments of the studio room.
Tariq. This one. Tariq Sayyar literature. All right, let me see. What about these books though?
Okay, so these books, they talk about Uthman actually hurting Abdullah.
I mean,
there was some kind of encounter. So that's these books. So there's broken. So Sunni scholars generally classify the more violent details: broken ribs, teeth, from a deliberate beating.
okay,
So I don't know what those historical books are. I do not know. But I remembered in the back of my mind that I've heard at one point that Uthman went up after Abdullah. I wasn't sure where it's written. So again, I'm just sharing this data with you so that y'all will take a look at it.
Yeah, personally, I never heard of this book, but I guess I'm gonna look into it. I guess.
Yeah, but this book. Okay, so
Do you know
let
who
me
it's written by or when it was written?
let me read you some what it says here. So it appears in works by historians such as al-Yaqubi and is discussed in Shia sources or critical.
Shia, that's Shia sources. We're not Shia, we're Sunni.
we're Sunni. It's different.
Okay. Okay, and
Yeah,
then it continues on with Sunni scholars generally classify the more violent details. So Sunni scholars actually go a little more extreme, such as broken ribs, teeth from a deliberate beating.
Um,
So often linked to a political propaganda during the
I mean, we
fitna.
gotta. Again, this book, Tariq Sayyar literature, is a South Asian
Yeah,
book.
it's based in South Asia.
It's made for Islamic studies. I mean, honestly, you gotta you gotta look at the early historical sources. I mean, I don't think this book is accurate at all. It's not consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not consistent. It doesn't confirm an incident where Uthman, personally harmed Abdullah ibn Mas'ud.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's accurate.
We don't think it's accurate.
Yeah, I mean, the big giveaway is South Asian. It's made for Islamic studies in South Asia.
Yeah.
India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. They have a reputation of kind of messing things up.
Yeah, they're not consistent with their stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just letting you know where more information on there after this event. But whether it's good or bad, I do not know. But it looks like we do have some more additional information of how Uthman treated Abdullah.
It was written between 1780 and 1784, so pretty late.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna use this book as a reference, so I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's is recorded in historical books. So these books are historical. So
What do you mean
we're
historical book?
well,
The book was written way
historical.
later, like the 18th century.
Yeah, it's a book of history. So basically, the writer or the author, what he did is he was a historian. He compiled all traditions. He compiled all historical evidence, and he looked into it, and then he compiled it into a book.
It also says, I'm looking at the commentary of that book. Yeah, not all reports are authentic at all.
Yeah, some are strong.
Yeah, that's what
some
South
are
Asian books do. Like, I study books too, and they put a lot of weak reports in there just for the fun of it. There's weak reports, there's disputed reports. There are strong reports, but not all of them are
Yeah, and
strong.
some they have contradictory versions of same events and stuff, same stories.
Yeah, so yeah, I wouldn't use that book.
There's a problem, the time gap. Like 100, 200 plus years after the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam's life. So the transmission, some can introduce like some kind of variations of it.
Yeah, and plus hadith books are different because they're narrated on the spot.
Yeah, these books, it's different than versus Quran and Hadith. It's different, and this person is a historian. So again, what that simply means, what that simply means is he studied the history, Islamic history, and it looks like he came across the fact that Uthman was beating Abdullah, has beaten Abdullah. He was going after Abdullah. He somehow, I'm not saying where from, but somehow from his studies he came across that text, and he published it in his book, in his history book.
Well, I don't think wherever he got that from was true or accurate.
Yeah, because I said before, at 200 plus years after the Prophet's life, so transmission can. There can be variations. So we don't know if it's, what you call authentic or not, the text he came over.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it credible at all.
Yeah, he's not. Look, he's not giving us his sources, but the thing is, what he is giving us is his beliefs of what happened, of the events that happened,
That's one belief, and
and
that's all he's saying. Yeah.
and his beliefs is according to his studies. So he
What
was
was
a
the name of the
historian. The
What
what?
was the name of the What was the name of the historian that you said was?
Let me see who produced
Ghulam
this book.
Hussein Khan, right?
I do not know what his name. I'll take a look at it a little more, but I
Yeah, I mean, he lived over 1,000 years later. I mean, yeah, he may be saying it, but he doesn't. I'm looking at it right now. He's not specifying where he got that from. He's just saying it.
And he didn't. He most like if the author that you're talking about is him, he relied on what you call it earlier. He did rely on earlier Arabic.
He relied on a scholar called al-Tabari, and al-Tabari he says himself that he doesn't judge where he get it from. He just let me try to find.
he relied on which scholar again?
Okay, al-Tabari, and al-Tabari explicitly says he is collecting reports as received, not always judging them.
Yeah, so he's not judging them. He's just doing what he's told.
Exactly. So yeah, we can't use this at all.
Who's al-Tabari in Islam? Isn't he one of the tafsir authors?
He's a historian in Islam, yeah.
Okay,
No
so
way, I
he's a
don't-
historian too.
Hold on.
So it looks like the author of that book just trusts historian al-Tabari. He trusts that historian
Well-
al-Tabari. He got some. He
Oh,
studied.
yeah, he was a historian, it's a scholar and theologian.
Yeah, he trusts him and trusts his studies, and he just repeats what al-Tabari is saying.
Yeah, but that doesn't generally mean that it's still
And
correct.
Tabari is saying himself that he is just collecting reports as received. He's just collecting them. He's not judging them at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, he's the collector of the stories of which stories? The stories that were studied by other scholars. So the stories that he's collecting, they have already went through a scholarly studies and reasoning. So that's why he's not really studying. He's just collecting because others have already studied. He's not judging. He's just he trusts the other guys have studied it in the proper way. And it's a book of history. It's not like hadiths or like an event of Muhammad or things like that. It's a historian book.
We can't really use it as a really reliable. We can't always rely on it as an accurate source.
I know. I hear you in that one. I do understand what you're saying.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
But I mean, if you want to look into it, you can. But at the moment, we're gonna stop on the fact that Abdullah bin Masud was not happy of what Uthman was doing, and he told people of Iraq to stay away from what Uthman is doing.
That was in the middle, and he didn't really say that. That was during the beginning.
Yeah. He that was during the beginning. He just didn't agree with the method and process. He's not okay. Yeah,
Now-
he was just
Now, whether Uthman went after Abdullah because of what he was teaching the people of Iraq, or Uthman did not,
Let's say he didn't.
or Uthman did not go after Abdullah, I guess we'll just stop there because that other history book, maybe it's not super authentic.
Yeah.
But there's a high chance that Uthman did go after Abdullah because of what Abdullah has done. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah. I get, but there are the companions of the Prophet, and the Prophet taught to forgive others. So it's really high chance that you also forgive them too.
Okay, let me see. There's Cash is in the studio too. Let me see if Cash wants to add something on.
Okay.
Let's see if his version is same or different. Cash, can you hear me? Your mic is muted at the moment.
All right. Okay, we'll just mute.
No, you guys are stay. Let's see if we can make a three way conversation here between the three of us. Like like if you want to ask Cash some questions too, go at it.
Alrighty.
Hey Cash, how are you doing?
Hey, bro. I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So what do you think on our topic today? What do you think on all this? Uthman producing a version of Quran that Abdullah did not agree with in the process. He did not agree with the process too.
Okay, brother. The first thing is that uh, that's really amazing that our cousin nation, that the Christian brothers, they were really interested in Quran and the historical facts and about the preservation and authenticity of the Quran. Yeah. So what I don't know why. Yeah. I mean, they don't talk about their religion, but they don't talk about the authenticity of the Bible, unknown authors, and so many things. But they want to learn about the Quran and the So they're really interested. Yeah. Wow, that's great.
Well, the reason we're actually holding this topic is because Abdur and his friends, he wanted to hold this topic, so that's why I'm holding this topic. Usually,
Okay.
usually the topics that I hold, I would actually compare the Gospels to the Quran, compare different ideas and points. But I never really went as far as actually breaking the story of Uthman, and the things that he did, and the things that Abdullah agreed with and did not agree with. So
Okay, I got you. But yeah, I'm just gonna move to the topic, but I'm just sharing one thing that I recently, I mean, like just started to join different streams. Yeah, so I've been sharing that like it's going to be like one side traffic all the time. They are going to put questions and objections about Islam, either it's the Holy Quran or anything or a Hadith. So they put objection and they want to know. So and let me tell you one thing that I mean, like if someone is really interested to learn about Islam, so I would recommend that everything is there, bro. Everything is there. There are I mean, like so many scholars. I don't think so that there would be a one single thing that they cannot reply. Everything is solved. Everything is replied already. So what happened that so many YouTubers, they come up with and they just start ask they just want to ask questions, and they take live calls, and they're trying to ask them, and mostly young guys and so many people, they're not scholars, and so I mean, like everything is solved, every single question, every single objection on Islam is already done. It's
okay,
explained already. Yeah. So okay,
Cash,
let me get into the
what about
let me
this one
get
right here?
yeah. Okay, so this one is here. uh I mean, the thing is, okay, can you rephrase your question, so I can go accordingly. I have a bit idea.
Okay, so
I want you.
basically, what I'm understanding is
Mm-hmm.
Uthman decided to. So there was an issue according to this hadith. In the beginning
Mm-hmm.
of this hadith, there was an issue where people from Al Sham and from Al Iraq, different forms
Mm-hmm.
of recitation of the Quran. So there was an
Mm-hmm.
issue where people were speaking Quran differently.
Mm-hmm.
And the issue was so big that Uthman was asked to save the nation, save Islam, so that Islam doesn't split and become like the Jews and the Christians. So
Mm-hmm.
what Uthman has done is he had put Zaid,
Excuse me, Serge, real
yeah,
quick.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out now. So, you want me to schedule the next debate
Oh,
and the topic?
you want to do next Friday again in a week?
Yeah, we can do next Friday. Let's do the topic. Is Muhammad the final messenger of God?
Muhammad, the
Sounds
final
good?
messenger of God. Yes, sir. Okay.
All
Okay.
right,
Well,
thank you. Thank you
it's
for
gonna
having us.
it's gonna be the question. It's gonna be the question. Is
Yeah.
Muhammad the final messenger of God?
Alrighty. Thank
Yeah.
you for having us.
Yeah, appreciate it, Cash. Sorry, Serge. It's been this debate was really interesting and nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I appreciate you guys too. I mean, you guys did throw some interesting information my way too. So I do appreciate you guys. So let's continue on talking and see where it goes, because of people like you, I learn more, and because I guess people like me, y'all learn more. So thank you. We all gain in knowledge in the end.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll see you next Friday then.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
What time will it be?
You want to do the same time?
Yeah, what time did we start today? forgot.
So I started at 7 p.m. So it was 9 p.m. your time. I can try to start at 6:30 or 8:30 your time next time. But
Okay,
like
that would be great then.
a little early. Okay, I'll try
Yeah.
at 8:30 your time then.
Okay,
Alrighty.
appreciate it, Kat.
Let's continue. God bless you guys.
Alright.
Okay, so now let me just continue on with this. So now the people of Al-Iraq and the people of was it Al-Shan, I think it was, they were reciting the Quran differently, and so for the split within the Islam would not happen. Uthman decided to standardize one Quran. So he then puts in place Zayd bin Tabi, so that he would actually copy the Quran on paper, and Uthman later on he distributed this copied Quran to 5 cities, and he said this is the Quran that we're using from this point on. But the problem that unfolded here is Abdullah bin Masud, and Abdullah bin Masud, according to this hadith, Abdullah bin Masud is the number one person whom Muslims need to take their Quran from. He's the number one reciter according to Muhammad's instructions. And Abdullah bin Masud, he disagreed with Uthman's process of standardizing Quran, and he disagreed with Uthman's selection of who's going to be writing the Quran. He disagreed, and his disagreement was on the basis that that person who's going to be writing the Quran is inexperienced. And Abdullah bin Masud, since he is the top reciter of the Quran, he is the one that needs to be standardizing the Quran, because he has experience, he has the knowledge of what Quran really is. So as a result of that, later on in the story, we find where Abdullah bin Masud, he tells to the people of Iraq. So notice how the difference was between the people of Iraq and the people of Al-Ash, I think. So he tells to the people of Al-Iraq, the ones that had a different version of the Quran, he tells to the people of Iraq to keep the Musahif that are with you, and to hide those documents. Why? Because according to this hadith, Uthman has ordered that all other Quranic materials, whether written in fragments, manuscripts, or an entire copy of the Quran, to be burnt. So those entire copies of the Quran that people of Iraq had, it looks like Uthman was coming to get and destroy them and give the people of Iraq Uthman's version of the Quran. So this is what I gathered so far. Let me know what's right, what's wrong.
Okay, I got you. Brother, what's the source of this? What are you presenting me?
So the topic is Quran really preserved, and Uthman burning the copies of the Quran. So Uthman in reality went after the Abdullah bin Masud's recited Quran and burned it. Because why? We don't have that Quran. We don't. We have only Uthman's Quran.
Okay, that's okay. Let me respond. Okay.
Okay.
Brother, the thing is, I mean, like, you are bringing a fact from the history, and there are so many things at the same time we are missing too. And it's going to be a very weak argument, and let me tell you how. The thing is, first of all, the Arabic language is the one of the most high and vast language in human history. Like one word gives so many meanings at the same time. Like the word salah, it gives so many meanings. So that's not my topic. So the thing is that you are referring a historical fact that to burn. When we burn something, a written thing, and we know the what's the actual text, so it doesn't matter that if we if something is burned. And number one, you should know that at the time of Prophet, the whole Quran was preserved and came into to a written form. Number one, that the last prophet who received the revelation, and it took in 23 years. Okay, so Prophet Muhammad SAW, he got revelation at the age of 40 and up to the age of 63. So 23 years he got the revelation. And let me tell you one more fact that when the revelation was coming, he was memorizing. Number one. Number two, every month of Ramadan, every year. So whatever was revealed, so the because I mean like the Allah says that we receive this we send this revelation on you, and we are the one who are gonna to protect this. So we need to understand so many facts, and then I'm gonna to conclude all of them. So the thing is that the Prophet was Muhammad Sallam, he was not writing by himself. Whenever the revelation was coming in 23 years, so he has so many people like Katibane Wahi, like Amir Muawiyah and Umar bin Khattab, and there is a list of companions of Prophet. And one more thing that it doesn't mean that Prophet didn't know how to read and write. That's another fact. So whatever the process was chosen, so they were Katibani Wahi, the writers. The Prophet said that write down this statement and then been writing. So 23 years when the last revelation came that Al Yawma Akmaltu Lakum Dinukum, that that's the day I have completed the religion. And yeah, so that was the last revelation. So the first revelation Ikra from the yeah, so that was the first revelation up to the last revelation, and it took 23 years. Everything was complete and memorized by the Prophet Muhammad SAW. And not only that, he was I mean like uh, he was repeating the process of memorization, like we repeat and repeat. So no matter what prophets uh, s- God sent them for guidance, but at least they were human. So whatever the process was, yeah. So number one, number two, so you are referring to the and and the second fact is it's not only like that. So the one question is that was the Holy Quran was written at the time of Prophet? Yes, at the time of Prophet Muhammad SAW, the whole Quran was written. Now you are talking about the Usman, so he's the third caliphate of Islam. Okay, so at the time of Uthman radiallahu ta'ala anhu, and let me tell you one more fact. It's not like something was written and it's gone, and because that time was not a modern time, that we put a whole book in a PDF, and it's not going to be lost. So at that time, it was the people have the written process. They've been written, and even at that time there was no I mean pages like the today in modern world we can write it down anything on a book. And yeah, so whatever the process, yeah, so followed by that process, it was written. Number one, the whole revelation consists of more than 6,000 verses. They were written down at the time of Prophet. Number one. Number two fact is that at that time they memorize. As I told you that the question that who was the first memorizer of the whole Holy Quran. So that was the Prophet who received the whole revelation. From the first revelation to the last revelation, he memorized everything. Number two, there is a list of his companions who memorized the whole Quran, like in a war, in an imposed war, because those people doesn't want to get guidance and they just want to believe in Satan, whatever. So they were imposing war. So in one war, more than 70 companions of last Prophet ﷺ, he got killed, and they all were memorizer of the Holy Quran. Okay, so and then let me tell you one more fact. If we talk about the first Caliph of Islam, Abu Bakr, he was the memorizer of the Holy Quran. The second Caliph, Umar bin Khattab, he was the memorizer of the Holy Quran. The third, Uthman, he was the memorizer of the Holy Quran. The fourth, Ali bin Abi Talib, he was the memorizer. There's all those all guys were great scholars, and they were memorizer of the Holy Quran. And there is a huge list of like Ubay bin Ka'b, Abdullah bin Masud. They all were memorizer. So there is a no chance of missing a one verse. Okay, so there is a no chance of missing one verse. Now the thing you are pointing out, and then let me tell you one more fact. Then I'm going to turn back to your point too. So you should have the whole. You should it should be in your knowledge the whole history. So it's not like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. He's saying something else, and other one is saying that he's going right side and he's taking the left. It's not like the Quran is. Yeah. So this process is very strong. Okay, okay, up to the day of judgment, nobody can beat this process. So now I told you that it's not only that the written. I told you that the Quran was written at the time of Prophet, and there is a musif. Musaf means there is a scripture available, and it was uh, saved by one of the Prophet Muhammad's wife. So she had that musif. So number one, number two, so many companions they were from the first verse to the last verse, they were memorizer. They memorized the whole Quran. Now what happened? Like Abdullah bin Masud. Later on, he went in other cities. Okay, in other area he visited. So the Prophet has gone. Okay, I mean gone means like he
He's dead.
he died. So
Hmm.
yeah. So after his death, so what was the process? The process was like in the time of the caliphate of Umar bin Khattab II. So he sent so many scholars like Abu Musa Ash'ari, Abdullah bin Masud. So they went in different regions like in Iran, Iraq, Sham, Syria, all around the world. So what they've been doing, they were making schools, and in those schools they were memorizing because they are memorizers. Like even today, I can give you an example. Like okay, so let's suppose I'm the memorizer of the Quran. Memorizer mean I'm not talking I'm a scholar. I mean like I memorize 6,236 verses of the Quran. Okay. Now I'm going to give you so many facts, unbeatable facts. I just want you to listen because I want to clear your concept. Then I'm going to turning back about Osman too. What happened really? I will turn back to. So let I'm right now I'm not getting to the point, but I know that. But I'm telling you I'm making a structure so you can understand. So your questions are going to die, or you are going to be solved. Yeah. So what happened? So that was the process. Like right now I'm just talking about the memorization of the Holy Quran. And let me tell you some facts of the Holy Quran. That Holy Quran is the only book in human history from Adam to the last person who will get
Yeah.
born and die. From the first person to the last person. Holy Quran is the only book on the planet Earth who has memorized in millions and millions. No other book in human history memorized by humans like that. Okay, let
Well,
me tell you one
this
more. Well.
memorization so far is a trouble, is a problem because of some of
No,
the
no, no.
questions that I'm about to ask you.
No
but
problem,
you
no
can
problem.
go on.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I will give you answer. I will give you. If I don't know, but to be fair, uh, I will avoid to add anything which I'm not sure. I mean, like if you ask me a question and I don't know, so what I can do, I will take your permission to answer you in the next time. Okay?
Sure.
Yeah. So if I know, I'm going to tell you. And we are going without references, yeah, because you're we are going very smoothly. I'm not saying, oh, open the Bible and you're saying, oh, open the Quran, where is the verse? No, we are going smoothly. If you should tell me something and if it's not in Islam, then I'm going to tell you that that's not we believe. If you tell refer something and it's in Islam, I'm going to tell you, yeah. So what does it mean? So okay. So right now there is a country, Pakistan. Okay, next to the India. In Pakistan, go to the Google. There are around 1 million memorization alive in human history. No book has.
Okay. Look,
Go to the
y-
Egypt.
y-
Okay, okay.
you're
Then I'm covering.
you're jumping all over the place. Let me
No,
read
no,
this
no. I'm coming
hadith
back,
to you.
bro,
Yeah.
bro. Yeah. Okay, I'm coming back. Okay,
Let's
I'm
discuss
coming back.
some of the hadiths and stay more on topic. Look, Abdullah bin Masud was mentioned before. Abdullah bin Amir, who said, "This is a man I still love, as I heard Muhammad saying, learn the recitation of the Quran from see Abdullah bin Masud is the number one guy. And you said that Abdullah bin Masud went into a different region and he was teaching, reciting the Quran over there. And other people went to different regions and they were teaching and reciting the Quran over there. And as a result of this, what happened? That's why they're like, look what this hadith is saying. So Uthman, at the time when the people of Sham and the people of Iraq were waging war to conquer Armenia and Azerbaijan, had Hafia was afraid of the people of Sham and Iraq. So it looks like the Iraqi territory is where Abdullah bin Masud was at, because it looks like he is commanding the people of Iraq to hold on to their Musahif, I think it's called. So he was afraid of their differences in the recitation of the Quran. Differences in the recitation of Quran. So Abdullah bin Masud went to one area, the other guy went to another area, and the two reciters are reciting the Qurans in two different areas, and then people are coming together from those two different areas, and it looks like they have different versions of the Quran. An issue came forth.
Okay, okay. Let me get to the straight to your question. Okay, before I was just telling you some different facts which you don't want. It looks you don't want because it's yeah, you don't. But I will talk back again about those facts.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
next we can always hold a topic of if Quran is the most memorized book on the planet. We can hold those topics. I have no problem
Okay.
with talking about that. But the thing is, jumping from there, and going off for 10 minutes and opening up 5 different topics, that's where it's like, hey, let's address one thing.
Okay. Let me get let me get into the point stage. So the thing is that as you mentioning that it was a matter of reciting. Okay, reciting. What is a recite and what is a pronunciation? He go to school, he go to school, he go to so the thing is the statement is going to be uh, going to stay the same. Never ever allow your daughter to swim into the deep sea water. Never ever allow your daughter to swim. And then they go to the bridge. Never ever allow your daughter to swim into the deep sea water. You got my point?
Yeah, I do
Water.
understand.
Yeah. So the
But do
Americans are
you think?
stupid.
But do you
Okay, let
think
me tell,
this? Do
brother.
you think this minor issue, this minor pronunciation type of recitation would actually cause a division within Islam, where Islam would actually split in two, like Jews
No,
and
no,
Christians
that's what
have?
you think. Okay. No, no. In Christianity, it's a totally blunder, and I will talk about that. Yeah.
No, well, this
Number
look,
one,
look,
no,
this is according to the Quran. I'm not to the Quran, to the Hadith, where look, if you let me continue to read this. So he said to
brother,
Uthman, "O chief of believers, save this nation before they differ about the book, as Jews and Christians did before." So now, if it's a matter of daughter or data, I don't think that people will actually split into two. But if it's a matter of you can marry your daughter and you cannot marry your daughter, you know, it's a whole different meaning. It's a contradictory meaning. Over that, people will split. So everything that I'm telling you, I'm getting from a hadith.
okay, okay. I'm gonna reply you.
Mhm.
So the thing is, the first of all, it's very clear. It was, I mean, like the problem was with the recitation, because the people from Iraq, even until now, I've been in Dubai for several years, and I talk to Egyptians and Iraqis. So let me tell you the current time. Yeah. So I've been talking to Egyptians. So we call mosque masjid wa andal masajida. Every Qari who recite the Quran, he speaks wa andal masajida. Okay, but that Egyptian guy, he was saying wa andal masajida. I said it's a masjid. He said no, it's masjid. So the Jim, so the G, he was, we say go. He said we say Gigi. So he said Gigi. So he was so the thing is, it was a matter of the only pronunciation. As per I
Okay,
listen,
do
listen.
you hate
Let me
that?
complete.
Yeah, I know, but quick question. Do you hate that person for actually saying it in that way?
No, 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 no,
Okay.
no. So
Okay,
the
so it
okay, let
shouldn't
me
cause
think.
the
Yeah.
division. Okay.
No, it's not a division. Let me tell you. So it's a matter of pronunciation. You say the daughter with the daughter. So whatever. So the thing is, the word has the same spelling, Daughter. Okay. So the word is not changing. Number two, the meaning is not going to be changed. So that they are referring that there is going to be a huge problem, as you mentioned, that it's going to be a huge problem, or chief. So here they were referring to the recitation, that people are going to be differ with each other. So like I told you, that they are going to be in conflict due to pronunciation. So that we need to do something. They said
But
masajida. He said
but that
masagida.
doesn't make sense though, because
No,
you said yourself you will not hate that person who is mispronouncing masjid. You said yourself that yes, he's mispronouncing, but it's not going to cause any hate to develop from within you towards him. So thus there will not be any division.
yeah, no. The thing is, until now, do you know? Until now, like the first surah. I mean, we open the Quran and the first surah. So do you? I'm telling you a fact. Up even now, so some people, they were reciting that in Asia, they say the last verse, the Surah Fatiha, chapter 1 and the last verse, غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Okay, so ask any scholar, like the, like in Arab countries, so they always pronounce wala dalin maghdubi, so with the voice of D. There are some school, they are teaching maghzubi with the Z, maghzubi, like with a maghdubi, it says a maghzubi, but the verse is going to be same. So then the scholars who are professional and that they know how to pronounce, they are still there. These things are also we sometimes we see. So yeah, it's a very mind. So the problem was, at that time people were having pronunciation differently. So I mean, so because Islam was spreading all around the world, so that was a problem that they faced, that people, even though they are Arab, like in Sham, Syria, Iraq, so they have a different pronunciation. Even right now, you have 5 English countries, they have different pronunciation, and even with the same word, he go to school, whatever.
I hear what you're
He
saying,
get
but the
out.
thing is,
Yeah.
please hear what I'm saying. The pronunciation does not
Mm.
cause division. Do you understand that, right?
Somehow
Pronunciation does
no,
not
no,
cause division.
No, no, let me tell you. Somehow, vision means like not in that way, but I mean, let me use the
The
word. I mean, like
division,
if,
the division according to Hadith was extremely big, where the whole Islam was to split.
oh, brother, how whole Islam was break. The verses are the same, 6,000 plus, not even one verse less or down. What are, and you were okay. Let me talk. Yeah, then I will forget the points. I will. Yeah, I'm sorry. I will forget the point. Now, one more thing. You were saying that the Prophet ﷺ, he recommend Abdullah bin Masud. Number one, if he recommend the Prophet ﷺ, he recommend, so for sure he's gonna be the best one, but it doesn't mean he's the only one. He doesn't mean like Prophet ﷺ, he also talks about the Ali bin Abi Talib related to the knowledge. He also talks about the Abdullah bin Abbas radiallahu ta'ala anhu. Okay, so what about the Abu Musa Shari? So if in one hadith Prophet ﷺ, he's saying Prophet ﷺ did not say that he's the final one and nobody beyond his. Number one. Number two, that it's not a one person. I mean, like it's a complete team of thousands of scholars and ashaba. And the first four we call them Shaykhan. And you are talking about taking things from Islamic perspective. Then I'm talking you telling you from the Islamic perspective that do you know that if you ask to the scholar that who are the top four scholars in Islam in as a companion of Prophet ﷺ, so they are going to tell you that the first four caliphs in everything in they were the best person of all times in companions. They were the highest scholars, so they call them Sheikh Khan, the first four caliphate. So even Abdullah bin Masud radiallahu ta'ala anhu, he doesn't come in Sheikh Khan. You understand? So the top four scholars. So number third is the Uthman. So it was only the matter of pronunciation. And let me tell you, the Uthman by himself was the memorizer of the Quran. So there is a no chance to add one verse or to skip one verse. Number one. Number two, it was a totally teamwork and with the witnesses. There is some, yeah. So even let's suppose I'm the Hafiz of Quran, okay? So someone come and he said that he's also Hafiz of Quran. So from head to toe, we match and everything is match. Not one pinch and dot more or less. So that about the totality of the Quran. Not so now. What about the? You said that it was a big one. So it looks like it's a big one. For what? Because of the pronunciation. Because it can create a conflict. This is the dota is an data. Dota, so it can create a conflict to recite in the recitation. Even not the and in Arabic is a language. If you recite in, I mean, like sometime it can change the meanings, like the word magic. So you say magic, that's it. So when you use and utilize in file maf'ul noun so when you yeah, so it can change the meaning if you are not going to pronounce correct, sahra or sihra. You just change sah to sih, it's going to change the meaning. So the thing is, whatever the pronunciation process was, they got learned from the prophet because he's the first one, the, the prophet ﷺ, who's going to teach everything. So now after like, and then one more fact is like maybe in recitation he got more chance, Abdullah bin Masud, to learn from prophet. And maybe in fiqh, in so many things like the law, the like the Ali bin Abi Talib, he was very famous that he what ask him any question and he's going to reply you in very detail. So different qualities, different companies, but then they have a team, they have advisory like what's how to deal with this thing. Like in one incident of Umar bin Khattab, he said that that's what it means. But the fourth caliph, he said no, that's the detail, and he gave the whole detail because he got information related to, because every single companion, all the time he was not with the prophet. Sometime he got knowledge, and some another companion, he came and he asked a question, so he has the information. So together. Now what about Usman radhiyallahu ta'ala anhu? Like we believe that we should not burn the pages of the Quran. Now some scholars say that if even now that if a book, I mean, like in a written form, so it's got totally damaged. I mean, like due to any reason. Okay, so these are the pages that the eternal word of the God is there. It's going to be there. Then physically we can memorize. Then it's in the written form. It can never be changed, and it's not going to be changed. So we can, yeah. So it's not a big deal to pronounce. Now, so what Usman Raziyallahu anhu did when he got this situation that it's happening. So they uh, so he finalized. He knows all the method of the different pronunciation, either what's in Iraq. And so when he saw this, so he standardized the recitation of the Holy Quran in one place. In one place, number one. Number two, yeah. I don't think so. It's a, yeah, it's a big deal raised by David
So
Wood.
you
Yeah,
don't
yeah, yeah,
you don't think
yeah.
it's a big deal if the number one reciter that was well commanded by Muhammad, if a Muslim wants to learn the
Okay,
Quran, they
okay.
go to
Let me respond to
Abdullah
this
bin Masud.
question.
I'm not
Let
done
me
with my
respond to
question.
this question.
I'm not done with the question yet. So you
Okay.
actually think that if a number one reciter so you think it's not a big deal if a number one reciter does not agree with the process and the Quran that's being produced or standardized? You think it's not a big deal?
First off, I don't say that the word produced should be there. Yeah. So
Standardized.
so the
Okay, sure.
yeah, standardized. Yeah, we cannot. I think about revelation produced, even it's a Bible or what. We cannot use this word. So the thing is, I, that's why I got you sometime. Then I forget the point. Yeah. So the thing is that. Yeah. So now you put the raise the point that one of the number one, the way you are saying number one is not like that. Number one, even I already gave I give you the uh, answer. He was not agree, I mean, about what, that maybe to standardized in one, you understand. But he was Usman Radhiyallahu Ta'ala anhu, he was worried about that, that if it's going, we are going to let it be pronounced according to the different dialects, and they are pronouncing the last revelation on their own way, then there's going to be a conflict and a problem. Yeah, like someone is going to recite Sahih is number one. Number two, that the Arabic people, they don't put vowels. So they don't put vowels. They don't need go to any. But even sometime in academic, they need to clarify the word. You understand? Like if we no matter what English someone's language, but if he's going to read the like the book of the Shakespeare or the highest level books in the language, in any language in the world, so they need to learn. They need to learn even the pronunciation and the meaning. So the thing is that even someone is born in an Arabic language and that's his native language, he need to learn the Quran. You understand? He need to learn not only the meaning, even the pronunciation. That's why I gave you an example that the Egyptian guy is a masjid. I say masjid. So because he's not a scholar and he don't claim that he know how to pronounce the Holy Quran. So if he go to scholar, then he can clarify. But in normal way, they break it down. They use idioms and slangs and change the pronunciation. That's in every single language happening. So the thing was that it was only the matter of just to put the standardize the Quran in one recitation, so people cannot be getting stuck in the problem. Even if someone was a scholar like Abdullah bin Masud, so in recitation, if he I mean like he knows all ways to recite, it's good for him, he's a scholar. But for normal people, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem that everybody is reciting, and it's not like the 100% that it's like that with every single verse. There are some verses that is going to be happen. Like I gave you one example that uh, do be a zubi, but the verse is the same and the meaning is the same. So they standardize the Holy Quran, and so they say that it's better because Islam is growing all around the world. So let's put it in one standard. So you pointed that why, yeah. So your point that he's the number one. Nowhere in the hadith it says that number one. As I told you, in all scholarly matter, the first fourth caliph, they are on the top.
Look,
Yeah.
this is the problem. This is the problem that we're having here in this whole entire story. Is uh, Abdullah bin Masud, he is okay. He's not the only one, and never the only one. No, the number one. Well, he's number one mentioned on the list. There's four. There's four other people here, as well. But
And let
Abdullah
me.
bin
Oh,
Masud is number one that's mentioned on the list. And see, the problem that we're having here is the one that is number one mentioned on the list disagrees with Quran that is popped or that is written down by the one who's not even on this list. He
okay,
disagrees.
brother. Okay, brother.
Do
I'm
you
sorry,
see
I'm
the
cutting.
do you see the
Yeah,
point? I mean,
brother.
it's
Let me.
a big deal, I think.
Okay, brother. Let me raise one more point, which is very important. Okay, because you are saying something, and that's not the case. Let me tell you one more thing. You see, that's a problem. I mean, so immediately I got this point. So do you know you are saying that the you say that Prophet ﷺ, he says that recite, learn the recitation. So the top guy is going to be Abdullah bin Masud, right? Learn the
He-
recitation,
He's
right?
he's amongst the top on the list. Yes.
For what?
For the recitation, if you want to
Ah,
know,
oh,
if you want to know the look recite by if you understand what recitation word means, it means the way it basically means speak. Recite is speak. So speak what? Speak a word in different pronunciation, or speak different words as well. So recitation, it just means speak. It doesn't, I don't apply a certain meaning of let's say how to speak. You do. You're saying that it's pronunciation only. I'm telling you that I don't think so, that it's pronunciation only, because pronunciation only does not cause division. It doesn't. It's like, okay, you pronounce potato, I pronounce potato, who cares? I know what you mean, and you don't distort the meaning. So like a pronunciation only does not cause a division, but a contradictory information. Well, let's say Abdullah bin Masud would say one thing, and Uthman said no. Abdullah bin Masud is incorrect in that one. It really is like this. That will cause division. That will cause division. So I personally think that number one, the differences is not really in the pronunciation, but in an actual different words. That's number one. Number two, why is Uthman not putting in place Abdullah bin Masud to compile or to write the Quran down? He's not putting Abdullah bin Masud in place. It's Abdullah bin Masud's place to do this. He knows the Quran. He is a top reciter of the Quran. He is not going to make any mistakes. But Uthman is putting a rookie in copying the Quran. He's putting a rookie, the person who does not really have much experience in Quran to start with. And there's an actual disagreement. Like, and according to this one right here, according to this hadith, look what Abdullah bin Masud is saying to the people of Al-Iraq. O people of Al-Iraq, keep the Musahif that is with you. It's probably the Musahif that is produced by Abdullah bin Masud, because he's from Al-Iraq as well. And conceal them. So Abdullah bin Masud, it looks like, is worried about that his Musahif is about to be destroyed, while him being the officially number one or one of the top recitators of the Quran.
oh, brother, wait. Let me tell you. There's so many things. Yeah. Number one, let me tell you that I am the student of. I'm learning English language. That's not my native language, and I'm also a student of Arabic language as well. So I properly learn the past, present. Yeah. So I learned the Arabic language too. Do you know you are right now? You have Sunnah.com. Do you know? Even I differ with this word. I just got to know at this point. Yeah. Do you know? I differ with this. The Prophet ﷺ, I'm differ with the translation you are putting. Whatever you are using Sunnah.com, and who put this translation in English, I don't know. The word whose, ahaza yahfuzu, whose, even it doesn't mean the recitation. Do you know that? Even it gives different meanings. So he put the meaning recitation, because I just see it says that yeah, it's gone. I mean, like, yeah. So the meaning of the hadith is that these are the four guys, and one of them is Abdullah bin Masud. He mentioned the Prophet ﷺ, he mentioned his name, the first guy, Abdullah bin Masud. Abdullah bin Masud, he was not only the guy only who know the best how to pronounce. He was also uh, the mufassir, the interpreter of the Holy Quran. He learned the meanings and what does it mean from the Prophet. Number two, if you say that if it's a differ to pronounce the Holy Quran, it's not only like it's not like that, because as I told you, Ali bin Abi Talib, he is there, Uthman, he's there, uh, so many scholars. So if you want to make a point, then you can say, well, there's a list of the companion of the Sahab, and they were scholars, and they had differ with Abdullah bin Masud. Hadith is not saying that. You are presenting a hadith in which you are in which we know that Prophet ﷺ, he mentioned that these are the four guys, because Prophet teach them a lot about the Quran. So the word whose means pakdo. Pakdo means that grab. I don't know what's going to be the proper word in English, but whose, even the word whose doesn't mean the recitation. That learn the recitation. It means that it simply means that learn the Quran, learn and understand the Quran, and get taught by these guys, and these guys, so it's going to be Abdullah bin Masud and Abu. Now Abdullah then Abu Musa Shari, he's also mentioned over there. It's not like that. That's this is the only why he's that's your interpretation. Nowhere we say that I mean, like, Abdullah bin Masud, he's the, I mean, like, there's so many, I told you. If you want to counter the argument, then you can present, well, here it is Ali bin Abi Talib, here is Abu Musa Sharif, here does. So they all totally differ with Abdullah bin Masud. So that's why it's not going well. Understand? It's not like that. The hadith is mentioning that learn Quran from these four guys, but it doesn't mean that the Prophet is stopping the people don't learn from the others ones. Does it say? If you say that this thing is not like that, then you are going to present the anti. I mean, like, the opposite
What I'm
statement
saying
that.
is then is that one of the person that the Muslims need to learn the Quran from, it does not agree with the person who's not even on the list. Who has more weight, the person who's on the list or the person who's not on the list?
Brother, I don't understand your way of thinking that who is number one and who. It's not like that. Who's number one and who's number two and who's number three. It's not like that. As I gave you a clear cut
Bro, there's
idea. Listen, brother.
we have specifically four people that Muhammad told the Muslims to learn the Quran from. Four people. I mean, sure, 100 other people will be on the list eventually, but the thing is, he mentioned top four. Now, if he mentioned top four, those top four, he trusts. He trusts that those top four, at least those people, they memorize the Quran in 100% correct way. So now, if there's any disputes, if there's any issues with the Quran, by default, people would go to those four, not really to Uthman or Zaid, but to those four. If they want to clear any confusion, they go to those four, because those four,
Okay,
they
let
have
me
a
clarify.
special
But
weight.
brother, you are missing one thing, and you are not paying attention with this simple thing. That's the thing that I mean, like, if you guys have very, I mean, like, so many things give a normal human brain cannot even consume those faith and doctrines, but with Islam you go very deeply. Wow, that's great. So so the thing is, that you are just mentioning about Usman radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, but you don't know that how what was the process, and how many people were there in the team. You understand? You are you are making like that Abdullah bin Masud versus all companions. It's not like that, bro.
Do
Even it's not
you
like.
understand the point that I'm trying to make? This is what I'm
I'm
trying.
I'm
What
trying
I'm
I'm trying to understand. You are saying that he's the number one, and you are presenting the number one. We don't like proceed like this, like number one and number two. It's not like that.
Okay, okay.
If
Let me
yeah.
then give you an example of the point that I'm making. If you don't want the number one, number two, look, there's let's say there's John and Jack. Okay, John and Jack. Both John and Jack are my friends. I told only to John. I told to John the proper way to build a house. To Jack, I did not tell him in details. I kind of just went over it very quickly. Just gave him a brief overview. But John has in detail information on how to build a house. Now then I go to the public and say, public, if you want to really know how to build the house in detail, you go to John. John has all the details that you need. And then later on, Jack, that has partial details, he decides to say, I know how to build the house, and he decides to standardize a process or instructions how to build the house. And then John comes to Jack and says, Jack, no, 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 no. What you're doing is incorrect. Your version of building a house is missing some key points. Now, the person who actually has all the details is John, not Jack. This is exactly the same thing. The person who has all the details about
Okay,
the
okay, wait,
Quran
wait, brother,
is
wait,
Abdullah bin
brother,
Masud,
wait,
not Uthman. But for some
brother,
reason, we see that Uthman is the one who's standardizing the text, and Abdullah bin Masud is disagreeing with the things
brother,
that he's
listen. Oh,
popping.
brother, listen. Oh, brother, listen. Brother, listen. That's not one. The example you gave me, okay, you were trying to make a sense. Uh, I disagree because in religion we don't make examples like that. The thing to understand is
You don't make
that
examples like what?
I mean, like in Islam we don't make examples like that. That's a John and yeah, because yeah. So the thing is that you are saying that you are giving example and you are the thing in even we if we take your example, okay. So let's suppose an I mean like you are saying that let me rephrase. The thing is that if we're talking about that these four as a school teacher someone, so I said these are the four best teachers, okay, of physics,
Sure.
okay. So it doesn't mean all others are the not best.
The best
Understand?
teacher,
So
the
so
best is
it's a
coming and saying
brother,
you're wrong.
listen, brother, listen. Number one, number two, that why Usman is Allah, because as a caliphate he had responsibility. That's why you see in the hadith that the people came to him and they put this thing, point out that this is happening. So in the Abdullah bin Masud radiallahu anhu, if he has a differ and he say we should not bound them. I mean like we should not standardize in one because the Quran. Uh, So, but his concern was that then it's going to be a problematic for as Islam is growing. So, as a caliphate, he pays his role. Number one. Number two, that this is pointed by non-Muslims. No scholars. I mean, like, so what about the? You are just pointing out that he different. You are raising this point. Even it doesn't make any sense to raise this point.
Why not?
It's not like someone, yeah, because it's not like the core. I mean, thing like that. They say that there are 6,000 verses, and they say no, the verses are the 5,500. It's not. You are totally talking about the recitation, and they say that they have differ. So they can differ. But so the differ was in that not to standardize. Understand?
This
What was the diff?
it is
Brother,
a
listen,
it is
listen,
a
listen.
big deal because
Oh, brother,
conceal them
listen.
is probably the correct true Quran.
Correct true Quran nahi. The Quran is the same, and with thousands of
It's not the same.
hundreds of alive memorized at that time, and millions right now, about like 5 million memorized. So that's not the way you are putting. I mean, it's not like that. The according to a such that a guy who 200 years back, sorry, some years, I'm not sure about the how many years ago, he collected the Bible from all around world, and he collected 70,000 Bibles, and no two were match. So you are putting, and you're, I don't know what you are trying to do. So we should move that. So I tell you that it's, and not in the history of the last I mean in the history of the Islam. So it never happened that the scholar they came, oh well, it's changed. They never raised this point even, because they know as a caliphate he had responsibility. No scholar, no scholar in any Fasir Quran, he raised a point. Oh well, it was yeah. So we know what we got. We know what we have. We know how the proof we have 50 million, 5 million more than Allah who fast. And if there was a recitation difference, it's not a big deal. Even in sometimes in to understand the meaning, because as I told you that people do differ. Like one Mufassir do differ. Even in the even one I mean like Mufassir Quran has can do differ with the other Mufassir. So they both present together. Now what about the Musaf? Musaf means, then according to this hadith, it's mentioned that the Abdullah bin Masud radhiyallahu anhu, how they told the people of the Iraq, you can carry on, you can have this Musaf. You are not understanding. If they are, the book is, the scripture is there. Okay. So the matter is to standardize in one recitation. You are not. It's a very simple thing to understand. To recite in one. So Musaf is going to be there. Musaf is going to be there. The revelation is not going to get vanished anywhere. The revelation is there. They are the memorizer. Abu Musa. So if you want to make an argument, even on this very in this topic, then you can present like the Abu Musa Ashari, he's also in the same list that learned from them. He didn't. We don't see any objection from him. You understand? Uthman by himself he learned the Quran. He just standardized. I don't know what's raising you. What's the point that you are digging and digging, and then what are you going to
I'm
learn?
sorry.
Your
Repeat it again.
point should be
Who did not give any objections? Did you say Abdullah didn't give any objections?
Abu Musa. I said that in the list. Okay, so the companions like the Abdullah Prophet in this hadith, he's talking about that these are the best guys. These are my words. I mean, I'm giving you. I mean, in simple words. So these are the guys uh, to learn from the Quran.
And one of the
And Abu
best is
Musa,
objecting. One of the best
yeah,
is objecting.
no, yeah, and Abu Musa Shriz are also there. And it's not doesn't mean, it means that these are the four guys to learn the Quran, learn the verses are in all way, not only one meaning, because the word whose doesn't mean recitation only. And let me tell you, if you open, I don't know which translation you are using from sunnah.com, from who did this translation, because I know both languages. I'm student, at least I don't know, I don't say I'm a expert, I'm a minor student. So even I know Haza, yeah, I can give you the whole window where the word whose is coming in. And I think if you pull up another translation, then I'm sure that they because even in my language, uh, I the word whose means that learn Quran from this the word whose Quran whose, and in fact the literal meaning, even let me tell you, whose mean to grab. Even let me tell you the straightforward literary meaning, like pakarna means like in English it's going to be grab it.
Yeah.
But
In other words, what
the
I'm saying
word part,
is understanding,
yeah,
reciting, teaching, understanding.
teaching,
Yes.
understanding, like
So
that.
I
It's not
agree
just
with
only
I
the
agree with you,
recitation, yeah.
but the thing
So
is,
the
again,
purpose of the, yeah,
I keep
and
on pointing out to you that the top person that has the understanding does not agree with the standardization.
Brother, listen. Then
It's basically the
if
exactly the same thing as if in
Banda,
Christianity,
yeah,
let's say there's Peter and John, both are disciples of Jesus Christ, and Matthew. And Jesus has made Matthew to be a scribe, or the person who's going to be teaching the gospel. And all of a sudden, Jesus goes to the Father, and Peter starts to produce a copy of the gospel that, Jesus never told him to produce, but he has given that job to Matthew. And Matthew would be coming out in the public and saying, Peter, it's not your job to produce, it's my job to produce, so let me do my job. But Peter will not listen to what Matthew is saying, and he would produce a gospel of his own that would not agree with the gospel that Matthew was writing. This is very similar thing, where Uthman is producing something that Abdullah, the top reciter, the top teacher, the one who gives understanding to the people of the Quran, he does not agree with, and Uthman is producing that copy.
oh, brother, it's not like that. The example you gave me, it's a totally I disagree with you.
I know
We are
that you
talking,
disagree with me, but this is literally
yeah.
what the story is saying.
No, brother, you are pushing, and you are. It's not like that. What you understand, and you're pushing something.
No,
The
it's
thing
the
is,
story. Bro, it literally,
yeah,
if I were to read,
yeah.
I can show you a few things. Like, let's say, look, Abdullah bin Nasud, Abdullah, in case you disagree, send some manuscripts, some written copy. Okay, so where's it at? Where's this? Where Abdullah bin Masud says that he does not agree with informing just look, what is this? So as Zuhri said, Abdullah bin Uta informed me that Abdullah bin Masud disliked Zayd bin Tabid copying the Musahif, and saying to you, O you Muslim people, I am removed from recording the transcription of the Musah, and it is overseen by a man, by Allah. When I accepted Islam, he was but in the loins of the disbelieving men. So he's pointing to the lack of experience, and Abdullah bin Masud says that this Zayd should not be the one who's copying the Quran. He has no experience in Quran. That's what he's saying here, and then he continues on with, and it was regarding this that Abdullah bin Masud said. So it was regarding this that Zayd doesn't have experience in Quran. So it was regarding the experience where Abdullah bin Masud said, "O people of Al-Iraq, keep the Musahif that are with you and conceal them." So the people of Al-Iraq already had a written down Quran. It was not standardized, but they had a Musahif. And the Musahif that was about to be standardized, it looks like is different from the people, what people Al-Iraq had. So Uthman, according to this again, look what Uthman is about to do. So Uthman returned the copy. So Uthman sent every Muslim province one copy of what they had copied, and ordered that all the other Quranic materials, whether written in fragmentary manuscripts or whole copies, be burned. So this whole copy, and this right here, Musahif, is the same thing. This whole copy of the Musahif that Al-Iraqi has, they're supposed to conceal those whole copies because Uthman is coming after them. So everything that I'm telling you, I'm literally getting from this story. I'm literally reading this story in a literal way and asking questions. Yes, I know
Okay.
it's hard to answer,
So
bro. I know, but
no. Brother, it's very easy to okay. So I have a question for you. I want to know that what's your understanding?
Bibian, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're just popping some music over there. Okay, so Kash, what was your question again?
My question is that so over here we see that Abdullah bin Masud radiyallahu anhu, he said that he said to the people of Iraq that you can keep the Musaf. So here we see. I mean, my question is, do you think that there was difference? That's your point,
It's
brother.
a different.
Again,
Look, according to the
uh,
beginning, it's a different. Look here. So the people of Sham and Al Iraq. So and Abdullah said to the people of Al Iraq to keep the version that they have. So those two nations, they had different forms of recitation of Quran.
okay.
So they're different.
Brother, are you honest or yeah, you are trying to understand or not?
What kind of question was that? I'm literally showing you what the
Listen,
text
brother,
says.
listen.
I know it's hard
Listen.
to put
Brother,
together,
it's
but
not hard. It's
bro,
not hard.
it's
I don't know. Maybe it's hard for you. Even I think if I'm gonna talk to a baby, he will gonna get to know what I'm talking.
you keep on
Listen,
pointing
brother,
to the
listen, brother.
pronunciation. Pronunciation doesn't cause division or split. It doesn't.
Even I don't know. Okay, I mean, my point is, even you can I can read, you can read. You are presenting that the word recitation, and before you told me that what is a recitation. Okay, what is a recitation?
Speak.
So now listen, yeah, to speak. Okay, Wallahu ahsanul khaliqin.
Yeah, you
Okay,
just recited.
so verse is going to be same. So Abdullah bin, because that should be, at least we should be fair. We cannot say, oh, this and that, and jumping in, and the audience is going to be confused. Oh, that. So the thing is, the preservation of the Quran, nothing can beat this. Nothing, bro, nothing. Hundreds of companions, they were memorizer. You understand?
Yes,
Here,
and
the
Abdullah was
subject
one of them
is
too.
about, yeah, Abdullah and Uthman, he was a memorizer. Okay. First two Caliph, third and the four, Ali bin Abi Talib and Abu Musa Ashari and Abdullah, they all were I mean, memorizer. So where the question arises from, where, ask yourself, being a honest person, from where you are getting, because you lie here somewhere. You lie, so I need to, yeah, point out. Because you just say that, well, that was different. Brother, the recitation, you are looking, you can see with your eyes that the word is recitation. Recitation, the verse is going to be same. Allahu Samad. Either it's a Musaf in the Iraq, or there is in the
Recitation is
Musaf.
speaking, whether
Yeah.
speaking
Number one.
high or
Number two,
by,
listen.
it's
Number two,
speaking.
yeah. Number two, yeah. It's so many years that I've been studying, but yeah, now I'm. So you are helping me. Thanks for that. You yeah, here I just see that because I read that one of the Prophet Muhammad's wife, she had that the Musif. I don't know what's going to be the proper word in English for Muslim, because in my language I know Muslim mean, yeah, you can say that
Menu text or the scriptures.
no, it's
Manuscripts.
not gonna, no, yeah, manuscript maybe, not manuscripts. It's not plural, one,
Manuscript.
because
Okay, sure.
yeah, one manuscript, yeah. So Prophet is the, yeah, he's the memorizer. Then he teach so many companions, and they are all memorizer without any difference. Okay, so now uh, so one difference can be like, maybe Abdullah bin Masud, he got a lot of opportunity to learn the Quran, the meaning, what does it mean. I'm not talking about over here the memorization. Like memorization is a memorization, a quick whatever the example, a quick brown fast jump over the lazy dog. So that's an English statement, whatever the statement is. So statement is going to be same. Okay, so when say, okay, so there is a state one statement, and word by word memorized by 1,000 people. Okay, so whatever so it's going to be word by word. Yeah. So it's going to be word by word. So never been, yeah, like as a, like in any memorizer of the Holy Quran, he differ. No, I know more verses than you, and he said no. So it's not. It never happened. So and then I mean, yeah. So the written form Quran, which was compiled at the I mean, it was written, the manuscript. It was then Prophet Muhammad Sallam, one of his wife I mentioned before. I just see the name Hafsa maybe. So she had that. So they they already have at the time of Prophet. Okay, so they already have now. So who can change and who can increase and who can decrease even a one verse? And there are hundreds of ashabs, and they are teaching of then to memorize. I'm not talking about the learning. So so yeah, you got my point. So you say no, that was a different Quran, it got banished. Brother, nowhere it says that. That uh, Ask yourself that Usman Zilzalo, he has that Mus'haf, the manuscript. Here the you are raising the point related to that is citation. Ask yourself. So the problem, you should know it's a big problem. Okay, let's say it's a big problem. But what's the reason? Either they're adding or increasing or decreasing the verses? Nope. You know that.
No, that's the
Because
thing. I
some
actually think that they are
recitation.
changing the verse because
A brother,
again,
no.
right here they were afraid it's gonna cause a division within Islam.
Oh,
Like
brother,
I
that is, brother,
there's
listen.
this
Brother,
aspect.
listen.
Do you
Brother,
really do you really think that if I were to say potato and you were to say potato, we would be so hating on each other that we would be splitting the Islam? Do you really think that's the case?
brother, normal people. I'm not talking about the scholar. They can, yeah. They can fight even with each other on the pronunciation.
But
Yeah,
people
you don't know,
people
but it
generally
happened. Yeah.
generally speaking, people understand the dialects. They understand that a pronunciation of one is going to be different of the other. Even I speak in English, but because my first language was Russian, my English is not as, pronunciation clear as an American would
Mm,
speak.
mm.
So now, do you think that American will be hating on me because I don't speak English in the same way they
No, it
pronounce
doesn't
it?
make any sense. No, no. Let me tell you,
But this
brother.
is what you keep on telling me.
When you are gonna do on the behalf of like as a religious matter, and you say that, and you are gonna start different that in, yeah, you say no, well, in my, because you are going to pronounce a revelation, then it matters. Understand? Because it matters. In normally it doesn't matter. Okay. So
Okay, so
as a, yeah.
you're telling me that, let's say God gave a revelation to John.
Mm,
John stands up on a stage and says, "God told me that we will have a lot of potatoes tomorrow." And then
mm.
all of a sudden Peter stands up from the audience and says, "No, this is not the word of God because you said potato. You're supposed to say potato. If it's potato, it's from if it's from God. But if you say potato, it's not from God." Do you really think that's the case?
Brother, listen now. Now that's the let me reply to you. The thing is, the revelation we are going to I mean like uh, we recite every day. Okay, so under one imam he's reciting. Okay, we are going to recite. So in the different Arab religions, oh, so sorry, different Arab regions, so everyone is going to pronounce according to their dialect. Words are going to be there. So it's going to be, because it's a religious matters. Yeah, so they're going to be like in doubt what's going on. He's pronouncing like that. And I'm so because it's a religious matter, so we need to, that's why it need to be a standardized. You see, I don't see, but I don't know why are you pulling it a lot and this. And so it's laugh in, I mean, like in religious point of view, yeah, normally you don't know. Okay, like someone is as a teacher, he's uh, teaching something, so he's more responsible that according to academic, and he's going to go properly. You understand? So as compared to that, that whatever we are cutting the language and using, yeah. So in normally it doesn't matter, but when it comes to the like religious matter and everybody want to have the perfect thing and the correct, I mean like correctly, and so it matters, yeah. So in this sense it matters. It's not like that only that, yeah.
I,
Like you say that
I
your
think you
example
see.
doesn't fit
I,
over here.
I think you see the points, and I think you see that it doesn't really matter in religious or in general concept. Because again, if John is gonna say we're gonna eat potatoes tomorrow, and then Peter's gonna stand up from the audience and say, no, that's not the word of God because you said potatoes. It needs to be potatoes. That doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't make sense. So, like in religious aspect or in general aspect, a pronunciation simply does not cause division. Why? This is just how you say it. This is how I say it. But the meaning is the same. But what causes a division is when you mean one thing and I mean another thing. That will cause a division. You understand, right?
Okay, let me give
Do
you
you
an
under,
example as I.
do you understand this,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I understand. Let me give
So
you the
why
example related to
why
the
do you keep on
division. Listen, listen,
why do you
listen,
keep on sticking
listen,
with a pronunciation if you understand this fact?
brother. Listen, listen. Like, do you know in Asia? Hello.
Sorry, I was breathing.
Bibian is warming up. He's probably going to ask you a question soon.
Okay, let
I
me
honestly,
know.
I have zero clue what the hell y'all are talking about. I'm trying to catch up.
we read some hadiths and we're trying to understand why did Muhammad's top Quran reciter, or one of the top Quran reciters, did not agree with the process of Quran standardization that Uthman has done, and that did not agree with the text that Uthman has popped as well.
Not the
Uh,
text. That it's only the recitation. That's it.
Well, according to Cash,
No,
recitation
no,
from a
brother. Listen,
standpoint
listen,
of
listen,
view
listen, listen.
of
Brother, listen,
pronouncing
listen, listen,
words.
listen,
According to
listen, listen.
me, recitation is speaking. You can pronounce words in a different way, or you can completely say different words.
Yeah. So the thing is, it's only the matter of recitation, and the hadith you mentioned at the top, and you made a structure that these are the top guys, and you. So in that hadith, even it has nothing to do with the connection with the that. So because it's Prophet ﷺ, he's just mentioning that these are the guy. If you want to learn the Quran in all way, in the meaning and the so these are the top guys. And even the name of Ali bin Abi Talib is not there. So it's I mean like it's just to point out uh, those four uh, sahabas. Okay, so that's it. It doesn't mean that yeah. So like even in ahadith and other ahadith that in the interpretation of Abdullah bin Masud is one of the I mean top, and then the Ali bin Abi Talib radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. Then so it's not like that the way you are measuring, and it's not like that. The simple thing is you are raising a point. It's simply if you want to understand is this, that the point is that if they say you say that it can be a big deal, that so it can be a big deal because like I said to even today I see that in Asia people say the Lazzalin, okay. So let's suppose I visit a mosque and they are reciting, okay. So they are reciting Lazzalin. So I'm gonna talk to him that well brother, because I know the language and I learn proper the recitation system, so it's going to be Laddalin or Lazzalin, and check it out every Qari, so it's going to be Laddalin. So recitation, it was a matter of recitation, number one. Number two, you add a lie, and the lies, it's not a small lie. No matter how many things I present to you, that there is no chance to add or decrease one verse. Okay, let me complete. There is no chance add one verse or to decrease one verse, okay. So this is all, it doesn't make any sense. Now we should talk about the Bible too, yeah, because there are so many blunders and so many unknown authors, and you there's going to be a challenge, yeah. So I'm going to give you an offer, and it's up to when I'm alive, I'm going to give $5,000. Anybody in 1.7 billion Christians who is going to recite the Bible, Old Testament and the New Testament, and it's forever challenge. $5,000. Okay, $5,000. Get together, help each other, and you are 1.7. Just produce one memorizer of the Bible, lifetime challenge, and come. I'm going to and if the Bible is going to be according to you, you choose KJV, Revised Standard Version, or the Roman Catholic version, which has some more books than the KJV produced by the King James. Yeah, whatever you like. So Old Testament and the New Testament, if from the first one to the last one, if you any language, another challenge. Because you have so many translation, more than two translation, 2,000. So
Okay.
you
And
anybody
if it's gonna take a week to tell you the whole Bible, are you gonna stay online for a week to hear it
yeah,
out?
yeah, brother, not for a week. I say up to
Bible's
when.
pretty big, you know this, right?
Okay, so Bible is pretty big. I know.
People read the Bible
How,
usually in a year. It takes a year to read the Bible. You know this, right?
brother, that's not the fact.
Hey,
Let
you
me
know what's
tell you.
funny? It's funny you're talking about this. I was actually literally doing the math on this today. Like, how long it takes to read the Bible. You know, like, well, it's all about how long, how much you want to read and how long you can read, that type of thing.
Mhm.
But if you like, let's say, apparently the average reading level in America is somewhere between seventh and eighth grade. They said at that comprehension or that reading level, if you just sat down and read the Bible, it would take you about 2 days, and that's literally if you didn't sleep or eat or stop to like. So, obviously people take longer because they don't just read straight, for 24 hours straight. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was just thinking about it. It's like, I don't know. It still doesn't feel like it's that crazy. I've read the Bible a few different times. I've never been on like a straight, like I'm gonna read this thing straight, but maybe I should.
Well, the
No,
New
no,
Testament
brother.
you should at least. In the Old Testament, there's a lot of rules and laws that are not really applicable
No,
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 to
brother.
us.
that's your opinion.
It's not my
Uh,
opinion. I can talk to
no, no,
about
brother.
this, sure,
Brother,
but
did you know what I said? I just want to make sure what was my claim, because I was rewarding $5,000. Yeah, anybody. I mean, like, did you get what I said?
yes, I did. But the thing is,
What I said? Can you rephrase what I said?
your challenge is silly.
What
Because
is
What
it?
you
was my?
said you
I'm
said
confused.
I'll give anyone $5,000 if
Uh-huh.
that person would memorize and recite the whole Bible to you. So I asked you then a
Yeah.
follow-up question. Bible is big. It's gonna take a week to recite the Bible to you, and
Okay,
BBN
okay. I
said
got it now.
full straight 48 hours. So are you really gonna stay up full 48 hours to double check that the person really is reciting and memorized the Bible quite well?
Yeah, are
The
you?
challenge you popped
Okay.
is
Okay.
you won't be able to verify your own challenge. There's no
I
way
got
to
two
verify it.
questions. First question
Run.
is, what's the other guy's name? What's your name, buddy?
Cash.
Cash.
Cash. All
Uh-huh.
right, Cash. What's your book?
Quran.
Quran. Okay. Can you say that you can recite the entire Quran?
Yeah. Of course.
Damn.
You remember the whole Quran?
No, bro. No. Memorize.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not talking about remember. I mean, like, if you want me from, let me tell you. Okay,
Okay,
that's a very
what is
interesting.
recite? Read?
Yeah.
Okay, you can read the Quran. Okay, I can read the Bible.
yeah.
No, 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 brother. It's a different. Let me tell you, because I mean, like, you have KGB, the famous translation. So the I mean, like, I'm not native Arabic, so it's a big deal. You don't know even. Yeah, it's a big deal to everybody. Yeah, and
So okay,
pronounce
you can
correctly.
read the
Yeah.
Quran in Arabic. So the big deal is you studied another language that I haven't studied. And because
No,
of
no,
that, you
no,
can
no.
now recite the Quran. And hold on, you said 7,000 people can recite the Quran. Are you saying from a memorization standpoint of view, or are you saying from a reading Arabic standpoint of view?
Okay. Now listen. Brother, before I was talking about the memorizer, like I'm not. Okay, so they are totally two different things. Let me clear one, and then yeah. So the thing is that the recitation, I mean, like, let me tell you one more fact that everybody, like my wife, is not capable. Okay, I mean, like, I know that. So she need to learn how to pronounce. So and then maybe she one chapter she recite, and I can figure out so many errors in recitation and in pronunciation too. So I'm going to correct her. This is not like you're going to pronounce like that. So then there are rules and regulation that how we should, yeah. So that's related to the reciting. So that's a fact that everybody cannot. Even an Arab. Let me tell you one more thing. Even an Arab, he need to learn first. Not it's a big deal. Okay, for years. I mean, like 1 to 2 weeks, he can learn very good, and he will be like in front of a qari. If he read, recite, and he will tell, yeah, are you reciting correctly or not. So that's related to the recitation. So now, like if I'm going to recite, I can recite very fast, and I hope I can, like if I recite scholar like Kari, so he will, yeah, uh, he knows that I'm reciting correctly or not, and I can recite correctly and fastly too. Number one. Number two, before I was talking about the bro memorization. Like I mentioned you, like that's the only book in human history, only book that who have memorizer in if we count, I don't know, God knows better, but it's going to be more than like maybe 30, 50 million in 1400. So right now, who are alive, we can talk about it because so only in Pakistan, go to Google, chat, yeah, anywhere. So it will let you know because I know that. So and the age one more factor is very important that we have a kid. I mean, like at the age of 7, so he's the memorizer of the one. There are 114 chapters. So there are 6,236 verses. Okay. So now I'm going to talk about the Bible too. That how many verses, and you say, oh well, it's a problem, and I have Saturday and Sunday off. So if someone you bring, yeah, I'm here. I'm going to stay. Yeah, no problem. So first we will finish the Old Testament, and then we will finish the New Testament that I can verify he knows. Yeah, yeah, word by word,
You're an
the
interesting one.
whole. Yeah. So they are like according to current status, only in Pakistan there are around 1 million alive, and their ages are from like 7 to 70 years. Okay, so from age of, yeah, so they are the only one, around 1 million. They say approximately 800,000 to like 1 million only. But then the number second is Egypt. They have also like 500,000 memorizers. Then all around the world, so it's going to be like 30 million memorizers alive on earth of one book. Okay, so there is no other book in human history who has this. Yeah, and that's a miracle. Can you imagine? Yeah. Can you imagine a kid with eight? You say, oh well, who can do this and that? Well, can you imagine a kid in India or Pakistan and any other country, and that's not his even that he don't know what's the meaning of Muladal. He don't know. He memorized. Who gives this power to memorize? 6,236 verses and around 500 pages, depending on the. What?
Memorizing sounds that you do not know what they mean, I think is kind of useless. So who would give that power to do?
They mean
I don't know
no
if God
no
will
no
give
no
anyone
brother,
a
listen,
power
listen,
to
listen.
memorize something that is not beneficial to them at
Yeah,
all.
brother, no, listen. It give you a very tough time even in our native language, and the language which is not our uh, native, and to memorize a whole book, you don't know. Yeah, you I don't know you even you can feel this or not. It's a
I don't
big deal,
understand. What are
bro.
you saying right now?
He's
Hmm?
trying to say that memorizing sounds is a miracle, especially when people memorize the sounds that they don't understand what they
No, no,
mean.
not
It's
the
a
sound.
miracle.
No, no,
Well, sounds
brother, not the sound. No,
sounds.
no, not the sound.
If you don't understand the language, to you it sounds. If you understand the language, then you understand the sounds. But if you don't understand the language, then to you it's only sounds. So let's say me, I'm going to be speaking in Russian. Здравствуйте, как у вас дела? So whatever I just said to you
I
is
love that.
nothing
That's
more
delicious.
than a sound. But to me, since I know what those sounds mean, it's a language.
Right. And that was a delicious dessert. I've heard of it.
Yeah, so like in the case of Bible, like
You gotta learn Russian, bro.
John, like yeah, like John 3:16, yeah. So I remember that it's been, let me tell you, like I think more than 10 years ago. I remember this verse. So first I remember this verse in one. That's a one verse. Uh, so I remember in Arabic and in my language and in English too,
English?
that for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believe in him shall not perish but have an everlasting life. Now in Arabic, so English is not my native. So the same way, it's not only the sound. I know the meaning too. So قد أحب الله العالم كثيرا حتى قدم ابنه الوحيد, like لكي لا يهلك كل من آمن به بل تكون له الحياة الأبدية. So that's John 3:16 in Arabic. So even they put the word Allah, قد أحب الله العالم. They did not put the word Yahweh. That's the way they play games. So to attract the people. So when in English, so you see the for God, and then when you see the Arabic, they put the word Allah for قد أحب الله العالم. So the point is, you don't have, you cannot produce one. And let me tell you how many verses. Yeah, I can tell you. I can dig it down deep. If you and I'm going to give you tell you one more thing. So the Holy Quran has 6,233 verses, right? Now, how many verses the Bible has? So in Bible we have Old Testament and we have New Testament. Okay. So I'm not talking about how many chapters are. Yeah. So how many verses? Let's say get to the straight point that I told you that 6,000 plus, and over here how many we have? We have 31,000. Okay, 31,000 and some. So there are more than 30,000 verses in the Bible now. So if we compare, it looks bigger. Now there's one more thing, like what I mean, like if we I mean, like it's approximately three times more. It looks five times more, but it's not five. You understand? Because let's say
6 times 3 is 18, 6 times 5 is 30. Looks
No,
like it's
yeah.
5 times.
Five times, yeah. It looks like five times, but in measuring it's not, because I mean, like Kashe, I'm trying to sleep. Like I mean,
Man, even math suffers under Islam. Even math suffers.
brother, math doesn't suffer. You okay? Let me give you the
Bro,
response.
you just said 6 times 3 is 30.
Brother, that you see, that's the thing. You if you don't understand a thing, then you make your opinion and you are totally wrong. Let me clear you right now.
Okay.
Yeah, right now I can prove you. So when because you listen half and you jump and you create an idea, so I'm going to pull one brick and your whole building is going to collapse.
Okay.
6,000. Okay, I'm giving you a main idea. So let's suppose 6,000, and the other hand we have 30,000, right? So it's going to be five times more, right? Okay.
I mean, according to the true math, yes.
Yeah, according to the maths. Now the thing is, like, let's suppose one verse in the Quran is longer. It's longer, okay? So like, let's suppose a verse in the Bible, okay? You can take any verse. So we say that John 3:16. So chapter 3 and the verse number 16. So let's suppose whatever the verse in the Bible, it says he go to school. So that's one verse. So if we take a one verse from the Quran, and it's going to be, I mean, like three times larger verse. So in that meaning, the idea is it's three times. You understand?
Okay, well, thank you so much for explaining the another meaning that is not within the context. Because within the context, the meaning within the context is how many verses in Quran, how many verses are in the Bible. So in a proper way, in the Bible, it has 6 times more verses than the Quran. But now an interpretation out of context with added information such as the size of the verses, then yeah, sure, we
Yeah,
get
yeah. So
different
let's
results.
yeah, yeah.
I don't
Different
understand what the
only
point of
it's
this
the
is.
same. It's the
It's
same.
just
Now let me clear you a
Islamic
bit
math.
more. I mean, no
I mean,
Islamic
what does
math.
it
No.
mean? What is it like? What's like? What is this equal to? What is this like? What is your point?
It's just it's very very miraculous that people were able to memorize the Quran because God is behind it, but people are not able to memorize the Bible because God is not behind that. That's
One
basically
point
the
is
whole
that,
point
and
that
number
he's
two, and
making.
number two. Let me clear this a bit more, and then I'm
Is
going to
that
give
what
you
you're
one.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the point too. Number two point is that you said, oh well, you are giving a excuse, oh well, because the Bible is bigger. So let me clear that this point too, that if when I say that six
I
thousand
never
verses
said
and
that.
we have, yeah, yeah.
I
Listen,
never
I
said
can
that.
I can tell, yeah. What
You can
what
tell. Okay. Okay.
yeah.
I'd
So
like to talk a little bit about this because like now that I'm trying to understand what's going on here. So
uh,
you're saying people memorize the Quran, but they don't
mm,
memorize the Bible. That's your point?
yeah, that's one of the point too.
Yeah. Well, I just
Now
want to
now
start.
the
I just want to talk about that point for a second, so I can make sure
okay,
that
okay,
it's
okay.
like that's I mean that's probably not true. I mean, like I would say they're probably equals. What I mean, like one can memorize or whatever. Someone does. That's just not true. It's just simply not true. Like, what are you talking about? Like, people memorize things or people don't memorize things. And even if there is some weird, like you got like a Guinness Book of Record you can point to that even proves this point at all. Like, what are you even saying?
How?
Yeah, how do you know that? How do you know no one's ever memorized the Bible and everyone people have memorized the Quran? How do you even know that?
Brother, I gave you very simple thing. I gave you very simple thing. If you want me from my around, I can present you 10 right now. 10 people. Open
You
the
can what?
Quran.
Okay.
10 people who are the memorized from around me, from my neighborhood only. So all around the world,
I don't
yeah,
care about the people. I'm talking about something I can
yeah,
actually look. I can look and see. I
yeah.
can't go to
So
your neighborhood.
then I gave an offer, and the reason is uh more than 3 million alive who follows the Quran versus zero. Bible who fast, memorizer, zero. And I
How do
said,
you know
present me.
that? How do you know that though? Is what
Okay,
I'm
okay.
asking you.
So I'm telling you, I know whatever the reason I know. So that's why I
That's
offer.
not an answer to anything. No one should
No,
ever
no, no,
listen to you
brother,
ever.
brother, listen. Bro. Listen, it's a lifetime journey, bro. I'm saying lifetime, bro. You say, how do you know?
How do you know? Yes, say
Bro,
it. Like say the reason.
okay. So I can conquer this. That present me only one. If I don't know, okay, I may be wrong. Okay, no problem. Prove
So
me
you're just
wrong.
saying
That
this is your opinion?
no, it's not. It's a fact. It's not opinion.
How?
It's a fact.
If it's a fact is something that is known to be true. So tell me how I can know this to be true.
It's fact in his
Brother,
mind.
no, no, it's not. Brother, listen.
If it was fact, you could just tell me how it's fact.
Brother, listen. I mean,
I'm
like
listening. Tell me.
yeah,
Tell me how it's fact.
yeah. So the fact is, like I told you that there are 3 million. Okay, 3 million live people who have memorized the whole Quran from the first verse to the last verse, and they're going to start from the first verse up to the last verse, 114.
Who is these three? Are you saying there's 3 million people that where
Yeah,
these numbers are coming from?
like what?
Imam teaching. Imam teachings.
No, no. Imam teaching nahi hai, bro. It's not Imam teaching. Okay, okay.
Where'd you
Right
get
now
this
we have.
information from?
Yeah, that's all I want to know. Like, where is this
Okay,
coming from? Ask me a question. I'll show you how to answer. Like, ask me a question.
so you are talking about the source. That how do I know?
Yes, how do you know? Like, you keep saying these things. First of all, there's no way for you to know if there's a Christian or anyone. It doesn't even have to be a Christian. If there's someone who can recite the Bible verbatim, you don't know that. And if it's, let's say it's not possible, then that means it's not possible for them to recite your book either, unless your book is super, super tiny or something. It's like, but like the point is like they're like, how do you know this? How do you like where are you getting this
Okay,
information?
okay, okay. I got you. So I mean, like, uh, write it down, check how many people have memorized, put the question to the chat gpt, put that to the google, you will get the answer. Number one. Number two, practically. So that's the, like, how do I know that? Okay, so I have a question, like, how do I know that we have the human population alive right now, like they are more than 7 billion? How do we know that there are 1.7 billion Christians on earth? How do we know
Well,
that
how
the
do we
what's the
know that?
distance? How will you know?
That's very well. That's very easy. One, we don't know
Uh-huh.
that number is solid because that's an estimate. We obviously that's not like we're like this is guaranteed the exact amount of people, but we can do with population size. With the, I mean, we keep track of a large amount of people. Then we can go from all. I mean, like obviously the places we don't know it's indigenous. Like we can do what the numbers we do. We enter that into equations and we come out with our number.
Yeah, yeah,
But the
yeah.
point the point is no. Listen, let me ask you this:
Mm-hmm.
what you're implying is that there's some kind of census asking a question, can you recite your holy book verbatim? And if so, then prove that. Like there's no census, there's no data to even go off of to prove what you're saying. Like that doesn't make any, you can't prove someone has studied or knows every all the words of a book or not. An insane thing to say.
Gosh, where are you
What?
from? Are you from Pakistan right now? Where are you from?
I'm born over there, but I'm in US.
You're in the United States right now? Okay. So basically, you're saying in your neighborhood where you live, there are 10 people that memorize the whole Quran in United States. And there are 0 people that memorize the whole Bible. And you checked with Muslims and not Muslims on the subject.
No, let me clarify you. The thing is that I mean, like, that's a question. Like, how do we know that what's the population of US? So it's around like 350 million. In case of India, 1.6 billion. So there are something that which clarify. Okay, so we need a source to check to figure it out. That how do we know? Number one. So in the case of the memorizer, like I'm telling you that. In Pakistan. So in Pakistan, there are like thousands of schools. So every school, so kid takes 6 months up to 2 years. They memorize. Okay, so every day reciting and repeating and reciting, and at the end of the day, so then in the final day they are supposed to start from the verse one and up to the last verse. So they are going to recite the whole Quran. Then they get a certification. So if we check out the certification in Pakistan, and there are thousands of people, and I know that, yeah. So Pakistan is the top list according to an estimate taken by those schools, madaris. It's around more than 700,000 only in Pakistan. Then the number two is going to be the Egypt. So that's a figure. But there is one thing, like even they say that like uh, in estimate it can be up and down, but the point is still same there. If they are not 700,000, they are 600,000. It's not a big deal. 600,000 at least are there. So according to an estimate all around the world, if we see the list, they say there are around more than 30 million alive. And for the past 1400 years, how many died we don't know, like maybe 30 million or 40, 50 million, how many? Okay, so that's the miracle, that even a person that who doesn't know the language and whatever you say, the sound or whatever, like I said, I quote in Arabic that John 3:16. So in this meaning, in any language of the Bible has translated from KJV. Wherever you go, they are going to translate, they are going to take KJV. Even the Jesus Christ came right now, and he will get confused. Bible, he will never heard this word in his whole life. What is a Bible? They took old stories and they called it Old Testament, and Jesus is going to get confused. What is a Bible? I never talked this word. Biblos coming from Greek word and put it together. My Bible. He never heard this book. Okay, so even that word is not in the book. So I mean, like so you don't have, you could not produce for the past 2000 years even a one memorizer. So you can claim at least here is this from 30,000 verses he's known from head to toe. Either he knows in Arabic, either he knows in KJV, any book, any translation in the world. So present a one out of 350 million in US and all around the world, 1.7 billion. We have a figure that you guys are 1.7 billion. We guys are 1.6 billion in population. We call Muslim, so we have 1.6 billion on Earth. So we have a figure something. It's not like making stories. We have figures. Okay, then if you are going to argue with me that that country is not USA, then I will say no, 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 no. So it's not like in, yeah. So to
I'm going to
deny
stop you
very,
because you're
yeah.
just arguing with yourself at this point. But
Yeah,
it's,
no, no.
it's like,
So
but
let me, yeah. So the thing
I just
is,
have.
no, let me tell you one more thing. We do not have only the memorizer of the Holy Quran. We have memorizer of the whole Sahih Muslim, whole Sahih Bukhari, from head to toe, from the Hadith one to the last, word by word. So now we are putting together a kid who is just 14 years old, and he's the memorizer of the 6,000 verse, the whole Holy Quran. Then he is also memorizer of the Sahasitta, the top six book of the. So now come, now present your Bible and let's check it out how many verses you have, and then we. So the thing is, bro, you cannot produce in 2,000 years one memorizer,
Um,
and the Bible as it been changing in years after year until now. Go to the
Yeah, can
revised
I
standard
let me
Bible.
ask you a
Then
question?
yeah,
Do,
brother.
do
Uh,
you are your people you're talking about like? It sounds like you have in your religion that people exclusively like look to like memorize the Bible. Is that like a thing?
what?
Like to memorize? Like are they like? Are you? It sounds like you're talking about people are trying to like. That's like their goal is to specifically memorize a thing. Is that what you're saying in your Quran?
No, bro, there are so many, aspects, and one of them is that I was trying to put an argument that that's what it looked like a preservation, and that's the way I present you a fact that that's the only book in human history that we have the no other book on earth has a memorizer like that, and no other book has
We
explanation
ain't
the
no
Holy
other
Quran.
book.
Yeah,
I'll recite
yeah.
you every word of green eggs and ham right now.
What,
You just said no other book, so it just threw me off. You mean no other holy text? Is that what you mean?
brother? There is no book in human history who got memorizer like that. You
You,
understand?
I don't understand. No, I don't. You're saying that there's no one's ever memorized any book ever except for the Quran?
Yeah, word by word and in millions. No other book on
Word.
earth.
Well,
Word by word.
I don't have a Quran with me, nor would I even sit it. But I'm willing to bet you don't uh, have it memorized the way you're describing. But it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't prove anything. I don't understand what you're saying, and I don't think that I mean, like, I just know that that's not true because that's impossible unless your
No, no,
Quran's
no,
like
no,
super
no.
little or something.
Yeah, brother. So it means you are not, brother, listening correctly. That's the thing. Yeah, let me repeat one more time. So
Bro,
now you
every
put a.
the data that you're presenting to us is literally just out of the blue. You cannot know this. Literally, how can you know how many people memorized a chapter out of the Bible? How can you know this? How many people
Yes,
memorize the
yes,
whole
yes,
Bible? How can you know this?
yes, yes,
You
yeah,
keep on popping zero 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 zero
yeah,
zero
yeah.
zero over the last 2,000 years.
Okay,
Zero zero zero. But then
I
when it
got you.
comes to Quran, look, we have this imagination, this imagination, this imagination. I mean, bro, so far what I'm seeing is Islamic teachings are really, really hardcore because y'all think that you have one preserved Quran, never changed and everything else, but we see stories in hadiths where even the top reciters of Quran do not agree with that version of Quran. So you
Oh no,
guys,
no, brother, listen, listen,
the
brother,
Islamic
listen.
teaching is
The one
very
one thing
strong.
is, yeah,
And
no,
one of
listen,
the
brother,
Islamic teachings is this what you're telling us,
brother, go
that
one by one.
Quran
Go.
is
No,
memorized all over the place, but no other book is. There's many books out there, and like even Shakespeare, I'm pretty sure that people that love Romans, they memorize that book.
brother, listen. The thing is, you are not understanding what I'm. Yeah, you.
We do
And
understand.
yeah, listen, listen. Yeah, like the brother. Yeah, the other guy. Yeah, he just mentioned one thing. Yeah, you said that. Yeah, you just said that. How do I know? So
Yeah,
again,
you've
if you're
yet to answer that question.
yeah. Yeah, how do I know? Yeah, so I gave you facts about the Quran. Now I'm
You gave me
now
facts about the Quran. What? I doubt you did.
hmm?
I doubt you did.
Oh, brother, then I think it's a lack of understanding what I'm saying, and
That's
you understand.
probably what it is. I think you're right. I think there is a lack of understanding between you and
Yeah,
I.
yeah. So okay, let me you
Hey, like, let me, well, here's my thing. I mean, because I'm kind of like coming into this conversation. If you guys want to keep having it, and that's totally fine. But like, I don't believe in your book. I don't believe in his book. So, I mean, I'm only having just kind of like a meta argument with you guys because I don't mind. It's like, so, um, I would say that, like, I mean, I don't know everything. I have a whole line of questioning about your book, but that's going to take us off of this topic. So if you guys want to keep going, go ahead. And when you're ready, I'll have a few other questions for you.
If if Kash wants to answer some of your questions, Bibian, I don't mind. I mean, you can shift the topic a bit. That's fine.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, I mean, like, I was just trying to catch up a little bit and like figure out what the hell is even going on because I was listening to you guys and
So you're saying you have some Quran related questions to Kash?
well, I mean, they're just in general religious questions. I'm, like I
Kash, you want to
don't.
answer them?
yeah, okay, brother. Okay, listen, yeah. Okay, give me one question that I'm gonna repair again, yeah, because at least you what your way of talking is at least respectful, yeah. So otherwise, I was gonna leave, yeah. So I mean, yeah. So give me one question, then I need to sleep, yeah. Okay, one question. Let's see.
Are you saying one question then you got to go? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and he wants to go
Yeah,
to sleep.
Okay.
it's 2
Okay.
p.m. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one where I'm at, but anywho, yeah, no, well, I mean, these are kind of a series of little quick questions, but like, my first thing is like, so is the Quran the one where he talks about splitting the moon? Isn't that in the Quran?
Brother, to be honest, the verse is coming because so many years I'm just working and I left the study. But yeah, now I'm gonna do yeah, starting study again. So the last my memory, I know one verse in the Quran which is say that yeah, iktarabatis sa'a wa shakkal qamar, and it means that for sure the meaning is like that the day of judgment is not too far, and one shekel comer and so right now I don't think so I can explain, yeah, I'm not sure. I need to study this, yeah.
I don't understand. I thought you said you have the Quran memorized.
No, no. Oh, what you say?
I thought you said you had the Quran memorized. I thought wasn't that the whole last argument?
No, 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 brother, you
Not
yeah,
him, many
let me,
other people.
no, no,
Well, I
no,
thought
no,
you said you
I'm
did.
not.
Usually the
No, no,
Muslims that
no,
you speak with, they don't have it memorized, but bunch of imaginary ones do.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you can say that yeah, I'm
Okay.
not the yeah,
Okay,
I'm
well
not
that's
the
fine. I was just wanting a story to kind of relate to, but I'll just ask you like this: do you believe in magic?
brother, yeah, I believe in magic, yeah.
Okay, so like when stuff happens in God, do you consider that magic?
Can you rephrase the question?
What's
I
up?
mean,
Can you repeat the
can you
question?
rephrase? I mean, yeah, make
Yes.
it easy more. Like,
Can
what's
I
your
read?
question?
No,
No,
Oh,
no, rephrase.
rephrase.
oh, rephrase. Oh, okay.
Uh huh.
No, no, I'm saying like when God does something,
Uh huh.
like it's better when I know the Bible a little bit better. So like I got plenty of examples, but just when things happen, is it magic or like when God does stuff? Do you consider that magic when He does voodoo and stuff like that?
No, no, brother. I mean, like, so if a thing is which is like beyond our, I mean, like we call it a miracle. I mean, like, let's
Yeah,
suppose,
no, that's
yeah.
magic. That's magic. You believe in that?
No, no, miracle is different and magical is different.
What's the difference?
The different is like, I mean, like the so the main uh, point of the main source of the point is God, okay. So to his, and the miracles only belongs to the prophets and messengers, like the Moses, David. So I mean, like, yeah, so he put his hand in his armpit, and when he put it back, and it's going to be reflecting like a light, his hand. Or in another case, like Moses throw his stick, and it became, because they say, oh well, they were magicians. Okay, so the miracle only
Okay.
belongs
Well,
to,
here, let me
yeah.
help you out.
Uh-huh.
Like I understand that, like when you hear magic, you might think that I mean like today's magic, meaning like some, some trickery. I mean like literal magic, which is like the supernatural. Like anything that is like that you can fathom that's not that wouldn't be like seen as real. That's magic. You know what I mean?
Like splitting
Like
the moon.
if it, yeah, like
Okay.
splitting the moon. Like you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Like that's why I was trying to
No, no,
bring
no, no.
like.
It's going to be different. Like I mean, like, let's take the example of Prophet Moses. Okay, so in the case of Prophet Moses, so what these guys been doing, like the pharaohs and the kings, so because they always want to have power, and yeah, so they don't want that anybody is going to conquer them. So what they do, they have a huge team of scientists, a huge team of magicians, a huge team of doctors, so they can support them in their purpose. So when Moses tell them that he's a prophet, and then they say, oh well, we are not going to believe that you are a prophet. So what these nations been doing, that's the habit of those nations, that whenever the God is going to send a prophet, so the purpose is to guide the humans, don't lie, don't do this, yeah. So coming up with the Sharia, the commandments from God, so they can live life accordingly. So
Uh,
so so people started denying them that, oh well,
I'm
we
kind of
don't
talking
believe,
about
yeah.
you though. I'm trying to get down to you and magic. Like so,
Yeah, I'm coming to
like
that. So
yeah.
yeah, so when they asked that, so the team of the pharaoh, whatever the guys, the pharaoh, so he has a team of magicians. So they say we don't believe that pharaoh is a god, and we don't believe you have a god, and we don't believe in the god of the Moses. So he took the help from the magician. Okay, so the
Is
pharaoh,
this why you are
he,
you telling me why you believe in magic right now or something?
no
No,
no 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 no, why
he's
not?
separating two different types of magics. One is
No, I
this.
know.
No no.
I'm talking. Well, I've
One
already
is
clarified what I want to know about. Like, okay, like, do you believe that people like do people get possessed in your religion?
he doesn't like the
Possessed mean,
word, the magic word that you're using.
I don't. Yeah,
If you
that's
say a
fine.
miracle, then he's gonna say yes. If you say magic, he's gonna say, well, magic is the evil,
Well, I've clarified what the
supernatural
word
thing.
magic means, so I'm going to keep using what the word means because that's what that word means.
uh-huh.
It's like it's like so. It's like this is the meaning of the word.
So
I mean,
supernatural event. Every single time,
supernatural is another
Okay.
gosh,
word. That's
every
magic.
single
Uh-huh.
time
Oh,
you
that's
hear
also magic.
BBN say magic, what he means is supernatural event. But he likes to
I
use
don't.
the word
Yeah.
magic because
Well,
of the way it sounds.
no, I don't like to
Mm-hmm.
use the
Yeah.
word supernatural as much because supernatural actually has some science behind it. Like, you know what I mean? Like magic doesn't. And that's what, you guys promote. That's why I use the word magic.
Okay,
But
okay, brother, I got you. Okay, I want to talk now. Okay,
but I
okay,
want to talk
I got
about you. I want to talk about you. I
you.
don't really care about what you're, but I'm talking about like, yes, do you got demons or not? Can people be
Yeah,
possessed
yeah,
in your
yeah,
religion? Okay. Do
yeah.
you believe that's real?
Yeah, they are.
And you've seen it?
No, brother, never.
You haven't seen it. So how do you know it's real?
Brother, the thing is that I never see a miracle. Even, like, I mean, like, if you say that,
Right.
I,
Yeah, there's a
yeah,
reason why. There's a
yeah.
reason why.
So the
See,
thing is,
me, like when I hear the word miracle, I don't like to me, miracle means like miraculous thing that happened. That's not necessarily supernatural. That's one of the reasons I don't like to use the word, miracle either, because like crazy things could happen that have nothing that to do with like that, like to like a religion or a God or you know what I mean? So that's why I don't necessarily like to use the word miracle either. It's like, but my point being is that like we've never seen demons, we've never seen miracles, we've never seen any of this stuff. Like we live in a world now where we capture everything, on video. Like how come we haven't seen any of this stuff ever? Like
okay, brother. Okay, let me talk here. Give me opportunity. Then, yeah, I will forget
yeah,
the point. Okay, let me tell you things. So I'm getting at least words from you. Let me make it easy. Yeah. So the thing is that. So, miracle and the magic. So they are totally different thing. Number one. Number two, that
No, they're
they
not.
both. No, no,
But
no,
it's like,
brother.
but that's
Yeah,
not the
listen.
point. I don't want to get into a semantic thing about with your words. I'm telling you know what I'm asking you.
Uh-huh. So the thing is, I'm just adding information. That's yeah. So the thing is that number one, that if I tell you my belief, so the thing is that miracle only belongs to the prophets or messengers. Number one. Number two, so it's going to be a supernatural thing, like we cannot expect, like yeah, someone is sick and you put your hand, whatever the thing is that, and which some science cannot define even. Okay, so someone get shifa, like I say, okay, I give you water and he drink this, so he is going to heal, like. So in the, if it's coming from, it's performed by a prophet or messenger, then it's going to be a miracle, and it happened so many things. Now I mean, like, I'm not going to argue that how happened and where, so I'm just making a structure. Second thing is the different in the magic. It's also like two types of magic. So the tricky ones and the birds go here and coming up over there. So the fake thing, what we call in today's world, like they call themselves, uh, yeah, this is fake magician. Yeah, so they play tricks. So yeah, so what about the real magic? So real magic exists too. So the difference is it's also going to be very I mean, like what you say, supernatural kind of thing. And also he because God create this power. So people been studying those knowledge and getting, and they've been trying to do, and they've been getting successful too. Like it seems like you have good and bad, so you can, you're choosing bad and you take help. So in like black magic, okay, so it does exist, yeah. So now all around the world, I mean, like yeah, so people are not, there are very few people who do this, and somehow they're successful or not. So but I believe in black magic too, yeah. So it's
What's black magic?
black magic means like the people, yeah, so they chant the satanic names and whatever the process, whatever they do.
What
So
does it do? Like, what is it like? What's it like? What happens when people use it?
uh like to make people sick, yeah,
Uh, and
to
you've
make
seen
people
people
sick.
get sick from black magic.
No, brother, if you ask me, I never, yeah, I never. Uh,
So why do you
yeah.
keep listing things you've never seen, but why do you believe in them? I don't
Brother,
understand.
look. So it's a like so your logic is like, brother, you did okay. So the way we have a question, I have a question from you. Okay, so do you have a soul inside your body?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
There's no evidence of a soul. No.
No, bro. So how we can gonna argue, like every human being has a soul inside, but we never
What's
see.
up?
Yeah.
I didn't
Okay. So
understand what you said. What'd you say?
okay. Let me give you another example. Do you believe that you stayed in your mom's belly 9 months? Do you believe? Do you know?
Uh there's
Me
a
too.
rough there's a rough estimate of that.
No, 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 brother. I'm telling a fact. You believe, and me too. So you stayed.
No, I don't believe. I came out a few weeks early, so I was in my mom's belly about 8 months and some change. So what I mean, but what are you saying that that was inside of a woman's belly for a period of time? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So that's true. But you don't know. Can you
I
tell
do
that?
know that.
No, you don't know, because
I
nobody
do. I
knows.
do. No, yeah, we do. What are you talking about? What about the pictures of my mom when she was pregnant? What about the hospital bill? What about the birth certificate? What are you talking about?
You do not know it was you. I mean,
The
it's just a
the
picture
yeah,
with your mom with the
yeah,
belly, but you do
yeah,
not
yeah,
know it's you specifically
yeah.
inside of that
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
know
specific
it was me.
belly.
I do. I do know it was me.
Mm,
But anyways,
mm.
continue, Cash.
There- There's a picture of me being. There's a picture of my mom looking really tired after she had me, holding me. There's once again, there's a lit. I've been going to so in Tennessee, at least when I was born, you got Medicaid instantly, right? So like I had really good insurance my whole life. There's literally 21 years of me going to a hospital. Like from the time I was
Uh-huh.
born, that my mom went to the hospital for 8 months. She had insurance. There's a whole record of me. What are you talking about?
You do not
And then
know
there,
that baby on that
and then,
picture is actually you. Every baby looks the same.
and
Okay, okay,
and
brother,
then here's the
brother.
biggest evidence of me being alive. This is that's the only way babies are born, and I'm alive. That's the
Mhm.
biggest thing.
Oh, okay, brother. Okay, I'm gonna share last thing, and then I need to go. Okay, let me. Yeah, because I
Yeah, I
just
know you're
remember.
tired.
Yeah, yeah. I just remember two things. Let me tell you. But yeah. So I'm just sharing. You believe or not? My purpose is not to make you believe. As a human being, at least we are human beings. As a friend, you can say. So I'm gonna share two
How do you
things.
know that?
So what?
How do you know we're human beings?
Okay, brother. Okay, that's not my topic. So, so the thing is like, yeah, uh, yeah. So,
Do you know when you look up the word human being, it comes with like a definition of us being great apes, but I bet you don't believe that part, huh?
yeah, okay. So, I'm
BBN
going to
the
share one thing.
evangelist.
Yeah.
Huh?
So let
BBN
me share
the
one thing with you.
evangelist.
Yeah. So I was, yeah. So let me tell you one thing that, I mean, like, you know, that at the time of Corona, yeah. So I've been working in a company, so we have a huge camp. Like we've been living like I think let's say like 500 people. Okay, so room after room and so many apartments. Everybody's there. So I knew that there is a I mean like uh, uh, I read that and the purpose is to read that statement is that if like let's suppose if you have a disease and if I see you and I pray that statement, I'm not going to get that disease. So I tried at that time. So believe me that the whole people got corona in my room only. There's a big one, and we've been living in one room, four guys. All those three got in one room. Everybody got. I was the only one who did not get corona.
Are you fucking with me right now? Are you telling me your evidence of God is that you didn't get
No, no,
corona?
no, no. I cannot create. Yeah, because yeah, but that's why I told you I'm just sharing. I just share. So that's why I told you before that I'm not going to make you believe, but I just share one thing instead.
Well, why wouldn't
That's
you
the
say
only
something that might make me believe instead of something that's never gonna make me believe?
brother. The thing is, do you know? Let me give you. If that's human nature. I mean, like,
What's
if I
human nature?
human nature is like if you are not gonna do, I'm gonna tell you a fact about humans that if I'm gonna make you believe that look at the sun and that's the sun and you open your eyes and you see that the sun you if you are in a mode that you are not going to believe you will never believe.
Oh, so this
I
comes down to I'm
yeah
not ready
yeah
or
yeah.
I don't want to
if
believe.
yeah
Like
if
it's not
someone
that I'm willing to believe anything
no
presented with proper evidence. I'll believe anything.
no but yeah because I see yeah do you know a few days ago I've been in a stream and I prove one thing properly and she admit then I ask her now it's clear she said no it's not clear. She admit that yeah you that's the proof then she's no I show you the
What?
black color and then I say it's like black and I give you thousand arguments and then you say oh no that's not black it's white
You're just
so
speaking in
so
metaphors. Like I don't understand.
yeah,
It's like
yeah
they,
so
yeah, maybe it's because you're tired, but like yeah, no, man. Like I'll believe things with sufficient evidence. Here's the thing: there's no sufficient evidence. That's the issue. If you want to give me something that's like, not just like like your best one, that would probably be the way to go. But like,
okay okay so I mean like I mean do you know that I mean like to I mean first I need to know what do you believe so then I
you mean like
can
what's my beliefs?
yeah yeah.
Well, I'm atheistic when it comes to gods, but but as far as my beliefs like go, it's like I'm a secular humanist.
Okay, I got you. So I mean, like, so you say like you are an atheist. Okay, so then you just
Well, it's
now you
more
made.
important to know that I'm a secular humanist because me being
Uh-huh.
atheist just means that I don't believe in God.
I got it's okay. Yeah. So let's okay. Now pay attention. Like you see now the thing is like you say that you only believe in those things that we can prove. There are millions of things we have to believe, but we cannot prove them. Now, let's suppose if you are science believer or you whatever you title you are going to take, that I'm
You don't
atheist,
believe in
agnostic.
science. Science is just what life is. That's not. It's not a belief system.
So I mean, like if someone, okay, so if someone doesn't believe in any religion, so what we can call him?
If it doesn't believe in what?
If if someone is disbeliever of God, so what we should call him?
A god, someone who disbelieves in God, well, is atheistic of God.
Okay. So if you want to believe everything on front of you, then so in that way there are thousands of things you are carrying. We cannot believe that too. You don't know how we came on this. What's the purpose of our life? Can you tell me why you came on this earth? No matter who you are who creates you, why we are here on this planet, and after 40, 50, 60 years we get die, and after a limit, yeah, so we get born, then we become young, and then we get old, then so what does it mean? What's the purpose? There is, if there is no power behind it, who's running everything, and everything is correctly and perfectly, there is a power behind who is running all these universes. You got my
Bibian,
point?
what's the purpose of it all?
Yeah. What's the purpose? Why you are? Why you are?
Whatever you want to make. And where did I come from? My parents have sex.
No,
But what's
brother,
the
it's not
purpose
only.
of you being here? Why are you here?
I'm here because my parents had sex.
I know, but what's the purpose of them being here and going all the way to the first ape that was ever made,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
turned into an
That
ape, or whatever?
there's no inherent purpose to anything. Your purpose in life is what you want to make. But once again, the reason my parents are here is because their parents had sex.
No, no purpose in life. Just whatever you want to
No,
make out of
your
it.
purpose is, yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, whatever you want to make, which means you better get cracking. You know, it's like because you're like he said, you only got an X amount at a time. That's
Cracking
just
why? What's the point? If it's
because you only get
all
one life. You only get one life.
okay, and if you close your eyes, you cease to exist, then bro, who cares about it? You just
I'm not asking.
enjoy
No one's
this life,
asking. No
do
one's
whatever
asking anybody to
is
care.
you just might as well do what is benefiting unto you. Screw people over. I mean, the life is gonna come
That
to an
if
end, and
that's
that's
the
it.
way
No,
that
no,
you
no
think,
purpose.
that's fine. But
Oh, you think in
no,
a godly way, huh? Huh, interesting.
what's a godly way?
You know, God is good and the devil
No, I
is
don't
evil.
think that. I don't think that.
So, thinking in a good way, so then a person needs to live their best life, meaning do good to others.
So in
That's
secular
a godly way.
humanism, no. So in secular humanism, a big thing is, like not producing harm, and and a big part is consent. So these two things are very important in secular humanism. That's why, you don't hurt people because and you don't, because that's what secular. Well, if you got to read about what secular humanism is about, but that's two big parts of it. Is that's how that's like our
Hmm.
morality, if you will.
Hmm.
It's
Hmm.
part of it anyway.
Hmm. Who started it all? God.
Who started secular humanism?
No, who started this thing that you believe in? Is do not do harm. Who started this? God. He
No,
created
no,
everything
no,
perfectly, and then people
no.
turned, and then God said, "Hey guys, stop doing what you're doing and stop harming each other." Why? Because y'all destroying the society, and for
Well,
the
no, cultures.
sake
All I mean,
of the
as
good
much as
of
we've
the
kept
planet,
track of
I
cultures,
will flood you, just to let you know that I'm
yeah,
against this.
yeah, just yeah. I killed all these babies and all the animals, and yeah, yeah. It's a cool God, but anyway, it's like, yeah,
I
I don't
love the
understand.
justice of God. It's very good. The justice of God is perfect, bro.
God is an egotistical maniac if he's real. That's like I'm good
I
on
mean,
that.
the fact that you don't really understand the true justice, I see that,
The true
but
justice.
but I love that God is just,
Yeah,
and that
you
He
love a
punishes
psychopath. That's
such
fine.
things. Ooh, you're calling a just judge a psychopath?
A just judge, a guy who's
Yeah.
omnipotent, but the only way he could figure out how to fix his people he made is flood them?
A judge who actually punishes crime.
Hey, bro,
That
can I
one is a
talk?
psychopath. Okay, yeah, Cash, go.
No, brother,
Wait, hold
let
on.
me
No,
tell.
hold on. I got to ask one thing. What did the babies do?
Okay, brother, let me
No, no,
reply.
no, no. Hold on. No, hold on. I want him to answer that question. What did the babies do?
Hey, I think Cash must go to sleep soon.
I know, but I just want you to answer that. Just answer that, and we'll go on. What did the babies do?
Let's hear what he has to say.
I know
I'll
you can't.
answer that.
Don't run away from this. Just run away. Answer it right now. Just really quick. What did they do?
Are you
Go ahead, Cash. I'll answer soon.
are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll ask you. Yeah, what did the babies do deserve to get drowned?
Okay, brother, we can present millions of examples. Okay, people got sick, people got died, people got
Do you
killed.
believe in
Okay,
the flood? Is that in your religion?
which flood?
The Great Flood, the World Flood.
With the Noah.
No, yeah,
It is.
but it's not like that. I mean, like the way
Did
it's mentioned in the Bible. But there was a
did
flood.
was it because God was punishing His people?
His people?
Yeah, no, the nation of the prophet Noah, he got punished. Yeah.
Who
Well,
got punished?
and
The Noah, so many prophets, they when they deny the prophets and they don't, yeah. So those nations got punished from the God. Yeah.
well, in the Bible, God regretted making humans, which makes no sense to begin with. But so He was like, I got to flood all these motherfuckers. So, what's your story like?
Brother, I mean, there's a huge difference, but there, right now I can tell you that not only Noah, there are so many. I mean, nations that God sent them prophet, and you know, if you don't cover the whole thing, you are going to be lack of. I mean, there are so many questions are on the way that you will say, oh no, so what's that and what's that. So right now my point is God is the supreme being, so he decided to. He was the only one, okay. So there was nothing behind him. So then he decided to create for uh, creation. Then he created so many things, the universe and the heaven and the earth, so many things. And the most highest and the best one creation, I mean in intelligence. So God decided to make. So that was the humans, you and me. So then when yeah. So then humans. So then in, so he God created. I mean even if we see that even our souls were created first, and then when a baby got born, then that soul is going to return in that baby. So the purpose, I mean uh, so then God made good and bad stuff too. Bad means like like God give us capability, we can lie or not. You can lie, I can lie too. So who create this ability now? So we God create this ability. Then he said you can speak true and you can lie too. So but you are supposed to choose the right and speak the truth. So then he gave us a double will. Okay, double will. So then for the sake of the guidance of humans, God was sending prophets one after the other. So the first human being Adam, from Adam to there's a prophet, yeah, up to the Noah. Yeah. So there was no people. I mean, the people recognize the God. Everybody know there is one God. There is nothing. And there's the thing. Don't lie. It's in our blood that we know that. Don't
It's
lie.
in our
And
blood.
how? I mean, in blood means
Hello, hello.
He's muting
yeah,
himself.
Oh,
yeah, yeah. So I mean So God was sending the prophets. Yeah, I mean, for the sake of the guidance, what to do, what not to do, what to eat, how to spend the life, and the humans are growing, so they need guidance because it's in our software. Like you see, the baby. If you have a baby, I mean, so you just put your baby in a room and check what he does. You will
Uh,
can't imagine where he goes. He will fall from the yeah he will go to the table and then he going to jump and so that's why parents take care of that. So we human need guidance. So yeah, so we need
uh,
guidance. So everybody from prophet Adam to know, everybody know that that's our God. Allah is our God, that's our Lord. There is one God. These are the thing. But we have that software of every human have. We have a software from God made this software that we can do good or bad. So then we have a free will. So then we are ordered that choose the good things. If you do bad stuff, then you have a repentance. You can
is
get
your
back. Uh-huh.
is your God the same God as the Christian God?
Brother, that brother. In fact, if you ask me, God is only one. This
Yeah, of course you think that. Every
yeah, yeah.
one thinks that,
No,
but I'm
no, no,
asking
no.
you,
But
like, is it the same?
brother, is it the same? Then the God is the God is only
I'm
one. But the thing people
I'm
are
not
making.
asking if you
Uh-huh.
think that they're talking about. Listen, when they talk about God, let's just start with Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that they're talking about your God and they're just wrong, or do you think they're talking about a completely different God that's not right at all?
Brother, the thing is that
I don't know why you can't answer a question.
yeah, I can answer, but thing is that
Then do it. Do it.
yeah,
He needs to go to sleep.
yeah, God is the same God, yeah. So
So what about
different.
Zeus? Is Zeus the same God?
Okay, no, he's not a God even.
Well, he was a god. People believed him as a god.
So that's what happened when you don't follow the prophets and their guidance, then
But
you are going to make
your
gods.
shit didn't exist then, dummy.
No, they exist, bro.
No, it didn't.
Who?
Your religion didn't exist then. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I told you when you are not going to listen all, then there are going to be so many questions. Even I reply
No,
to you.
there.
Yeah.
It's not a manner of debate. You can just look it up. We know
Uh-huh.
how old. We know how old your religion is. We know how old that religion is.
Okay, let me clarify this. Only this topic. Yeah. Brother, the thing is, even I mentioned, but I'm going to repeat, yeah, so you can understand. You say that even the religion was not there. Bro, the thing is, the first man, he was Adam, okay?
No, it
So,
wasn't.
no, no, bro, let me make a structure. I don't say that, yeah, you are going to believe, but I'm going to give you a reason.
Are you saying
That
hypothetically?
that was the name of the ape, so that you could understand.
No, there was no guy named Adam. It was Adam and Steve. Okay, it wasn't even Adam and Eve. How about that?
Uh, Brother, I'm not arguing, but I'm going to make a structure to give you a reason. So listen, yeah, okay, what I'm going to make a sense. Hmm. So, because even with the one word we can go for hours and hours and yeah. So the thing is, yeah, I'm trying to make a sense that and making a structure. So the first man, Adam, he by himself was a prophet because he's going to have a generation. So the first human and God teach him the names of everything. Okay, so his soul was created. I don't know far away before his physical creation. So then God made him. Okay, so he got his soul. So then he got his I mean wife, and then the generation starts. Okay. So from the prophet Adam and the prophet Noah, there was no human being who denied God. There were no non-Muslim or mushrikeen. So the first prophet was a prophet of Islam. So beginning of Islam is from the prophet Adam, and the last messenger came 1400 years ago. So you are saying, well, like Islam came 1400 years ago. If you read the Quran, so why, if Islam came 1400 years, so why Quran is talking about the Moses? Allah says, there's a prophet I sent, the Noah I sent, and the Idris, and all those prophets sent by Allah. So generations after generation, for the guidance of their thing, Allah was sending the prophets, but people are denying whatever. So before, yeah, so they were getting warnings, yeah. So there's a first warning, and the second and the third time when Allah decided that it's going to be last warning. If you deny, if you are not going to stop bad stuff and gayism and this and that, so whatever God choose that you are not going to do bad stuff. So you are going to go with spend your life according to my rules. And then what will happen, whatever your age is, 60, 70, 80, 90 years, so I'm going to give you reward for your good deeds, and for bad deeds you will get punished. But if it depends, if you get repentance and you change your life before getting die, so come back to me, so I'm going to forgive you. So that was the process. It's not like something happened, Big Bang Theory and Darwin came and the apes came. It doesn't make sense anyhow. Before we were like a fish and this and that. Brother, every single sign, the trees and the birds and everything, their color, the perfection. So it tells there is a supreme being behind working everywhere. So the sun and the moon and the millions and billions of stars and the galaxy. So there is a supreme being who is controlling them, and we are the most important creation, the humans. Okay, so we are the most important creation. Like let me tell you, like in the case of the Jesus Christ, in the case of last Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu, as I told you, Islam doesn't came 1400. That's the biggest misconception when people don't know about Islam, so that's what happened. They have millions and millions misconceptions about Islam. They don't know, they don't study. So this happened, they misquote them. Yeah. So even when you read a Quran, then you will say, oh, it's a contradiction. In fact, it's not a contradiction. So you are not able to understand. We say, oh, well, that's a contradiction without context. So the thing is like that. Jesus was the second last messenger. The Prophet Muhammad is the last messenger. The first messenger is Adam. So the thing starts from Adam and the last prophet up to the Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah.
So before, yeah.
Okay.
So
Well,
so the people, what
thank
happened
you
in the,
for such a
yeah.
big input.
But the last thing, and I'm going. Yeah. So what they did, that was, yeah. So the Christian, our fellows, our cousin, what they did when the Jesus came and God, Allah sent him revelation, and these are the rules. But at that time, the Jews are there. So they want to take interest. They want to do life according to their ambitions. So they say, oh well, this guy is going to give a tough time. Let's do something with this. Now the messenger and the prophet, there's a difference. As Allah said that there are so many prophets that they were killed. This nation killed them. I sent them for their guidance and they killed them. But in the case of Rasul, Allah never allowed to kill a Rasul like Moses. He never got killed. The last prophet Muhammad Sallam, the prophet messenger who came
Hey,
with Sharia, the Rasul.
yo, take a
So
look.
they are,
Take a
yeah.
look at how Muhammad died. It's an interesting topic too.
Yeah, and I want to
Brother,
know what the hell all that was, and what does that mean about anything?
brother, listen.
So so
Okay.
if you think
I know.
Rasul does not get killed, take a look
Yeah.
at how Muhammad died.
Yeah.
So, I know,
But
very, I
but
know,
anyways,
brother, I
let's
know.
continue this
Yeah,
conversation. I
brother,
wanna ask BBN this question that I have on the screen, and then I'll be ending the live stream soon too.
okay, brother, I'm going. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Do come back though, and let's continue to talk. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
have a good night, Kasha, and I'll see you
Yeah,
around.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Take it easy.
Okay. BBN to the humanist. You're the humanist. If human beings are the ultimate authority, by what authority do humans determine that humans should be the ultimate authority? Enjoy.
why, why are you giggling?
Well, you have to first of all make sense of what he's trying to say, and the second of all, I don't think that you'll be able to answer this question, even close.
Wait, who said?
Do you see the question on the screen
I'm
on the
not near
bottom
my
of the screen?
phone.
Okay, so I just read one of the comments that came in when we were talking about God and creation and Noah, I think. Noah, and Justice. So one of the comments that came in is to the humanist. It's to you. If human beings are the ultimate authority, by what authority do humans determine that humans should be an ultimate authority?
Okay. So you're saying this is a question from someone. Well, one, what do you? I would have to know what that means. That guy means by ultimate authority. I don't know what that means because no one ever claimed to be the ultimate authority of anything.
Okay, do you think that humans are the ultimate authority? Human beings
don't-
are the ultimate
of
authority.
what?
Well, I guess of ultimate authority is over everything that's physical that we can see. That we're the ultimate species.
I think we're the smartest, so therefore we, and we obviously create and we dominate. We have the ability to dominate things. So, I mean, like we're just at the kind of the top right now, if that's what you mean. I mean, yeah, that's true.
Okay, so if human beings are the ultimate authority,
I don't believe that they are, but I just don't know what that means. I would have to look at what that means by ultimate. Does ultimate authority just simply mean at the top?
I mean that's a general understanding of it.
I mean, ultimate authority to me sounds like we like there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like almost like it's held together by like laws and physics, and it's not. So I just don't.
Well,
That's
we
just
have the last
semantics, I
say.
guess.
We have the last say. Ultimate
So,
authority has the last say.
I mean, well, we don't because if there's a fucking cyclone or a tsunami, we can't just be like, stop.
Well, okay. I mean, I do not know why you brought the nature into this, but let's say
Because
animals.
what ultimate? That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying ultimate authority of what? Like that's what my whole point is. Ultimate authority of what?
Of I guess of flesh. Of flesh. Yes, including humans, including animals, anything that has a flesh.
I don't know. I would have to really understand what this means. Like, I mean, like we make a lot of decisions because we're at the top. If that's what you mean, then I mean, yeah. We do.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, I'm trying to simplify it for you to understand specifically that.
Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point though? Like,
Okay, so now if we are the ultimate authority, we are the
We
decision
make it to the top.
makers. So by what authority? So who gave us the authority? Who gave the authority to humans to determine that humans should be the ultimate authority?
No one gave anything to anyone, and once again, it's just like it's relative. It's all about relativity. It's like
So why you're claiming that humans are the ultimate authority?
I don't know what that means. I'm not claiming that, as far as I know.
Well, we control the apes, right? I mean, no, not the apes. We are the apes. Sorry, but we control the crocodiles.
I mean, it depends on what scenario you mean. If it's just you versus the crocodile, you don't control shit. You have a machine gun, then maybe.
Yeah, I mean the point is we have mind to figure out how to in the end control a crocodile.
Okay, that just means that we're smarter and have better resources. That doesn't mean anything.
So yeah, so basically again, you do agree that we humans are the ultimate authority. So now, by what authority?
The authority of gators? Maybe.
So by what authority do humans determine that humans should be an ultimate authority?
I don't know what that means. I just don't know what it means. It's gotta like.
I think
No
you.
one's-
I think you do. You just don't really know.
This guy
That's how you usually play out things when you try to,
No, listen to me. I had to go when you were talking about that semen and egg thing. I genuinely didn't know what you were saying. I ended up going back and listening to it and finally figured out what you were saying, like what you were meaning. Like, I understand. Like, if you're saying like that humans are like top of the food chain, and it's like for the most part that's true. It's circumstantial still, and then it doesn't go. It's like if we're the ultimate authority, that means we make all decisions no matter what, and that's simply not true. We don't make all decisions no matter what, because nature can decide to do anything at any point, and it does all the time. That's what Katrina was. That's what So it's like ultimate authority of what?
So you're saying nature is the ultimate authority?
The planet, yeah, sure. If that's what, yeah, the planet, nature, everything that involves yeah, they're the ultimate authority, meaning like they ultimately decide what happens, but they don't. But also, it's not a decision. You know, like I'm sure. I don't think I would hope for Christ's sakes that you don't think that like the reason like Katrina happened was because of gay people or something. You know.
Okay, well, yeah. Whatever that answer was supposed to be. Okay. Have you looked into Uthman burned the copies of the Quran?
About what?
Have you looked into the topic of Uthman burned the copies of the Quran?
No, what is that?
No. It's just a topic.
If when you hear when I hear Usman, I think about this fighter named Kamaru Usman. So it's like,
yeah. Well, if you're gonna have time and you wanna see how Muslims try to defend what Uthman has done, literally we were discussing that. It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. But hey, as always, thanks for jumping in, because I think I'll be ending on this note. Gonna get some sleep.
Cool. Are you gonna tell me before you go though why the babies deserve to drown?
Oh, you still want to know that?
Yeah, hell yeah. You think I was gonna let you get out of that?
Why do babies deserve to live?
What do you mean? Why wouldn't they?
What have they done too?
Everything that is alive that is birthed, I mean, without any particular reason, would deserve to live as much as deserving can be.
Okay, so are you
But
appealing?
that's not-
Are you appealing to the goodness of God when we rebelled against God?
No.
That's
No,
what if you're saying they deserve. If you deserve,
tell me why they deserve to drown. Just tell me why.
well, number one, nobody deserve any goodness from God, so nobody deserved to be protected from God to start with. Now, if nobody is deserved to be protected by God, that means then anybody can drown at any point. In other words, if God wants to protect someone, He does.
Well, yeah, no shit. But I'm asking, we're talking about innocent baby. They deserve to die?
They deserve to die. The proper way to say is, what did they do in order to deserve to live? Are you appealing to the goodness of God? If you're appealing that God is good and He has made and He has created them.
God did not invent the concept of good.
He is good. And if you look at the Ten Commandments, no, it's not circular. If you look at the Ten Commandments, if you look at the Ten Commandments, you even being an atheist, fully agree that yes, all of them are good. You being an atheist, except the ones that are related to God. But let's say
about God sucking God's dick. That's what, not like the first three are like suck my dick. That's all the first three say.
You really don't like God, bro. You really hate Him. I don't know why.
I don't believe in God. I don't hate Him. I don't believe in Him. Like, I don't hate Darth Vader either.
Yeah, but for some reason you don't pop any vulgar language towards Darth Vader, but you do towards God.
But we're not arguing.
And your vulgar language popped displays hatred towards that what it's popped. Not true?
No, not true.
And every single time you pop, it means you hate Him.
No, it doesn't mean that.
Well, you can say that. You can say that.
I can say it because I have a very firm understanding of how I feel.
And now, in a fallen world, in sin-infected world, we destroyed this world. We destroyed it. In this messed up world, nobody deserves any goodness from God. And if you appeal to God's goodness, you literally verify that the reality of God. And if you blame God in such a way, well, why do babies deserve to die? Then in a way, by default, you're appealing to His goodness, proving the reality of Him.
No.
Mm-hmm.
That's nonsense. We can argue all day about if how evil Voldemort is in fucking Harry Potter. It's like it doesn't mean anything. Like, what are you talking about?
No,
I'm just
you
trying to
are
go- I gotta
appealing.
talk
You
about
are
your
appealing.
world. I'm s-
You're appealing.
He didn't
Why
even
did
get
not?
good. He
You
didn't
are
get
appealing.
good.
Why didn't God protect those babies?
No, I didn't say protected. I'm asking. You said it was a fallen world. They were sinful. That's why they drowned. So I'm asking you. Even the babies who did nothing were sinful, and you're trying to justify babies being drowned.
No,
That's
what
what
I'm.
your religion does. You justify babies being drowned, rape, murder, genocide. That's what yours does. You know what mine does? None of that.
You justify. You actually. Well, hold on a second. You're saying that I justify rape, but you're the one who does it, because you have no moral commandments that atheism
what I
usually
said.
stands on.
That's not what I said. No, I'm saying that.
Look, you're
In my
you're
worldview, nobody justifies rape, slavery, murder. It's bad. It's bad in our worldview.
okay. It's bad in everybody's
No,
worldview.
you've justified it. You've justified it nonstop because your magical sky daddy said so.
Okay, your question is this: Why did babies deserve to die?
Yeah, right. And I'll tell you the answer. They didn't.
Okay, deserve to die from who? Who killed them?
Your God.
Okay, so you're saying
We're talking
okay,
about your story. So
okay, if you're talking about specifically God, then my question right back at you is, why in this messed up, sin infected world, the world that we humans destroyed, why does anyone deserve God's protection? Why did we do for God to protect us? Are you appealing to His goodness?
it's your worldview, dude.
No, I'm asking. We're talking about God. You're saying that we're talking about our God. You're blaming God. You're blaming God. But I'm trying to show to you that
I'm talking about your worldview.
yeah, I'm trying to show you that your question is in a way messed up. It's wrong. Why do they deserve to die?
That's it.
Okay, in our chaos world, the chaos that we caused, we rebelled against God. So why are they protected to be? Why do they deserve to be protected? Why does anyone deserve to be protected? Are you appealing to God's goodness? And if someone is appealing to God's goodness, it sounds like this: God, I do not deserve this, but please protect me. That's appealing to God's goodness. So in our sin-infected world, sin, that atheists are the prime driving aspect of sin, because they don't have any moral standards
Yes, they do.
whatsoever.
Yes, they do. It's called circular. It's called secular humanism. I mean, there's many
Talk
other
to
ones.
different atheists and you'll see that everybody has their own. Some are more crazy than the others.
40,000 denominations of Christianity. You need to shut your mouth. Like, you're crazy.
Okay, so and because of this sin, this chaos that we ourselves brought on
Sin.
ourselves.
Don't believe in sin.
What? Okay, why? Look, if you want to bring God into this, then
We're talking
sin
about
comes
God.
along. Yes, sin comes
Talking
along.
about God.
I don't
Yeah,
believe
I'm
in.
just telling you, I
I'm
don't
talking
believe
about God, but I don't believe in sin. Hold on a second.
We're
Sin and
talking
God
about
is
your
one
worldview.
doctrine. Yes,
But I'm telling you, no, you're bringing up sin. I'm just telling you, it doesn't scare
it's
me. I don't believe
part
in sin. So I
of
don't
my
care.
worldview. If
Yeah.
there,
It's
if you're
still
talking
part.
about God, then a topic of sin must be there. A topic of rebellion against God must be there, because that's what happened. Okay, then I mean, you said you don't believe in about God too, but yet you want to talk about God, and yet you say I want to talk about God, but I don't want. Yes, sin is part of my story right from the beginning. From the beginning,
Yeah,
you sinned, I sinned. We do not deserve
I didn't
anything
sin.
good from God, but His wrath and punishment.
Oh, is that your God sucks? Sounds like a weirdo.
Oh, sounds like just. But
That's
you
what it
want,
sounds like to you.
but the thing is, you want this daddy who will be allowing you to do anything and everything, evil, not evil, and hold you to no consequences at all.
Oh, yeah,
This is the daddy you want. If I don't get this type of daddy that will literally allow me to do anything I want, hurting people or not, anything I want, then I don't believe in your God. Okay.
Go murder someone and just tell them you're an atheist. Let's
Your
see how
concept
much-
of justice is really messed up.
what concept of justice? You haven't heard
See,
one?
you don't even have one.
I didn't
That's-
say it.
You keep on telling me that God punishes us for rebellion. Bad
That's
God.
not what. Those are your words. Those are your words.
You
not
keep
my
on
words.
telling me
No,
this.
I'm telling you, your God promotes slavery, genocide, fucking flooding an entire planet of people that he regretted making, which makes no sense because he could have just made them better. He's all powerful, all knowing. And it's like, yeah, your story has always been nonsense, brother. But it's like, that's not the point even that I'm making here. It's like, if we're talking about your God and your stuff, I'm asking. So what it comes down to is that you justify fucking drowning children and kids and goats and like I don't know what all the animals did. And then also, by the way, once if all these waters come together, all the fucking fish die too, because like some live in fresh water, some live in seawater. So when all those mix, all the fucking fish die too, and all the things that aren't fish, all the mammals, everything fucking died for some reason because God didn't want to make or regretted making them, which makes no sense. But I'm just talking about like if we're getting into the meta of your story, this is the meta of your story. That's fine. So you're telling me the meta of your story is God does what he wants because he's God. That's nothing new.
Yes, God does what he wants to do. Number one.
Is he a he?
But the biggest point that you keep on missing is what he does. He does it out of his love.
It's
if
love.
he-
He drowned everybody out of love. I'm all right.
If he protected you, is
Have you
because
talked to
of
him?
his love.
Have you ever talked to God?
Have I ever talked to God? Yes. It's
Like,
very, very awesome
let me,
and
let me
good.
let me rephrase it. Has he talked back to you?
Of course.
Is that like? Are you saying that like in a metaphor kind of way, or you mean like you literally heard someone speak to you?
There's a spiritual hearing and there's a physical hearing. Anyone who's born again, they will have a spiritual hearing enabled.
Yeah. What about you? Have you heard both of them?
So if God speaks through the Spirit, then I hear him through the Spirit. If he doesn't speak audibly, then I don't hear him audibly.
Have you heard him audibly?
He speaks through the Spirit. And anyone who's born
Why do you guys suck at answering questions? I don't understand you people.
because you don't understand. God is a spiritual being. Anyone
Did you not just
listen,
say that he
listen,
can't speak audibly?
listen.
Can he or can he not speak audibly?
listen. Then
Can he or can he
anyone
not speak audibly?
he proved that he can. Don't worry about that one.
So
But
he can?
if anyone's
I
born
worry about
again,
that.
if anyone's born again, they will be able to see the kingdom of God. See the kingdom of God, hear the kingdom of God. It's a matter through understanding. Their spirit
audibly or
will
no?
be through the spirit. You will hear it within your inner man, not audibly.
So,
Through
but you
understanding.
say
You just need to understand how God speaks.
you've never heard it audibly.
The way that I hear you, no.
Okay. Uh-huh. And so now, what would you say to someone that says that about their different religion? Who are they hearing? Are they hearing devils, or are they lying? Are they hallucinating?
Basis is the truth. If it's true, it's from God. If it's false, it's from the father of lies or the devil. Why make it hard?
Yeah. So why make it hard? That's
You're
hilarious.
making it hard, like in almost every aspect. You're making it so
Yeah,
difficult.
I'm sorry that critical thinking fucks you up. It's like, but that's how it works. Dude.
Critical
It's like,
thinking. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll continue to simplify your critical thinking.
well, I'll ask you this again, and we'll get just like think about it again. Okay, so someone who believes in another God, one that you don't believe in, right? He hears God and says all the same shit you say. What is he hearing?
There's voices of good and voices of evil. If the information is truthful, it's voice from God. If the information is deceptive
that's
or
what he
false,
said. He
it's
said-
voice from the evil one.
They say the
It
same
doesn't
thing
matter
you
what a
say.
person says. You
It do-
are
okay,
asking.
so it doesn't matter what you
listen.
say.
You are asking me what are they hearing. I'm answering exactly what they're hearing, not what people claim they hear, but exactly what they hear. Do you know the difference?
No.
Understand the difference?
No, I'm asking you You're not changing the topic. I'm asking you,
I'm not.
like, yes, you are, because now you're just saying, like, I believe people hear things. I can believe that you heard or whatever you're saying. I can believe that you hear. That doesn't mean it's true. Just means you have a feeling. But it's like, but
That's what
the
I'm
point
saying
being-
too. The basis,
Yeah, okay,
if it's
right.
true or not, is if it's according to the truth. Like let's say if I'm gonna hear inside of my mind that 2 + 2 is 5.
You're really good at not answering questions. You're changing the topic. Listen to what I'm saying. I am asking you.
I'm answering you.
Yeah, you are. You are changing the subject because you listen to what I'm saying. The person is just like you. They are, in fact, some people are even worse than you because they claim to hear audible things. So the point is that people hear from their God and they know it's their God. They know it's not your God because they clarified to them. So and they tell them shit like, don't believe that your God is telling the truth, believe in their own God. So I'm asking you, how do you know which one of these things are the right God?
Now listen very carefully. The foundational judgment is if it's true. What
If
do
it's
I
true,
mean?
what does that mean?
What do I mean by that? Now, if somebody is gonna tell me that 2 + 2 is 5, what I do is I verify. If I come out to true to 4 all the time, no matter how much I try, then it's false. So no matter how they heard, audibly, dancing, laying in dream, wherever they heard,
Okay,
if the
I'll
information
help you
is
out a little bit, because
deceptive, it's
there's
not
no way
from
to
God.
know. There's no way to know.
There
Okay,
is
okay.
a way to know.
I'm gonna make this up, so it'll help you out a little bit. We'll do a
Sure.
little bit of even bigger because we're not even really speaking in hypothetical. We're speaking in hypothetical right now.
You're telling me how do you
Hypothetically
know? I'm telling you how do you know? If the judging foundation is the truth.
Hypothetically speaking, let's say the Christian hears, I am Jesus, follow me. I am the only one, I'm the truth, I'm the Omega. Christianity is true. And now let's say the other person hears the same thing, but not I am Jesus. They hear their God. I am this God. Jesus or any other God is not true. Only believe in me. We got both of these things can't be true. Only one of these things could be true.
Sure.
Or one could be true, or they both could be lies.
Sure.
So I lean on they're both wrong. But so how do we know which one of them's right? And you can't just say because if it's true, because we got two contradictive points here. Only one of them could be true, or they both could be false.
Exactly. At that point, what you do is you hear both of them out, and then you look how much evidence there is.
There's no evidence
Do
for
you
any
rem-
of either one
do
of
you
them. The only
rem-
evidence is that it could
Listen.
happen.
Listen, this is what you're saying. Remember Tavo from about 1 or 2 live streams ago? I think he's a teacher at the university.
Is that the guy that was a professor?
Yeah, that guy. Okay, so now
What's his name?
Tavo San Ambari.
Is that his real name?
Well, that's probably the same as BBN.
Yes.
Yeah, but basically, do you remember what he said? The things that he said, that he's looking at evidence. He doesn't align to any theory or doctrine or anywhere at all. But what he's doing is he's looking at evidence. His number one question is if God is real. So he's about 55-60% yes. And the second question was if God is real, okay, now what is the true religion? And I agree with what he's doing. Look at the history. Do hardcore criticism of the religion, of its text, and see if it stands up to the criticism. But the thing is, if you do the criticism, you cannot go around it like what you're doing. You're just closed-minded, not willing to understand what justice is, and just blaming anything and everything on God.
On your high, let's talk all the time. Your high.
So basically, what
here
Tavo
it
is
comes down
doing
to, I don't believe
what
in
Tavo
magic.
is doing
You do.
is
You
what
believe
Tavo.
in voodoo. You
Look,
believe in magic.
Tavo
and I
doesn't
don't.
believe in all those things too. What Tavo is doing is an actual academic evidence.
I know. And guess what he's got?
Here's
Guess what he's got? Jack shit.
Here's a
He's got
figure.
jack
His name
shit.
is Jesus Christ. Let me see what everybody says. Everybody.
Yeah.
The
I know, but
disciples,
you guys still got jack shit.
the third party people, and even his enemies. If all of them are on the same page, then this Jesus Christ is actually special. Now, why is he special?
Oh my God, Jesus.
That's an
doesn't even
academic
have-
way of actually
He-
figuring this out.
Yeah, that is an academic way of doing it. Guess what they figured out? Not jack shit.
There we go. You missed pretty much everything he said.
No, I talk. Look, first of all, I want
Why is information go pass through your mind? Listen, bro. Try to remember. It's important.
Remember what? Remember what? What have you even said? What did you guys even say? You realize that he did not like Clint. He went against everything that you guys said.
Yes,
You realize
I
that,
know.
right?
Yes, I know. But have you ever even caught his process of thinking?
Yeah, I thought about his as much as I could soak in the brief time that I heard him talk. Yes.
Okay, good. Now, how is he going about it? Blind? No, he's studying evidence. This is what you. That's what you do.
He has a bias.
No, he grew up in a Muslim household.
Right, he has a religious bias.
He's not aligned to any theory, and for some reason he
leans
said
toward Christianity, so he's aligned in one way or another towards Christianity.
after the research, and the more research he does, the more he becomes aligned, because
Okay.
he tries to he starts to see the real evidence.
There is no evidence.
Why is he saying that there is?
What evidence did he say there was?
He's a professor. He's saying that there is.
What is he a professor of, by the way?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but he has done a lot of reading. He has done a lot of writing. His field is academic, and he's saying is that there is, and you're telling me that there isn't. So what does he know that you do not know, or what is he accepting that you don't want to accept?
First of all, he is very clear that there are lines of evidence in their opinions and whatever, but there's no clear evidence. Jesus doesn't even have contemporary writing. Do you know what contemporary writing is?
What do you mean by that?
You don't know what the word contemporary writing means?
Well, contemporary. If I were to, I probably do not know the term, but contemporary is modern day.
Right. It means that people who wrote about you while you were alive.
Matthew was doing that.
These people were not alive when Jesus were alive. No one who has wrote anything about Jesus were alive when he was alive.
Matthew was one of the disciples.
No, there's no contemporary writings of Jesus. I'll say it again. Like, I don't know what to tell you on this. It's like, and that's not the only thing you need.
Matthew is one of the eyewitnesses, one of the disciples, and all four gospels say that Matthew is a disciple.
Just because all your books say one thing doesn't mean anything. We need contemporary writing. People have to write. By the way, people in your book writing about the person in your book doesn't count. You need someone like a random person. Like, for instance, we have writings of different people during the time of Jesus. Contemporary writings of people, just random people writing about random people. That's what contemporary writing is. We have plenty of contemporary writing about plenty of figures in life. That's not the only criteria of making sure that.
Why are you excluding the Gospels as contemporary writing? I don't understand that.
The Gospels are the proof. Not proof. They are the evidence. The evidence can't be the proof.
Okay, you're saying this. You're saying that there's no contemporary writing means that there's nobody who wrote about Jesus in his day. Well, right. Okay, of all the documents out there, the Gospels are that. Yes, the proof and blah blah blah. But the thing is, you cannot exclude the four Gospels.
I can. They are the claim. You can't. The claim can't be the evidence. Like for instance, like we know Spider-Man lives in New York, but that doesn't mean that it's real. It's like because New York is real. We need more evidence. We need more people besides.
The evidence is there's four.
There's four what?
Four Gospels, four different authors.
And the Gospels are anonymous.
Four different authors, four different
publications. They are anonymous. Do you know what anonymous means?
Sure, yes.
You don't know who wrote them.
You can, for some reason, the scholars say that they do. Some scholars
Yeah,
say
you
that
know
they don't.
why
Some
they say
scholars
that?
that they do.
You know why they say
So,
that?
so I mean,
Because they
it's
are.
basically all I can say towards that claim is just a claim.
Now, I can say that the overwhelming majority agree that they are anonymous.
It's just a claim.
It's backed by evidence. It's backed by the way they're written, the years that they were written.
If it would be unanimously, sure, I agree with you. But now if we have a general split and it's pretty big, then it's just a claim.
Though. It's not a split though. It's unanimous. It's like there may be some people that are, excuse me, not unanimous. It's overwhelming.
There's some big
some doesn't mean anything. It's overwhelmingly.
There's some big scholars that can trace it back, and some others do not agree with that tracing
Most
back.
of them don't agree, but that's neither here nor there anyway. Besides, the point is that they're anonymous.
And basically, we have four books written by 4 different authors about one event,
We don't know.
and all 4
Yeah.
books they name Matthew as one of the disciples. Now,
Okay,
Matthew, if you
there-
were to think about who he is and how he operated, I'm starting to understand why Jesus actually chose him. Because number one, he was a Roman tax collector, so he knew Greek. He was
Okay,
he was
you're just
educated.
talking once again. You're getting into the meta of the story. I don't care about the meta. What I care about is the fact that there's no contemporary writing, and these are gospels are right. They are anonymous. So what's your? I mean, like, I don't care about the meta part. Like the point is, like all this stuff. By the way, they're all just books. They're all just storybooks. I don't like. That's the problem with all this. Like
The
all these
history is a
religions are just
storybook. Yes,
It's
and-
not history. It's a
and
story.
And your big boom is also a storybook.
My big boom.
Yes.
I'm not getting into your weird circular, like, you don't believe in science, and that's
Bro,
fine. And I've discovered
it's
that's
all storybooks. Yes.
true. That's your no, it's not. It
all
isn't, but
all
that's how you
storybooks.
think.
Now there are 2 different type of stories. True
Yeah,
and
there's
false.
there's evidence
True and
stories,
false.
and there's bullshit like you got.
Exactly what you're saying too. True or false. Now we need to go over every
Yeah, and we
storybook.
did.
to try to figure out which one is true and what is false.
That's why when we go to the moon, we don't read the Bible. We go to actual shit that's real.
What does the Bible have to do with going to the moon?
That's my point. You can never get anywhere with the Bible. You can't get
No,
anything with the fucking Bible.
what you literally just said is this. I'm going to use these instructions on how to build a table to build a house. Bible has its own purpose. And you said, "Oh,
Yeah,
let me
and
see
it's
if
a
I can find
failure.
how
It's
to
a
make
failure.
Let me see how to build a rocket is found in the Bible."
No,
Sure.
that's not. Well, I'm talking about direction.
Some of your analogies are, again, I keep on pointing out, your examples are not apples to apples often.
I don't care if you understand them or not. I have discovered you are either trolling or a literal crazy person. I call you because you're a good dude. You seem like you're a nice dude. It's a fun conversation, but you are either literally trolling or a fucking crazy person.
You're literally exactly the same. Welcome to the team.
Well, I know you are, but what am I? Oh my god, dude! Like you want to talk about craziness?
You're
just
both.
saying back to me what I'm saying.
You're literally both. You're 50% both. You're trolling because you are enjoying it, and hey, why not me too?
I never troll.
And you literally are crazy too. Welcome to the team.
Crazy. I can prove I'm not crazy.
Bro, atheist is the craziest person alive.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Why?
Yeah,
because they
because we
think
don't
they
believe
can
in it.
prove Big Boom that happened 4.5 billion years ago.
That's not what. Oh my god! Did you still see? This is the trolling thing I'm talking about. You're just trolling at this point. And I hope to Allah, to Zeus, to Krishna. I hope to all the gods for you that you are trolling, because like at this point you're trolling, or your comprehension of like words is just like limited. Like, so I don't know, because I've explained to you several times that that's not what these things are, and yet you keep saying them. You keep presenting these straw men. I know why you do it. If you do it on purpose, you do it because you don't like when people do that to you with your religion. Except we're not doing that to you.
It's magic, right? It's magic.
Yeah, exactly. It is fucking magic. That's your problem. You think that I'm trolling you by doing that. But your difference is that you can't prove magic. You've never been able to prove magic. It's like, so
Okay, let me
we are
explain
able
to you what magic is and what miracle is.
No, I don't want to hear your explanation. That's nonsense. It's not real. It's not real.
There we go.
It's just you
I like your
saying
Charles.
things.
I like your Charles.
It's just you saying things. You just say things. It's like you can't prove anything ever. You just said a bunch of stuff.
I like your trolls. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna use magic, even though you don't like that word, but I'll still use magic. I will not use miracle or supernatural because it can point to divinity, and I don't like that aspect to point to divinity. So I'm gonna use magic
that's what it
because
is.
because if I use the word magic, I can discredit what he's trying to present to me as much as I can. I just need to use proper words and terms.
I know that you think. I know that you think that I'm doing that for that reason, but that's not. I'm doing it because that's what it is. It's what it is. You're describing magic. You're describing like what the word magic means. And I mean, it has two definitions. You know, first definition would be like a magic show. But
to you, a splitting of a sea is magic. But in fact, when a strong wind blew all night long and split the sea, all of a sudden we can understand it through science. But still, to you, it will forever be magic.
What are you talking about?
You know, the splitting of the sea. Remember, we held that conversation. Was it?
And your buddy agreed with me that if it did happen, it was a natural thing. It wasn't a godly thing.
Yes, and in the Bible, I actually But hold on, then he said that only divine being is able to control sudden weather-related events, such as that. So what basically he said is God has initiated this, what you're saying, magic, through his own nature because he knows how to do it. He's the creator of nature, and he has initiated in such a way that it happened using nature alone, no magic. But to you, it will forever be magic.
That guy is not here, so I don't want to really like talk too much shit about him. But that guy mainly just spoke in like poetic shit and metaphors. He didn't really get anywhere. Like I kept asking him, like, so magic or nah, and he seemed very quick to actually want to get away from my questioning.
I was talking about Tavo guy, not a Muslim dude.
That Muslim guy was the guy who made the thing, who talked about, or well, he wasn't. The professor dude was the guy who made the point about. That's who we're talking about, right? The professor guy.
Yeah, he was the one who made the point.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, I'm saying like he spoke mainly and like he talked about the history of things, but when it came down to the nitty gritty of stuff, he spoke mainly in like metaphors and kind of like woo woo language. And when I was trying to center him down on something, he really wouldn't. He kind of just went into some more like long diatribes and then like went away. I really wanted to talk to him more, so I can't really get too much into it because I need to talk to him. But like, and besides, he's not the ultimate purveyor of anything. He's just a guy, and we don't know what he's even a professor of. Like, he could be a fucking professor of something that has nothing to do with any of this stuff. Just because you're a professor doesn't mean anything. And it would help if you're a professor in these topics, but even then, it doesn't mean anything. That's just appealing to authority.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He did read a lot, and it looks like his knowledge of this religion aspect is pretty big. And he started off as Muslims, then he went right where you're at right now, and as he continues his studies, he starts to understand that the truth is Christianity. So the more studies you do, you will be driven right into Christianity too.
No, I was in Christianity. That's what I started in because that's what I was born into. So
sure.
It's one of the reasons I know Christianity so well. I mean, obviously, and I argue with Christians more than anyone. That's because I live in America, so of course I'm going to.
And there's people out there like me too, who was born in a Christian household, then became a hardcore atheist and just fighter against God, and then I actually the more I
don't
fought
fight
him
against God.
Oh, bro. You remind me of me. Okay, whatever. You literally remind me of me.
That's what every dumb person who says that they were atheist and then became a Christian again or whatever says. And it's just silly because if you guys would have kept, Problem is that you're looking for something that doesn't exist. You're looking for the idea that you think that we could, if there was a God, that we could find out exactly what that entity thinks. It's like the fact that you even think that, it just shows your arrogance in to begin with. And the fact that you think you landed on the right one and he cares if I touch my ding dong, like, that is insanity, dude. Like, it's like, I don't know where, you're never going to get anywhere with that. I can promise you that. Now you can sit here and argue with shit all day long and maybe you'll get you a following. I mean, do you know the people that do the shit that you do? Do you know who they are?
You mean the Christians that try to talk about Christ online?
Yeah. You know, like some of the big names?
I mean, yeah, there's big names like God Logic, there's David Wood, there's Inspiring Philosophy, I forgot his name. Fearless Truth.
What about the names of the people that are in the, like, that do like a little bit, like they're pretty big doing what you, okay, like for instance, you know who Kent Hovind is?
I do not know all of them.
What about Ray Comfort?
Yeah, I've heard of him and I've seen some of his stuff.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of them, dude. There's a lot of guys. I mean, and then there's also like the Charlie Kirk type people. You know what I mean? Like,
okay.
There's so many people. Like, you really should listen to these motherfuckers. I mean, they got terrible arguments too, but like you should watch these like debates a little bit more, because like you should see, like, all the shit you've said I've heard 1,000 trillion times in better and worse forms, and none of them ever really pulled up to scrutiny. But like, at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, man, like, this is nothing new. So you got a chance of, you might be able to build you something here on, like the social medias. I hope you do. I know you, looks like, what, you got like almost 5,000 subscribers or something like that?
No, right now, no. We're at it was a little under 300 the last time I checked. It's not a big channel yet. Yeah, it's not a big, but it's steadily growing though.
Yeah, it's consistency. I had a martial arts channel. I still do, but my original one got deleted because I got 3 copyright strikes at the same time from the UFC. UFC don't fuck around. But I had about 2,000 subscribers in a year. I built that up. And the way I did that was consistency, because I could definitely tell that on my new channel, because I haven't been nowhere near the same consistent, and I don't have nowhere near the same followers. But, and then my other channel where I'm going to start doing debates, that one, I'll tell you, that's My AI and I. And that's where I talk to AI about different subjects. But I'm going to start doing debates and stuff off of that using AI as well.
Mm-hmm. So basically, you trained your own personal version of the AI to be super humanistic, and now your AI is going to be trying to trap the Christians. Huh. Interesting method.
Well, one, you can go into ChatGPT and you can specifically design it to be, very scrutinous and whatever you want it to do for that matter. But I mean, ultimately, a lot of times the only reason I brought AI originally, like I said, the first channel, or what the channel was originally, was just me having conversations with AI, just because I wanted to do a podcast. And I was like, you know what? I'll just do a podcast with fucking AI, because like, it's easier, because I couldn't find any hosts that I could trust to be consistent and just like, just that I would want to be with, the ones that I couldn't trust them to be consistent. The ones that were on there, I just couldn't trust them to be like, they just weren't on the level. So I was like, all right, I'll just do it with AI. And then I was like, okay, I can also use this to do like a debate. I just might as well use it to just, like, instead of starting a whole new channel, you know what I mean?
How was it? How did the AI answer? Did it throw some challenges your way that you couldn't answer back?
Yes and no. I mean, ultimately, like, I was just picking topics. I did free will.
Who won the free will?
I wasn't I'm not debating it. I'm just having a conversation about it. Now, so when I do my debates, I'm going to be debating other people and using, like, AI is going to be my co-host, basically.
Okay.
So I will debate them, and then, like, when it comes down, we'll use AI to kind of like answer some questions. Let's see what AI thinks about that. Like, like I said, originally, like, the whole point was just to kind of have conversations with AI to see what it would think, and like
stuff like that. But like, I just feel like I might as well just use this channel to like grow it into a debate channel, as opposed to starting a whole new one.
Have you transitioned yet or not yet?
No, not yet on that one. Cause I mean, I've just been getting into it the past few months. As far as like, I've been into the listening to debates and shit for like over a year now. But I've just the past few months I've been getting into like call in and trying to get like just some like leeway with people. Believe it or not, man, dude, like you're one of the most people that will actually like talk. A lot of these dudes, like on my side, all day, like the people that do what I do, like the atheist, secular humanists, like biologists, like a lot of them are like also scientists and like people like that. Like the guys that I watch and they do, like, dude, they'll talk to you the way you're doing it, exactly like that. Talk to you all day. We'll go deep into a conversation. But the other side, the other guys, most of y'all will not. You're like, you want to ask them, you ask them one, like, dude, I can't tell you like some of these bigger dudes that I've gotten a chance to talk to, and they talk to me for about 1 minute. I hit them with one question, dude, and it just breaks their world, and they like, I gotta go. Like, so kudos to you for actually trying to engage in the conversation.
Well, you are one of the people that you really are stubborn. You're one of the most stubborn
I'm
ones.
not stubborn.
I
I'm
think
not stubborn.
I think so far, me grading you, you're even more stubborn than an average Muslim.
I'm not stubborn.
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean, the truth is the truth. I like evidence, dude. This is the thing. Like, I always
Do
give you
you?
the example. I always give you the example, and it's because it's just an easy example from my world. Like, I experience guys like you all the time in different ways. It's like, yeah, like it doesn't matter what you're in. There's the same guy as the same guy. The guy who thinks he knows it, thinks he's figured it out without no real work other than just like some reading, some simple reading. It's the same thing I experience in the martial art world. I get guys that come in every day. They're like, yeah, there's just something different about me. I've just done it, and they always suck and they can never do it. It's always the same thing. It's because the people, you guys don't do shit. It's like I was preaching last time. You guys don't do
I
anything.
get the same lecture again.
Yeah, it's because you don't do anything, dude. It's like
I get
you're lazy.
exactly the same lecture
You're
again.
always gonna get the laser because you guys are lazy, and I know lazy. I could smell it from a mile away. Like I could see it and smell it, brother. It's not my fault that I've actually achieved things, actually learned things.
I agree with you, dude. You don't want me to pick up my arms. It's probably nasty over there at this point. It's pretty hot in California.
So yeah, dude, tell me about it. I know California is always, especially around this time, right? But
Gee.
don't worry, you can go down to Skid Row and get pissed on. Like so.
Yeah. Well, hey, when you transition and start to do this debate, let me know. I want to try it out. I'll be one of the I guess your debaters using
Oh
your
hell yeah,
AI.
dude. We'll try to build our own thing, man. It's like maybe we'll be debating forever.
You can crush me, I guess. Finally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I never pay attention to how many people are watching this. But yeah, it's like I don't know how many people have seen or heard, but I mean, like, but yeah, that would be cool if we could get a real following going on either way. I would like to join these debaters. They're pretty cool. You should check them out, man. You should check out the line. You should call in. I'd love to hear you talk to these guys. I mean, because these people are even more qualified than me. It's like, I've been studying science, biology, most of my life, but like, my academic stops outside of, like 12th grade. Like when I went to, like, always been into like martial arts and shit. So like when I got out of high school, I did stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so, I still continued to study. I just didn't go to school for it. But Forrest Valkai, he's got fucking doctorates in, biology. And I would love, I would love for you to talk to him about biology.
Yeah, so yeah, me myself, just to be honest with you, it's a lot easier to talk to Muslims because I have more knowledge in that field than, let's say, in the whole entire science field. Whenever I speak to an atheist, I can talk to them about the word belief, the meaning about what belief means, and also the morality aspect, but not from a formula aspect, not from those official space and time, science words and everything else. So that's where I do like in knowledge is specifically over there. But like on the moral side, yeah, I can talk to you about the moral side all day long.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be happy to tell you about that too. You know, it's like, I mean, you don't believe in evolution. I would love to hear you talk to him, a biologist, a guy who's only literally has a goddamn master's and doctor, almost damn near doctorate degree in that. So if it's made
In
up,
what? In what exactly? In his religion?
uh, yeah, you could, if you, those are your words always. So sure, but like, I mean, what do you think he's been studying that whole time? Like, he's got an 8-year degree in fucking like this. What do you think he was studying? Nothing.
Well,
Made up shit.
some people go to Christian schools to study too, like the study of creation. So
Yeah, I know.
does that?
Those are called unaccredited schools.
Oh, okay. So now, if it's recognized as scientific religion, then it's accredited. But if it's Christian, it's not accepted.
Accredited has nothing to do with like just science. Accredited is just accredited. It means it's like a real school. It doesn't, you know.
It's
You
a
could take. You could.
it's
You
a
could
real school.
study. Yeah, like meaning like, okay, let's say you get a a master's degree in biology from one of these like Christian. If it's not an accredited school, it doesn't mean anything.
Okay, I'm not advancing anything, but just here's an example. Person A, he has a business. He's working at a business. His business is thriving. He's selling the product. He's making money in return. He's building his business, and he has all the license, insurance, and everything else. Person B is doing exactly the same thing as person A, but he just doesn't have insurances and licenses. So do both of them qualify as businesses, or only the registered one qualifies as business?
Yeah, the registered one is a business. The other one is not. It's an illegal. You can say it's an illegal business.
Okay. It's still a business, right? Whether
No.
whether the government or the people in authority acknowledge it or not, but it's still, if it operates, if it looks like, if it smells like, if it operates like
a
a business, then
it's
it's
a guy
business.
doing something illegal.
But a business. He's doing
No.
business illegal.
No.
And why he's doing it illegal? Because he doesn't have the necessary paperwork from the government to do this.
Why? Well, we have qualifications for reasons. Like, do you want someone working on your car that hasn't like actually learned how to do that? Do you want someone doing a surgery to you that actually didn't go to medical school, to an accredited medical school?
We have trashy accredited doctors too, okay?
There is no trashy surgeons, buddy.
There's a lot of trashy doctors out there.
I said surgeons.
But the point being is, again, everybody, like let's say, sure, the people that study science, that the religion, well, the scientific religion aspect, look, the science that they turn into a belief, anywhere where you have to use I believe in the field of science, that points to a religion, because religion is belief.
No. Because the word belief just means, like, not everything is a belief, but you use the word belief when you're not sure about something. That's just called being honest. But the point is, like, you realize that these things make things, like, things that can actually produce something is legit. Like, what can you produce with your books that actually is real? You know what I mean? Like, the point is that like we can produce things with science, like real tangible things. We've gone over this 1,000 times. That's how we're able to literally,
Good marriage.
a good marriage. You don't think that
Obedient children.
You don't think that can be done without the Bible?
With science, it cannot be done with science.
Why couldn't it be done?
Because,
and by the way, it's done all the time.
Because science cannot study good what it does not see.
What?
Science does not study well the things that it does not see. So science studying our emotions, it doesn't work well, because it doesn't see our emotions and how they operate. Jesus Christ, on the other hand, he's the master of emotions. He's actually,
that's so silly.
The master of
everything
that type of
about
science.
Emotions, it comes from observation and science. Like, what are you talking about?
If you wanna see some true emotional science, you have to look at the Bible, what Jesus has taught. So you're
That makes
saying
no sense.
well, it does make sense, because look, you're saying that what does that book can produce? The Bible. Well, it can produce a good marriage. Don't you like the idea of having a good marriage? It can produce obedient children. Don't you like that idea too?
Obedient children? No,
Yes.
I don't. No,
Oh, you want rebellious ones? Oh, okay. You want
no, I don't want any
you want
obedience.
you
I don't
want
want obedience from people. I want people to be educated people.
the more educated they become, the more obedient they become.
The more educated they come in real things.
Yeah, in understanding that obedience will grow you in knowledge. So if you want educated children, they must be obedient. If they're not obedient to the
Well, how are
incoming
all
information,
these atheist people able to make children then? How are they able to do that?
because they have sex.
No, I mean, like, how are they able to do all the things you're talking about? There's literally plenty of, like, atheism isn't new. There's countless people that were brought up atheists, and it's not even not to mention the fact that, like, there's whole religions that don't believe in a god.
So there's no valid, there's no useful teaching about marriage or family within atheism or religion at all. There's
What are you
no
talking about? There's
there's
atheism
no
doesn't talk about those things, so of course there's not.
exactly. Atheism
That's
does not give you a good formula to follow to have a good family.
it's
Atheism
not.
cannot
It's
help
not.
you in that
It
field at
doesn't
all.
have it's not a formula for that.
Exactly. So atheism is useless if a person actually wants to have a good family.
Maybe, but that's not what they use. They use other things.
You want to
like
have
secular
obedient
humanism.
children? You want to
Like
have obedient
secular
children?
humanism. Look,
You-
you're not answering the question. How are the people that don't believe in God, they raise children, how did those children not become murderers? How come they came up normal? There's literally thousands, if not millions of them. There's cultures that don't even believe in God, and they're fine. How are they doing it if they need God?
I really thank God that God had formed a structure where we have a law. And this law is serious, and it punishes.
So you think God's just doing it even though they don't believe in God, is what you're saying.
I love that God has infused the concept of justice within humanity.
There's cultures that don't even believe in God. How are they holding their shit together?
Okay, bro, listen. If there would not be a punishable,
If
let's
there
say,
are cultures
listen,
that don't believe in God, how are they holding it together? Why are they not just murdering and raping and like pillaging? And how are they not doing that? How are they not doing it?
because God has infused a
Because
justice
God.
system.
So you're saying God did it, even though they say they don't believe in God and they've never.
It doesn't
believed
matter
in God.
if you do or not. Everybody is still
Ah.
made in the image of God. Everybody has
Ah.
a justice aspect on the inside. Whether they believe it or
Ah.
not, they still
Ah.
have it.
And how do you know that?
So how do I know that?
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because people punish for crime. Different.
No, how do you know it's because of God?
Because we're made in the image of God.
How do you
God-
know that?
How do I know that we're made in the image of God? Well,
Yes.
you know that I mean, according to you, we're made in the image of an ape. But I
We
think,
are an ape. We are
but
an
I
ape.
think,
We're not made in anything. No, we're
because
not.
we have
You don't even use
intelligence.
my language right. We are not made in
Because
anything.
we
are
have
an ape.
intelligence. Because we have intelligence.
We have
Because
intelligence
we
because
have
we are intelligent.
purpose. Because we have purpose.
But how do you know that's because of God? How do you know that's because of
we have
God?
understanding.
How do you know
we
that's because
have
of God? How do you know that's because of
moral
God?
side.
How do you know that's because of God?
All that is the image of God.
How do you know that?
Because all that is the image of God.
How do you know that?
Because any creator would want good for his creation.
And how do you know that?
And one of the good aspects of creation is justice. So all because
and how
God,
do you know that?
all because God has infused justice within you and me,
How do you know
it
that?
proves that He's real.
How?
It proves that He's real. If God wouldn't be real, there would be no justice.
How do you know that?
If God, what do you mean?
Have you seen? How, oh my God, dude. How do you know the things you're saying? You're just saying blah, 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 blah because of God. How? How do you
How?
know
Okay,
that?
okay. You want me to see justice with my eyes, and once I see justice, you want me to video record justice, not what happens at the court type of justice, no, but this invisible justice aspect, the understanding of the justice. You want me to video catch the
I
understanding
want you
of
to
a
tell
justice.
me how you know that.
Okay, the
Ask me
second,
something.
the
Ask me
second,
something.
this.
I'll tell you how I know it.
Okay, please let me see gravity.
How
Don't
do we
drop
know?
anything. I want to see the actual gravity. Not the effects of gravity. I want to see an actual gravity. That's your stuff.
Okay. Well, that's how I show you gravity. But how I can
Please
also
show me
you.
gravity, not the effects of it. Actual gravity.
What are you talking about?
Oh, all of a sudden he doesn't know what I'm saying.
I don't know
he's
what you're saying because you're making no fucking sense.
You're saying
you're telling me
show
you're
me
telling
God.
me that God does shit because of God. Because God is God is God. You can't prove fucking shit.
You're
and
telling
when you
me
get backed into a dumb fucking corner, you want to say dumb shit like prove gravity. I'll prove gravity. Shit falls down. How do we know shit falls down? Because we
that's
see it. How
effects
do we
of
know?
gravity. Prove
Yeah,
me
right. And how
gravity
do we know
itself.
that's gravity?
That's
Because
effects.
we figured out gravity due to the mass of the
Sure,
fucking planet.
I can show you a lot of effects of God. But you're
No,
saying
you
no,
can't.
do
No,
not
you
show me
fucking can't.
effects of God.
No, you
Show me
fucking
God.
can't.
You're telling me.
Show me.
Creation. The
That's
big
not
boom.
proof of God. Prove that that's God.
Well, you have a creation story of your own.
No, I don't.
Yes,
Stop
you
saying
do.
that, you goddamn dummy. You're just trolling.
No,
You're
you
fucking
literally
trolling.
have a creation story of your own. It's different
You're a
than
troller.
versus
You're
God.
just trolling.
If there
Be
is a
fucking for real. Be
if
for
there
real
is
for
a
once in your
creation
bald fucking
story,
life.
if you
Be
believe
for
in
real.
creation story,
Stop
you
being a
believe
child,
in
please.
a
Tell me how you
being
know anything.
that
Tell
has
me,
created
baby.
everything.
Tell me how you know fucking anything, please.
Well, again, what you're asking me is this: do not show me the effects of invisible.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you to
Show me the
how
invisible.
you know something. Show me. If you want me to show you how we know what gravity is, I can do that. I can show you how we know what it is.
How are you gonna show me the effects of it?
Yes, that's part of showing you. Yes.
Okay, well, you don't believe in the effects of God. You don't
Where are
believe.
they? Show me them. Show me them.
You don't believe in them.
Because they don't exist. Show me them.
They're all around you. You're just not willing to believe. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as it's the same thing. Same thing is if I would want to prove gravity and I'd be dropping my phone down, and you just say nope. I don't believe. It just floated away.
No.
That's basically what you'll be telling me. It just floated away.
No, and that's you trying to rationalize dumb shit in your brain.
That's literally what you keep on doing.
No, what I am telling you, if you want to prove gravity, I can fucking prove to you gravity. I can prove
no. Show me gravity.
I can show you gravity. I can show you gravity.
Show me.
The tides. The fucking tides is gravity.
That's waves. That's water. Show me gravity.
That is gravity.
That's water. Show me gravity.
That's gravity.
No, I don't see gravity there. I see water there, and water is moving.
I don't care. I don't care what
I
you
do
see.
not care. I do not care what's moving the water. I'm asking to see the gravity. I don't care what's moving it.
Things that fall down, that's also gravity.
I don't care what's moving the items. I want to see gravity in itself.
That is gravity. That's what gravity is. Gravity is the force of. That's the definition of gravity.
I don't see it.
I don't care if you see it or not. You're just doing a troll again.
Yes. Why? Because I don't care
Why?
if you see the reality of God or not. I don't care. I don't care if you see the reality of God or not. It's there.
You don't have any reality.
It's there.
Bullshit. You got nothing. You're backed into a corner.
No, dude.
Can't say shit.
No, literally, you got nothing. Why? Because you
solid.
believe.
That's a solid comeback.
No. Yes, it is. Why? Because you believe in a God who created everything out of nothing. Your God's name is nothing. So you got nothing.
I didn't say that. No one says that. No one believes that.
Okay.
You're the one that believes that God made something out of nothing.
Where did the matter?
What did God make the universe out of?
What did God make the universe of?
Yeah.
I guess the matter that exploded, right? Or he's not real.
What?
I guess of the matter that exploded.
Nothing exploded.
Okay, expanded. Sorry, wrong word used again.
Yeah, right. You use wrong words all the time.
Expanded.
Yeah.
Not exploded. Expanded.
No, I'm asking you, what did God make you say nothing can come from nothing. What did God make the universe out of?
Well, according to your thing, matter that expanded.
That's not my thing. Says nothing about what God does.
It does. It's just his name is nothing.
No, no, we don't know what was before the Big Bang. It's also a weird question to ask. What was before something? I mean, I don't understand what to ask. That's a weird fucking question to begin with. But we don't know. It could have always been. Could have been nothing. Could have been something. We don't know.
Good. Good. At least we do.
Who?
The ones that believe in the reality of God.
Okay, what did he make it out of?
Matter.
What matter?
Matter that you can see, feel.
Matter you can see. No, okay, there was nothing, then God made the universe. What did he make it out of?
He made it out of matter. Now, what he made matter from, you're gonna have to ask him.
Oh, so nothing.
You're gonna have to ask him.
I'm gonna have to. Hey, are you sure you haven't been talking to Kent Hovind? That sounds like him. Every time he's backed into a corner, he goes, "I don't know. You just have to ask God when you get up to heaven."
Well, bro, it's not that a corner or not. Now, if I do not know exactly what he used, I do not know what he used. If he didn't tell me,
But you
I do not know.
claim to know these things. You act like you.
I claim to know. I claim to know the things that he told me, the things that
What
he did,
did he
and then I
make
do
it
not
out
know.
of? You just said he can't make it out of nothing. Then you said he made it out of nothing.
What did he make the matter out of, bro? I do not know because
The
I
answer
don't have
is
that.
nothing.
I don't have that information.
Yeah, you don't have any of this information.
But still, there is an intelligent being.
How do you know that?
Because the
Because what?
order is perfect.
No, it's not. And how what other universes are you comparing it to? What are you talking about? You act as if you can go to another universe where things are not perfect and disarray. What are you talking about?
Well, somebody has to place Earth a specific distance from the sun. We spoke about that.
No, they don't.
It cannot just float and lock itself here.
It didn't. It didn't float anything.
It cannot just appear here or grow here.
It didn't just appear here.
It got here somewhere. Somehow it's placed
atoms,
perfectly.
Atoms coming together and then becoming other things.
Sure, and you claim to know everything. What
Look
are
at
those
them.
atoms? What are those atoms?
Do you see?
You do not know too.
Have you ever looked at the others, like in the sky? Do you see all the things we could see? Like Venus. Have you ever seen Venus?
I know that you can, but I do not know what they look like. So
well,
I
they
do
look
not know.
they look like round planets. That's what
Sure.
they look like.
Okay.
Technically, Pluto doesn't look that way. That's funny. No, because it's not a planet. That's a joke. But anyway, point is, yeah, those came around the same way. Ours just happened to come in a good zone. That's the difference. All those other things came around in bad zones. And guess what they don't have? Life. Ours came around in the right zone, just like all these other planets came around in all kinds of different things. This one just happened to be in the right zone for life. And it also happened to get like water and other stuff like that. These things.
I like this. I love this. It just happened. Explain to me.
It just happened, dude. Why is that so hard for you to believe? It's not magic.
Oh, God is in control of it all. Oh, why is it so hard for you?
Because that is magic. That is magic.
And it just happened is not?
No, because things just happen all the time, dude. What are you talking about?
Oh, in such perfection. Wow.
What perfection? There's no perfection.
It's all over the place.
Where? Is cancer perfection?
The way that our body works and operates.
When a human is born with legs that don't walk, is that perfection?
That's part of the fallen world.
That's not the fallen world. That's just how fucking biology is. My God, you think devils make handicapped people, for Christ's sakes? Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, how in the fuck do you put your pants on in the morning sometimes, dude? Like, Jesus. Like, oh my God. Oh, you're God. Oh, you're made up God. Oh man.
Well, this is
But
look. We both are on the same page. We're both on the same page.
we are definitely not.
We're exactly on the same page.
Is that what we both think each other's crazy?
What is the matter made out of? Where did it come? Well, I say God, you say nothing. What is it made out of?
I don't say nothing. You are such a little fucking liar, dude.
Okay, you said you do not know.
No, we do not know. We do not know.
And you will never, and you will
know.
never find out.
You will never fucking find out.
You will never find out. Why? Because that is the starting point. That is the starting point. If you remove matter, if you remove God from as a creator, that's it. You got as to the starting as you can get. There's no more.
Nothing.
There's no more.
Show that the earth and life couldn't have came upon natural processes. We watch natural processes every day. There's nothing saying
natural processes according to the design, bro. If the design is there.
What design?
Oh, the design that the intelligent evolution has designed.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about your evolution being intelligent.
My evolution is intelligent?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
I really enjoy how, your evolution has created me lungs. And it perfectly fits for the earth. And your evolution
wouldn't work any other way.
And your evolution has created gills for the fish. Because it perfectly works in the water.
Let me ask you something. If something dies,
your evolution is extremely
made,
your evolution is extremely intelligent. It knows what to make for different environments. It's extremely intelligent.
It just makes it. It's a random thing.
I like this.
It is random.
We're closing in you having a God as well, an intelligent being that is above all. We're closing in. We're gonna get there soon.
Have you never seen anything random happen?
The second we get there, you will start to understand that there's only one God.
We won't,
That's it.
Because you don't even know the thing you're talking about. Like, you don't even understand the fundamental things that
it's okay, bro. It's one step at a time. It's okay.
It is not. It is one step at a time, but you actually got to take the stage. You have never once said the right thing once here on any of these arguments.
According to your proper theology.
No, according to what the fucking words are.
Your proper theology.
Words. It's called words.
I called according to evolution a human and monkey. No, it's an ape. Okay, bro, it's an ape.
It's not a monkey.
Idea is still the same.
No, it's not. Why won't you just learn shit? Why are you so? You're calling me stubborn. You're so stubborn to realize you don't know shit about dick, and you won't learn the stuff. And it's so fucking funny.
Bro, what was the monkey in the water? What was it? Was it a fish?
I'm not having this dumb conversation with you because it's like you just keep trolling at this point, and honestly, it just shows you why you are the person you are. And this is why you're never going to accomplish anything. Jesus Christ, dude. It's this is what I'm talking about. You're just going to be a lazy armchair quarterback your whole fucking life. And it's sad.
Hey, bro, I'm glad that I'm entertaining and encouraging you.
What do you mean?
I'm entertaining and encouraging you.
No, I love having these conversations, man. And the only reason I have these conversations other than the fun, and the reason I keep having it with you is because you're a nice dude. You don't seem like you're that bad of a dude. You just brain fucking washed on a bunch of dumb shit. It's just like every other person that's in a fucking religion that think that they actually figured something out, which is hilarious.
Same with you. You are brainwashed with your religion.
Yeah,
because you're brainwashed with your religion, you see me as brainwashed with my religion.
Yeah, that's because you can't do anything. You can't build anything. You can't do anything because you believe dumb shit. Oh my God.
You do not know what I accomplished? You have no clue?
Yeah, I do. I do know that. I can look at you by your fucking arguments, dude. You don't know shit. You'll never be able to do shit.
I work I work every single, well, not every single day, but
I'm not talking about working. Everyone can work, dude. What are you talking about? I don't mean that. I mean listen, like the first person that like made a rocket. You know how he did that? He by actually doing shit, by
What-
actually putting work into things.
what did you
The first
accomplish?
first person that made a car, first person that made like a fucking medicine using biology and the understanding of evolution. By the way, all of our medicine comes from the understanding of evolution. So it's like that's all done by actually going to school and learning shit and actually doing shit. That's what I'm talking about, you doing anything. Like when you leave this planet, you're like, no one's gonna give a fuck because you didn't achieve anything but just say a bunch of shit on your podcast about like you argue with people. You could get a trillion fucking followers. That doesn't mean anything. I'm talking about like achieve a fucking goal like that helps actual humanity get better. That's how we got there this way,
I'm
not by
trying.
following
Hey,
your
the
fucking book.
second you convert to Christianity, it's gonna be for the good sake of our humanity.
No, it won't because I don't believe in slavery. I don't believe in
You will be
sexism.
the second
I
you
actually
become the
want people to
follower of
have
Jesus
rights.
Christ. The second you become a follower of Jesus Christ and His
Let me
teachings,
ask you something.
you-
Do you
you
think
will-
that
you will
gay
see-
people are bad?
you will see how much
Do you
light
think
you will
gay
start to
people are
bring
bad?
to our society.
You think gay people are bad?
You yourself know that Christians actually bring light into the society.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Sure,
I don't know that, and I don't believe that.
sure.
Because you fucking hate literal women. You hate fucking gay people. Like, what are you talking about? Your book won't let fucking women preach the fucking word. Like, what are you fucking even talking about? You hold people back. You have a closed-minded religion. That like no one ever achieved anything off of your fucking religion, brother. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And by the way, just to be perfectly clear, you realize that there are plenty of Christians that believe in evolution, right?
Yeah, there's
And Big Bang.
there's plenty of Christians that believe in Islam too. What's your point? There's misguided people all over the place.
So you know the truth. Only you and the people that believe what you believe. Of course, that's called.
Do you know?
That's called,
Do you know what the Christian is? Do you know what the root meaning of the Christian?
someone who follows Christ?
Christ-like. Yes. Following His teachings means that you're a
Right.
Christian.
Yeah, right. And these people follow his teachings the way they feel that is true, just as you do. And they believe in the Big Bang, evolution, pure science. They don't let that
How
stuff.
can a Christian change the Creator? Can a Christian be a Christian if they change the Creator?
I'm not going to argue with your no true Scotsman fallacy. That's the problem with the fallacy, that you think you figured it out.
Can a Christian be
I'm
a
not
Christian
arguing
if
with your no true
if they
Scotsman fallacy. I
if
don't
they
care
accept
if you think
Islam
they're Christians
as
or not.
last
I don't
and
care
Muhammad
if you think
as
they're
a prophet?
Christians or not. I don't believe in Christianity anyway. My point is
Okay,
that
well, why are you saying who is and who's not? Maybe you should listen
I'm
to me.
telling you that there are Christians that say they are Christians that believe in actual science.
And I'm telling you, they're not Christians. If they believe in
they would
Big
say
Bang,
you're
they're
not
not.
a fucking Christian.
If
That's the problem. There you go. There's the problem. You guys can't even decide who's the right. Oh my God, you're so fucking funny. I love that you think that you know what a real Christian is. That is so fucking funny that you
do you
figured it out.
know? Do you know what that word means? Christ-like.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
that's what they would say
So
to
now,
you, idiot. I'm not having a three-way argument with you about
what does
I don't
Christ
care if you
teach
believe they're
about
Christians or not.
creation? What
I
does
don't care if
Christ?
you believe they're Christians or not. I don't care if you believe they're Christians or not.
It doesn't
Not what I
matter
care
what
about.
people claim. It's who they
Oh,
are.
it does? Okay, so
What
how do I
matters
know
is
you're
who
a
they are.
Christian? How do we know you're right, you dummy? Oh my
Do
God.
do my words align with the teachings of Jesus? Yes. If
Some would
yes,
say,
if
about
the answer is yes, then I follow him.
39,999 Christians would disagree with you.
Now it doesn't matter if they do or not. Now you have
doesn't?
to you have
Why?
to align what I say to what Messiah said. Now if it
They
aligns,
say the same
then I'm
thing,
Christ-like.
you idiot. They
Yes,
say the same thing.
and once I
They
test,
say the same
and once
thing.
I test and I see that
You
they're
test. You're the ultimate provider of the Christian belief.
what
are
are
so
you,
fucking
bro?
full of
What are you
yourself.
talking about? It's what people do every single day.
What do you mean?
You tell me something, I verify your claim. Now, if what you said holds up, then it's the truth. What you said does not hold up,
you won't
it's
even
false.
believe in redshift. What the fuck are you talking about? Like,
You would not believe in my theory. What are you talking about?
and
Because
you don't
it's a
know what theory means. We're back to you not knowing what words mean. But listen,
I
the
do
point is,
believe in facts.
yeah, that's what theory means.
Oh yeah, best explanation, sure.
That's what a fact is.
Hardcore evidence versus best explanation. Whew. You're
That's
solid.
what theory means. Oh my god, I'm done with your dumb science shit, man. You don't know what these words mean. You don't know what none of this shit means. You just want to believe in whatever you want to believe, which is fine. But like, I love that you think that you understand Christianity. You're the one that's actually understand you and people that believe what you believe. So what? There's 40,000 denominations in Christianity. You know how many denominations of like science there are? None. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Jordan, you will be a good friends with BBN. I can tell you this for sure. Jordan, you're on the stage. You'll be a good friends with BBN.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So
It starts.
I wanted to first jump on and say that your commitment to being ignorant about science is commendable. I think that it is amazing. You sit there denying the entirety of science, the entirety of learning, the experts out there that spend their entire lives dedicated to finding out more about the world, and you just kind of dismiss them out of hand.
If they produced a religion out of it, then it's a religion. So now let's differentiate what is science and what is religion.
Okay. Sure. What's a religion?
Belief. If you cannot prove Big Bang, it's belief. If it's belief, it's religion.
Hold on. What exactly is a religious belief? Are you saying that just a belief is a religion?
Yeah, if you believe, you're religious. It's as simple as that. Why complicate it?
I believe my girlfriend loves me. That makes me religious.
In your girlfriend loving you, yes. But if you believe, if someone believes in a creation story of evolution, then they believe in a creation story, that the story that they cannot prove. Thus, they have faith. They're religious. Well, something happened to him. I'm not sure what happened to him.
yeah, I don't know. That was very weird. Maybe he'll be back.
Okay, he's here.
Sorry, I had an alarm go off. So what exactly is a religious belief by your definition?
A religion is a belief that you cannot have solid evidence of. So again, if someone believes, let's say the world is 4.5 billion years old, if they believe in evolution, all of those is a religion-based science because they believe in a theory that they don't have, factual evidence about.
Okay, so for you, a religious belief is a belief that you have without 100% evidence.
Yeah, that's what atheists.
Is that your claim?
Yes, that's exactly what atheists do towards God.
So I see the ground is wet outside my house, and I believe that it must have rained. Does that make that a religious belief?
You see a wet ground.
Well, you just said that having a belief in something that may or may not be true, that you don't have perfect evidence for, is a religious belief.
Okay, apply this wet ground example to the evolution.
Say that again.
Apply this wet ground example to the evolution or the Big Bang.
So when you say that you believe that the belief in science is a religion, what do you believe is a religion?
The theory-based science is religion. Fact-based science is science. That's subject.
He doesn't. Listen. He doesn't understand that what the word scientific theory means. He also doesn't. He thinks science and fact are things. It's going to be a looping with him. But good luck.
Well, I want to try to, if possible. figure out. Oh, do you guys want to see my new gun?
I mean, yeah,
I'll take it.
we both can see it, but yeah, I'm not my video page that has all the videos on it. It's messed up right now, so I'm not gonna swap. But I can
Oh, okay.
I can see your video if you want to show it to me and to BBN. Cool. Handgun.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. This is a PSA dagger. I just bought it. It was on sale. Unfortunately, I live in Illinois, so I wasn't able to get a threaded barrel for it, but, whatever. I keep that in my office now, which, that's where all the expensive stuff is. So, host, I forget. You believe that a belief in science is a religion?
No, a belief in a theory-based science is a religion. A belief in a fact-based science, it's a subject. So science
So
is
how do you
also a
feel about-
subject.
How do you feel about the theory of relativity?
Tell me
Just
that theory a bit. So
Just
that
a heads up, I've done this with him a bunch of times. He's just gonna go. Well, good luck.
What about atomic theory?
tell me the theory. I'll let you know.
The atomic theory is the one where we are comprised of atoms.
Okay.
Do you think that theory is well enough supported to be acceptable?
I mean, sure. Yes, I do not know I cannot tell you yes or no because I don't know the theory of the atomic theory. If I see that there's something that we cannot there's something not factual about the theory or something we cannot prove with hard evidence, then
Well,
it's just a theory. That's
It's not what theory means, though.
Hold on. Do you think that you have enough knowledge about science to be able to determine what is factual and what is not?
Yes and no. There's a common sense ground, and common sense ground obviously tells that going back 4.5 billion years ago and understanding exactly what happened, it's impossible. It's
the Earth
only
flat?
Is the Earth flat? Well, if I were to look with my eyes, I can see a curvature. If I were to inspect the atmosphere, I see that it's not flat.
Prove it.
Just look at the atmosphere. I live in California.
I did earlier tonight. I didn't see any curvature. We must be living on a flat Earth.
I can go. I live in California. I can go to the ocean, and if you go to the ocean, there's your enough proof to see that it's round.
I went to the ocean. I saw that it was flat.
Well,
yeah, and that's just reflection anyway.
Look at it a little more, because I mean I've seen it over and over again.
There's a ton of Bible verses that confirm that we live on a flat Earth. We live on a flat disc, as dictated by Job, and in the temptation of Jesus, when the devil took him to the tallest mountain on the face of the earth, and you can see all the countries around it. Job says that God sits atop the firmament, reigning in his throne. I forget what book it is. I believe it's Jeremiah says that the shape of the earth is like a seal, like a stamped seal, a flat disc.
Yeah, which is why a lot of flat earthers are Christians.
Well, Christianity and flat earth is kind of like squares and rectangles. Like, not every Christian is a flat earther, but every flat earther is a Christian.
Okay, well, what's your point? You're trying to get down to the belief and discredit that aspect.
So, what my point is that you're kind of dismissing all the science that disagrees with your holy book just out of hand, without having done any kind of true research to it, without taking any kind of like classes on it, without any kind of defeater present for your belief. So I think that what you're doing is fundamentally unfair to science and, by extension, scientists, because they have spent their entire life dedicated to this incredibly challenging thing. And you're just kind of saying, nah, they're all just doing it wrong. My Bronze Age sex and slavery manual, that got it right.
Okay, and your today's day age technology can actually travel back 4.5 billion years and figure out
So,
exactly what happened. Okay.
well, we don't need to know exactly what happened, right? We just need to have an idea. Man, is my camera like super duper close? Oh my god.
You can have an
So
idea, and then you can build bunch of stories that are, well, maybe they're true or maybe they're not. We do not know. We can never tell for sure if they are, but at least I have a bunch of stories that I can tell you about.
well, so because what you're doing is you're looking at, so imagine this scenario. You and I are walking through an alley and we find a guy dead on the ground. There's a bullet hole in his head and there's a gun on the ground nearby. And I say, oh my God, something happened. Let's call the police. And you're like, we don't need to call the police. He clearly killed himself. And I say, well, I don't know that we know that. We don't know that it was a suicide. He could have, someone could have snuck up behind him and shot him in the head. He could have dropped his gun and it misfired. Someone could have dropped a gun from the roof above him and it fell and hit him and then ricocheted and did that. There's so many different ways to explain how this guy died, and you're like, no, he killed himself. And I'm not saying that we know exactly.
Both of you are
what
doing
happened.
exactly the same thing. BBN and you guys doing exactly the same thing. Your examples are not apples to apples. If you're making this example in order to prove evolution and the Big Bang, you can't. You literally cannot.
I disagree with. What I'm saying is that scientists have studied this, and the 99% of people that do this, who are serious people, who are not lying to you, there's not some giant conspiracy out there. These are serious people who are saying that here's how the science plays out. And here's the thing, is that if there were scientists that could disprove the Big Bang Theory, abiogenesis, any of this science, they would get the Nobel Prize. They would win all kinds of money. They'd earn these fellowships for studying. They'd be making millions off of books.
Christian
all about how they were able to
creation
defeat.
scientists, and there's evolution ones, and they've been talking and arguing back and forth. There are that.
99%, more than 99% of all of the scientists in the world believe the established science. What is it about your book in particular that disproves every single thing that we know about the world and how we came to be as a species, as a planet, as a universe, as a galaxy?
The way it started, to start with.
Is it because you want to align yourself with the most powerful bully in the history of existence?
No, because you are aligning yourself with nothing, and that doesn't make sense.
Unfortunately, I don't know that I can align myself with anything, so I would rather reserve the choice until we're sure. What you're doing is you're saying, we know exactly what happened. We know. And I'm saying, we don't.
Yes,
we have science that leads us towards a
know.
conclusion.
You're telling me exactly the same thing. Nothing has created
No,
everything.
we're telling you evidence shows what it shows, and that's all.
Okay.
Well, evidence doesn't matter to
This
Christians.
matter.
It's like Christians
No, it
love
does.
lying
It
about
does.
what's in the Bible.
It does. You guys.
No, it doesn't.
Look, you guys claim that there's a matter that expanded. What's
Because we can see it. It's still expanding.
I'm not saying it did or it didn't. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
It
trying
did.
to.
That's why we can see
I'm
it.
trying to figure out how did it even get there.
Well, how did God put it there?
Do you believe in God creating that matter?
I don't. You do.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
Well
because we've gone
then
through this
ask me
before.
according to your belief, according to your faith,
No,
how did
I'm
it
asking
get there?
you according to you, how did God put it there?
According to your faith, how did it get there?
We
Matter is
don't
eternal.
know.
It cannot be created or destroyed. It can be
Good.
changed in form. It's
Okay, do
always
it.
Yeah,
existed.
it could have always been there, yes.
Okay, great. So your belief
But we don't know.
your belief says that it's always there because it cannot come out of nothing, and I cannot claim that there is a God in any way. So that's my only option to believe it's always been there. So this does not answer the question of who placed it there, how did it get there, and where did it come from.
Answer it. Answer it.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying that because our let's say theory, because a hypothesis and a theory are different things. Our theory of the Big Bang cosmology, right? You're saying that we don't know how exactly that worked. We don't know every single thing about it. Let me ask you a question. Did you read the entire Bible before you became a Christian?
Mm-hmm. Well,
you read the entire Bible before you converted to Christianity. The entire Bible.
The story parts of the Bible.
So, in order for you to have a firm belief in God, you didn't need to read the entire book. You didn't need to know everything about it. Can you tell me what exactly God was doing March 5th, 2005?
Where are you going with this? Because I'm a little lost.
Because you're saying that because we don't know every single thing about what happened at the start of time, essentially, that we cannot be trusted to figure out a good idea of what happened. You're saying that because we found this guy's corpse and we're trying to figure out what happened to him, instead of just saying what happened to him, which is clearly he killed himself, we're trying to figure it out. We're trying to come to scientific consensus. You're dismissing
you guys
with a wave of your hand. It's insulting to scientists.
Look, you guys already know what happened. You guys already know what happened.
Do you remember when you asked me a while back why I've read the Bible cover to cover, the entire Bible cover to cover, the entire New Testament twice, and all four Gospels? I'm reading them side by side. So I read the first chapter of Matthew, the first chapter of Mark, the first chapter of John, the first chapter of Luke. You asked me why I'm paying so much attention to the Bible and arguing about why God is evil. Well, it's because I want to respect my opposition and know as much about it as I can. And you do not show that exact same commitment to the truth. Now, I'm not even saying that we are right when we talk about science being correct. I'm saying that you are not doing your due diligence in investigating the science. When is the last time you watched a, let's say, 4-hour-long video about evolution?
It was a while back.
Okay. I never had evolution classes when I went to high school because I went to a private Christian high school. When I learned about the origin of the universe, that was my science teacher in high school opening up the Bible and saying, "In the beginning, God." We didn't learn anything about the Big Bang because that didn't happen. When I got to college, I dismissed all of that stuff and said, this is just all foolishness. So I had to learn by myself as I got older because I realized that saying that this book that says slavery is okay but homosexuality is bad is silly.
Okay. I mean, what you just asked me, when is the last time I've watched a 4-hour evolution thing?
Went all over his head.
No, it didn't. It didn't.
So
if
you want to dismiss the entirety of evolution, I think you should be educated enough to talk about how the theory emerged, who advanced it, who defeated it, who updated it, and then where we are exactly in the development of the human species and why you think that it makes no sense. You are not educated enough on the topic to speak about it in such a dismissive way. Just like I feel like
fully agree
I'm
with you.
not educated enough on other topics to be dismissive of them. Like
I
don't
fully
go
agree
around
with you.
talking about how Islam is trash, having only ever read a couple verses of the Quran.
I fully agree with you. So that's why, let's say, when it comes to atheism, I don't talk about all the subjects. I don't. I only
There's no
talk.
subject
I
in
only.
Atheism.
That's what y'all think.
Atheism is a lack
we
of
are
a
the
belief.
fucking atheists. So I don't. You keep. It is what it is, dude. This is your problem. You don't fucking believe what words mean.
You both have very similar perspective. You both.
Yeah, because we're both atheists.
I used to have two
Technically
Muslims on the show too, and their perspective was very similar. Can't you see
they're
that you're
both
defined by a
Muslims?
religion?
No, I'm not.
We're all defined by the religion.
If I'm defined by a religion, what is my religious text?
Yeah, please show me.
Exactly as BBN's. It's basically on a morality standpoint of view. There's basically almost none of it, but like
That's
from
not what
a
atheism
different
is. So what are you
theory,
explaining right now?
but from a different theory standpoint of view, there's a lot of it.
Where do I go to worship my God of my religion?
You don't. You just call him nothing.
Okay, so we don't worship a God. We call him quote unquote nothing. We don't have a directional text giving us commands, right? We don't have anything. It seems like you're trying to say that the lack of a belief is a belief, but by definition, it is not. Atheism means without a God.
Atheism produced literally almost two exactly the same people. Muslim produces nearly two identical people. So whatever you want to call atheism, it's your choice. But the product of atheism is exactly the same what religion does.
So hold on. So the product of atheism is people that don't believe in a God.
People that think in a very similar way, act in a very similar way, live in a very similar way. That's
true
what
for everything. What are you trying to point out? It's just like saying, this is like saying that people that don't believe in the tooth fairy create tooth fairy atheists. It's people just don't believe in it. Do you believe Santa is real?
No.
Does that make you a Santa atheist?
No.
Well, what are you saying? You're saying that you don't believe in Santa, and there's a bunch of people that are just like you who don't believe in Santa? It sounds like a religion to me. Your lack of belief in Santa is clearly anti-Santaism. Do you celebrate Christmas, you anti-Santa denier?
My like and belief in Santa does not produce me literally the same person as somebody that's next to me that doesn't believe in Santa too. If an atheist and if
pretty similar to the other anti-Santa apostates.
If an atheist does not believe in Santa Claus, it does not make him similar to me. My perspective is still different than versus the atheism one. But both of you
both don't believe in Santa.
Both of you have exactly the same like a religious in a way standpoint of view, commandments in a way standpoint of view.
Nope. You're just putting that shit on you because it's in your brain. Yeah, please. Do it.
Okay, your one, the biggest and the most primary commandment is refuse to believe in God.
That's not true. First of all, we don't refuse. There's no evidence. There's no good evidence. We simply don't believe because no good evidence. If you could offer up some evidence, I would believe in your God.
Sure. If you only allow me to see gravity, I would believe in it too.
Your problem is that, like he said, you don't have no respect for these things. And regardless of what two people that actually understand the thing believe and keep correcting you on, you seem to just keep saying, like, no, none of us said the thing that you just said that we believe in. In fact, we've
Muslims
said it
correct me
multiple times.
in their religion too. Muslims correct
I don't
me in their
care
religion
about Muslims. I'm not talking about Muslims. And we don't have a religion, so it doesn't matter anyway. It's like, you've been able to prove none of these things to you. He's asked you 1,000 questions already about this. You've answered none of them.
I would look, any atheist I ask, hey, what religion are you? What do you believe? The thing that they respond back with is, I'm an atheist. So
that's because they don't believe in God. So what are you talking? You asked them, what do you think about God?
So
and they said they don't believe in God, and you're like, that's weird.
So they already are literally identifying themselves with a perspective out there.
Well, hold on.
With a religion out there.
The problem.
It's insanity what you're saying.
So that's part of the problem because
you both are the same. You both are atheists, and you're.
I'm way more handsome than another guy.
That's why his camera is off.
That's what
I
he
get
thinks.
It now.
Hold on. Let me ask you this, guy talking. Do you believe that abortion is okay?
Hell yeah.
Okay. I bet we can find things we don't believe in that we don't like.
Very small. You can continue to ask, and you'll see.
I've met atheists that are anti-theists, as in they think that all religion should go away. I've met atheists who define themselves as cultural Christian. I've met atheists that go to church. I've met atheists that think that abortion is murder, which it clearly isn't. They're just fucking wrong, but they're not going to listen to me.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: is that do you think that all Christians believe the same stuff?
Well, he thinks that he thinks he's figured it out. That's for sure.
No,
He knows
not
the
all,
true right. He
not-
told me earlier that Christians that believe in evolution and Jesus are wrong. So he knows the right way.
you're correct, Bibian.
The entirety of Christianity is just one great big no true Scotsman fallacy. Everyone thinks that their particular version of Christianity figured it out, and everyone else is wrong.
I said those exact words to him.
Like, there are Christians who think that other Christians are going to hell.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to me.
Oh, yeah, dude, there's 4,000 denominations of Christianity. None of you motherfuckers can believe in shit.
How is it crazy to you? Y'all are so weird. How is it crazy to you?
Yeah, we're weird. We're like, don't rape people, that's wrong.
No,
Don't
hold on a
murder
second.
people,
Why
that's
is it
wrong.
why is
and
it
you're like,
crazy
well,
to you?
God says it's okay, but we're weird.
How's
Because
it
if
crazy
it was
to you?
right, they would just believe the same shit. If
I
it was
actually
correct,
disagree
they
with
would
you
just
on that.
go on.
I think that if Christianity were true, then the natural development of Christianity would be the splintering, fractious development of all these different people trying to determine this book and how to interpret it. It's like there are, excuse me, there are, I would say there's like 30,000 different quote-unquote denominations of Christianity. There's basically 7 or 8 major branches.
Yeah.
But like, when you think about how Catholics were killing Protestants for 1,000 years, do you think that that is the natural evolution of humanity finding a religion and tainting it? I think it is. I think that regardless of the truth claims of Christianity, humans, whenever they get access to anything, they're just going to fuck it up. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. They're just going to make it worse. So the splintering of Christianity into a bunch of different factions isn't necessarily proof that the religion is false. I think it's proof that humans are stupid, despite the fact that, if I remember correctly, the Bible literally says, do not splinter and have factions and stuff like this. It's less an indictment of the religion and more an indictment of the religious people. Although that might be a bit of a distinction without a difference.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree for the most part of what you're saying, but I would say that mostly, well, it's kind of like you were saying earlier, like why we have 99% of engineers and scientists that believe a thing, it's because that's where the evidence leads, and that's why they believe it, and it proves to be right. We don't have them.
And that's the thing, is that like, whenever science changes and people have to change their minds, they're not happy about it, but they go with what the new science directs them. But for believers, if their religion is wrong, they have nothing. They feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. They feel like they've lost their reason for being, which makes them grab onto religion even tighter and hold it close and dear and try to defend it from everyone that doesn't believe, which by definition is a dangerous place to be.
Yes.
Okay, do you have hope, Jordan?
Do I have hope?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What is the basis of your hope?
My hope comes from inside me and my eagerness to make the world a better place.
And what is it pointing you to?
It's pointing me towards society, my friends, my family, my pets, everything that gives me meaning in my life.
And what's the point of it all, anyways?
To live. What's the point of a violin?
To play.
Exactly.
Well, why can't you just live, sleep around, enjoy sex?
I do.
Enjoy whatever. Hurt people around.
I really do.
Hurt people
You can do whatever
around.
you want as long as it doesn't harm another person.
Well, why work if you can rob somebody and make it faster,
Because that
right?
hurts another person.
Well, there's no point anyways at the end of
Well,
life.
this
There's
is
no
this,
judgment.
this
There's not. It doesn't matter. Just make it easier.
but there is no judgment anyway.
Yeah.
In your philosophy, every sin that you can possibly do can be, well, except for blaspheming the Holy Spirit, every sin you can possibly do can be washed away by Jesus' grace, right? So it doesn't matter what you do. There is no justice anyway. So, like, in your theology, if I go out right now and I go murder a homeless man and I get away with it, and then later on I become a Christian, God forgives me. There's no justice for that murder committed to that homeless man. I just got away with it.
If you repent, yes. If you repent,
Okay.
then the justice, the
And-
punishment has been put on Christ. If you repent,
Ah.
somebody else
I mean-
has taken your
Let me
consequences.
ask, like, how can you say shit like that and like want anyone to take you serious?
That's how
Well-
justice works.
That's not how.
That's not justice. All throughout the Bible, Christ, or I should say God, is not a just being. Do you think that hanging on a cross for 6 hours and being tortured is equivalent to raping a child to death?
Equivalent. I mean, I think it's even harsher.
I mean, if I knew that my buddy's child was going to be raped to death, or I could be tortured to death for 6 hours, do you know what I would choose?
Because of the love that is sparking within you, probably to protect the child.
Yeah, I would do what I would consider to be a very good sacrifice, because I am
So-
motivated not by my belief in God, but my love of other people. Of
So
humanity.
why isn't that not allowed to be applicable to Jesus?
Because he had a bad weekend. He was on the cross for what, 6 hours? He maybe died. We don't really know.
Yeah,
And
but
you're saying
that's
that's
to
the equivalent to every
that's
sin
to
ever
s-
committed by
that's
everybody?
to no, that's to save you. It's exactly the same example you said about the child. If you would know,
mean-
then you would do. Well, he knew and he did to save you. Why?
Yeah,
Because of
he
love.
has to save me from himself in a system set up by himself. It doesn't make any sense.
He has to save you from himself. No, from yourself.
He's
Because
like
you
a
truly-
mobster.
He needs to
He's
save
like
you
a
from
mobster
yourself.
walking into my shop and looking
Oh.
at the wares in my shop and saying, man, it sure would be a shame if something were to happen to these goods in your shop. And then he holds up a lighter and a gallon of gas and says, oh, it sure would be a shame if someone set fire to your store.
No, bro.
You should
no.
probably love me,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
I'll set
Yeah,
fire
right.
to you.
Yeah,
You really have a twisted perception. He
Okay, let me ask you something. If I
he's
don't believe
actually-
in Jesus, am I going to hell?
he's actually like that construction worker that is trying to stop you from driving over unfinished bridge and causing yourself
If I
harm.
don't believe in
And
Jesus,
he
will I
keeps
go
on
to hell?
coming and showing you signs in a different ways so that you would stop before it's too late. He's not gaslighting you. He's trying to stop you from you gaslighting yourself.
Yeah, not touching your wiener.
Well, not actually, I don't think the Bible clearly condemns masturbation, but more like he wants to stop you from the sin of touching another man's wiener, but you're allowed to own slaves.
There
Anyway,
you go.
your metaphor of the
Yeah.
construction worker trying to save me from driving off of a bridge that he built fails, because the construction worker had to build that bridge. God didn't have to, quote unquote, build the bridge, right?
The
He didn't
bridge,
have to set
God
up
built the
entire
bridge. The
world
bridge
this
was
way.
there, but
He chose to do it.
But you are the one who placed AT&T over the bridge and destroyed the bridge. Now God is repairing the bridge and he's trying to get your attention. But you destroying the bridge
can't change
now
his
is
analogy.
super ignorant and just not willing to pay attention. Thus
I mean,
continuing right into destruction.
Do
I'm
I
gonna
go
go
to
ahead
hell
and
if I
say
don't
right
believe in
now,
Jesus?
You're the one, you and me, we're the one who destroyed the relationship with God. We're the one who set off AT&T on that bridge.
TNT.
God is the
First of
one
all-
who's repairing it, and we're the ones who ignore God and about to hurt ourselves.
It's interesting that your analogy for God takes away all of God's agency.
What do you mean?
In your analogy, there's a bridge that's out, and someone is trying to warn me not to drive over it. But if God is truly all powerful, he could just build the bridge to have me not die when I drive over it. He could prevent me from going to the bridge. He could make it so my car gets breaks down on the way to the bridge. God can do anything, right?
He
But
does.
instead,
He's
he
giving
set
you a
up
lot of
flawed
signs.
system that doesn't make any sense.
It makes
That
sense.
has a book that's poorly written.
It
that's
allows
hard
you
to
to
believe
free.
in.
His system allows you to use free will. It makes super sense.
I already told you that in the Christian system we don't have free will.
Yeah. Hello.
We do.
Oh yeah, we have free will, so I have the freedom to not believe in God, but He's
You
going
do.
to punish me for not doing it. So that's not really free.
What do you, oh, he's gonna
Free-
punish me. No, bro.
Free
listen,
will cannot be
listen.
coerced.
There's. It's not coerced. I don't see how
It
you
is.
see
You'll
coercion.
burn in hell if
Look,
you don't believe in it.
there's two paths. There's if you turn to the right, you are following the way of Jesus Christ to heaven. If you turn to the left, you're following the way of the devil to hell. Now you are the one who is choosing the path that you want to go on. You have
Okay,
free will. So choose.
hold on.
If you want to
So-
get to heaven, choose to follow Christ. If not,
So-
then stop blaming God that he is so blah blah blah. You're choosing that path.
So in your analogy, we have two choices, right? Two choices, and we have the free will to choose one or the other. Correct?
Yes, that's how the world works. We have two choices,
Okay.
yes or no in anything.
Okay. Is rape a crime?
Sure.
Okay. Let's say I go up to a woman and I hold a gun to her head and I say, I'm either going to kill you or I'm going to rape you. Choose one. Have I committed a crime?
Not yet, but if you kill her or rape her, you will.
Oh, okay. So she chooses to have me rape her instead of killing her. So she made the free will choice to have me rape her. So in that case, she did not, in fact, get coerced. She made a free will choice. So therefore, rape doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah. Examples of an atheist. If you were to make examples apples to apples, that would be a lot easier. Okay, now
Well,
you said
how is
you
that not a
said
good
you
example?
said
I mean,
you said
there's two
you come up
choices,
to a
right?
woman,
There's two
you
choices.
give her two choices, both of them are evil, and then like, hey, choose. God came up to you, he gave you
okay.
a good choice and a bad choice. Now you choose, but at least you have something to choose from. What your example is, choose evil or evil, harm or harm, crime or crime. God's way of free will is choose blessing or curse, everlasting life or everlasting destruction.
That implies that we have perfect knowledge of what's going to be true or untrue. We don't have perfect knowledge, as said by you earlier. We don't know exactly if, like, you have belief, right? But we don't know for sure. You just believe.
Example
not
you've
know
given
for
is
sure.
not apple to apple. At least
It
at
is
least
apples
in
to apples,
my
but-
at least my example has heaven equals good and hell equals bad.
Heaven sounds like a
In-
nightmare. I
in
don't
your-
want to go
Yeah,
to
sounds
heaven.
scary
Sure,
as
okay,
fuck.
you won't, no problem, you won't. But thing is, in your example again, you have evil and evil. Now choose one of the two
All right,
evils.
I'm going
Like,
to ask you a question. Let me ask you this. Okay, so you're talking about free will, okay? But like, is it free will if it comes with a threat?
what threat?
Everlasting torture and burning.
It's your free will to go there. What
Okay,
threat
but
are you talking about?
No, you got.
want
that's
to
the
go
threat,
there.
you dummy.
No,
Okay,
Jordan
so-
just said that he does not want to go to heaven. Okay, then travel on the path to hell. It's the path that you want.
No, listen, you dummy. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, it's a threat because if I don't believe in him, even if I do nothing else wrong, I just simply don't believe in Christ, I still have to go there. You're telling me, not me. Think about a person who is perfect, or not perfect. That's not the right word, but a good dude. He never did anything wrong. Didn't harm no one. Raised a family. Did great. He dies. He goes to hell because he didn't believe in fucking Jesus. That's fucking nonsense, and it's called a threat, dummy.
If the person sinned at least one time, that means they rebelled against God. Rebelled against God has
They didn't
set them.
believe in God, but
Not believing
no,
God is
I
rebelling
just
against
said he
God.
did.
Not
I just
believing
said he
God
did nothing wrong. I also
sets.
said he did nothing wrong.
It doesn't matter if you do things good or not. If you don't
Oh, it
believe in
doesn't?
God, you
Okay, well then your God
you are
sucks, you dummy.
you are rebelling against God. If you rebel
Your
against
God
God,
sucks.
you just
Morality
turned
doesn't
on the
matter.
path that will lead to everlasting destruction. You're the
It's
one
a
who
threat,
turned.
whether you like it or not. It's a threat,
Yeah.
whether you like it or not.
Well, then unthreat yourself and stop walking on that path. You can always
No,
turn to
I'm
other
doing
paths.
fine. I'm living a great life without God. I'm doing just fine.
Then enjoy the path. So why are you under
Yeah.
threat? Enjoy the path. Why are you under
I'm
threat?
not under threat. I'm talking about your fucking
Great.
framework. How come you
Well,
can't separate those two?
This is an internal
I'm not saying
critique
I'm not
of
saying you are. I'm
Christianity.
not saying you're under threat. I'm saying that you, it looks like you do not understand where you're going, but you will fully understand once you'll get there. I don't want you to get there, but if you are stubbornly, literally headstrong going there, then enjoy your path. That is all I can say. So
you're just doing the true dichotomy thing, and it isn't, dude. I'm sorry.
Dude, it's your body, your choice. Freedom of
Damn
will.
right.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's a
No,
freedom
it's
of will.
not freedom if it comes with it's the reason. That's why his analogy was good, because the freedom, it's not freedom if you have a gun pointed to your head the whole time.
You don't have gun pointed to your head.
Yeah, you do, because if I don't believe in your God,
this.
I go to burning hell.
You have
You
this
can believe
one
in me,
path.
or you could go to burning hell.
You have this one path is leading you to sit on a chair.
care about your analogies.
Another path is gonna lead you in a fire.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Now you are one of the people that literally are closing your eyes, screaming blah 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 blah, and walking into a fire. And then once you will walk into the fire,
like, just rape whoever you want.
and once you're gonna walk into a fire, you're gonna say, "Oh, I was under threat all the time." No, dude, you're not under threat. You're literally are pushing yourself there. You're being ignorant and blind and do not want.
Worldview, dummy.
I know.
This is an internal critique of Christianity. If you don't want an internal critique, too bad.
What's the internal critique? What?
So, God gives us the illusion of free will because free will cannot be coerced, even if one of the two choices involved in that free will choice is good. So are you familiar with contract law?
No.
So in contract law, you cannot sign a contract under duress and have it hold up in court, right?
Oh, okay.
So the sheer fact that the threat of hell exists means that we are not entering into a good faith free will contract. Let me ask you a different question, maybe a different hypothetical, if you will. I go to a rich man and I say, give me all the money in your wallet so I can donate it to charity. And I say, if you don't give me all the money in your wallet, I'm going to kill you. Have I committed a crime?
This is exactly the same hypothetical
One of them's
example
good.
as the last one.
One of them is good.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's going to be apples to apples at this point.
Feeding,
I really wish you'd
feeding
stop
a child.
thinking about
let's
fruit
say
and
I was going to take all the money in a rich man's wallet and give it to the poor. I was
Okay,
gonna
so
have
you
him
want to rob
sell
a
all of his objects and tell him to follow Christ. Let's say I was going to threaten him with going to heaven. Free will cannot be coerced. Then it is no longer free will.
If he says no, then if he says no, then you need to allow them to travel on that path.
It's the path of living without being robbed and murdered. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
So if a rich man decides that he would instead rather die than giving me money to feed homeless, hungry children, I should then what? Like in this scenario, I'm giving him a choice between doing something that is ultimately good and better for him, or having something bad happen to him.
See, the thing is, again, in your example, that person is under threat.
Yes,
In
just like
in
your example.
no, you're not under threat. You're walking there yourself. It's your own choice to go there.
It was his.
Except we
It's his
didn't
own
get a choice.
choice. It's like,
No,
I didn't choose to exist.
that
yeah.
okay. Well, sure, that's not up to you. But basically,
So we
the
didn't get a choice, so we don't have free
freedom, freedom of will, starts with the fact that you can make your own decision. Now,
okay.
existing is not freedom of will.
Okay, so let me give you another hypothetical. I wake up tomorrow, and there's a party at my house, right? I just wake up. There's a party going on. I go to the person hosting the party, and I'm like, "What's going on?" "Oh, it's a party. We're having a party. We're gonna play football now. You can either play for Team A or Team B." And I say, "Well, I don't want to play football. I don't want to be at this party." And they say, "Oh, well, you can't leave, and you have to make a choice." Do I have free will?
You can't leave, and you have to make a choice. You do have free will because you can leave.
But you can't leave. They're going to stop you from leaving. You can't leave. You have to make a choice.
That's the thing. Nobody stops you
Yeah.
with God. No one stops you.
So I can leave. So I can leave existence right now and not have to make a choice?
Sure.
So if
Sure.
how exactly does that work? If I kill myself, I go to
Yeah,
hell because I
please
just
tell
committed the sin of murder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can leave existence. Sure.
Yeah, but I don't get
And
to
not make a choice.
And not. What do you mean not make a choice?
Oh, my God.
It's either I make the choice to follow God, or I make the choice not to follow God, right? Those are my two choices. That's Team A or Team B. I don't want to play the game at all.
Okay. Okay. If you don't play the game at all, then it's a no. It's a choice of no.
But God says I have to play the game.
You don't have to play a game.
But God says I have to choose to either follow him or choose not to follow him.
If you wanna get to heaven where he's at, yes, you need to start walking on his path. But
Okay, so
you don't have to play a
will.
game. You do
I
have
don't have free will then,
You
because
do.
I cannot choose not to play.
There's look.
Dude, he just
there's
walked you
look.
through that
Listen.
so nice. And
Listen,
it's like
listen,
you're-
what I- look.
It's so crazy.
Listen. The ending options is not up to you. The beginning option
So we
is
don't
not
have
up.
free will. I
The
agree.
beginning option is
Yeah,
not up
right.
to you. The ending one is not up to you. But anything in the middle and that will affect the ending option is according to your free will.
So I don't get to choose not to play the game. I have to choose a side, and then the repercussions of choosing that side will be inflicted upon me, regardless of what I would like to have happen to me.
How can I say? Yes, because
You
that's
can't, because we don't have free will.
yes, because
Yeah,
that's
right, exactly.
yes, that's the design. But
Yes, that's
basically,
how you
what
know
do
it's
you
Designed
trying?
the world
You're trying to
to
argue.
not give us free will.
You,
Yeah.
God has designed the world where there is two ending options, and you have a free will to choose one. And which one you want, take that one.
I choose neither.
Okay, well then one is by default assigned.
Okay.
Oh,
so
There's
we have
only-
free will.
There you go.
There's only two
There you go.
options. There's only two
Yeah,
options.
then you don't have free will then.
Yes, you do, because there's only
Free
two
will has
options.
more than two choices for probably.
If a design is only presenting two options, then you have only two options, and you can
You got
you
proof
have
that that's the design?
Well, there we go. The ending.
Well,
What you
hold on.
keep on
That's a
telling me, I
distracting
don't want to
question.
go to hell.
That's a distracting question.
Yeah.
You agree that we have two choices, and that's it, and we can't choose to choose neither. So therefore, by default, we have to make a choice. We do not have free will in this scenario because we are forced to play for Team A or Team B, but I don't want to play the game at all. I don't want to participate in this stuff. Keep me out of it. I don't want to have a default judgment issued upon me based on a sin committed by someone that's not me.
Then make a creation of your own.
I would
Oh.
trust me, buddy. I would love to.
Then make a creation of your own. The design that you got and that I got is the design that we're stuck in. Now you
So
cannot
agree,
you
we're
cannot
stuck in this,
you
and we
cannot
don't
you
actually
cannot
have free
argue
will.
you cannot
Yeah, right.
argue you cannot argue that there's no free will because of the
Just did.
design. You can't.
Just did.
No,
Just did.
you can't. Oh, I don't like
Just
the
argued it
design.
pretty well.
I don't like the design, so that's we have
No
no
one
free will.
said
No,
that.
blow. Yes, that's what you keep on saying. I don't want to play the game. I don't like the design.
Yeah, right.
That's and because I don't like the design, I do not have free
Yeah.
will.
Right. You got it.
That's even weird way of putting it. I don't like the design. I
Even-
have no free will.
Everything that
Even
is
if I
critical
did-
thinking is weird to you. That's your problem.
No.
Even if I did like the design, even if I did like the idea of going to heaven, I still wouldn't truly have free will because free will can't be coerced. Threatening somebody to make them do the thing you want them to do is never justice.
God is not threatening you to do what
Oh
he
my
wants you
God.
to
What
do.
is burning and agony? What does that mean?
God is holding a gun to our head and saying,
Yeah,
you either
Jesus
worship me or you
Christ.
burn.
Yeah, it's not that hard to understand, dude. Like
I really enjoyed the way that atheist actually is twisting the
no,
the
not
goodness
twisting
of God.
anything. Critical
Twisting.
thing. The goodness
I-
of God. Yeah.
Goodness of
the
God,
guy
yes.
who
Yes,
the guy
yes, the
who
goodness of God.
who's like enslave people, fucking women suck. Don't
Okay.
touch other guys' wieners.
Okay, right from the beginning, we all rebelled against God. So
I did not.
You didn't?
Nope, I have never rebelled against God. I don't know who I would be rebelling against. You're saying that original sin exists. Original sin, the concept in and of itself, is unjust.
Okay, you never committed evil at all. Not to anyone.
That's not what I said. I believe I was not born with original sin. I don't think anyone was ever born with original sin because the concept of original sin is unjust. Now, if you want to say that I have done things that have controverted the will of God, that's a different thing. But I
Okay,
don't think
what
I've
is
ever
what is
sinned because
original sin in your mind? How do you view it?
original sin is the rebellion against God by Adam and Eve that cast them out of the garden, that brought all of the evils into the world.
Okay, and you don't believe in that?
No.
Why
That would
not?
be
No
unjust.
shit.
Why not?
Well,
it's a
do you
made-up
believe that
story?
God is? Do you believe that God is just?
Yes.
Then how exactly is saying that I failed a test that I didn't know I was taking just?
I failed a test that I did not know that I was taking just. Sin
Yeah.
sin when it counts against you when you have the knowledge of it.
So sin only counts against me when I have the knowledge of it. So therefore, original sin doesn't exist.
Original sin in a state of effect is there.
Say that again.
Original sin in a state of side effects, what happened is there. Because basically once original sin, what is original sin? Original sin is opening a Pandora box to all this evil that we will live in, and all this evil we are tempted in. If we live in evil, by default we'll be tempted with evil. So that is the original sin, is the side effects of a broken world that we have. But now
So the
you,
side effect.
when I and you, when we
Hold
die,
on. So
are-
wait, hold on. I have a question about that.
Okay.
So the side effect of Adam and Eve's original sin is that we're all born with a sin nature, correct?
we are born in sin nature. How? we're born in sinful environments.
Okay, so I was born into a sinful environment. Was that my choice?
It's not your choice to be born at all.
Great. So it's not my fault that I was born into a sin environment. So therefore, it's not my fault that I have a sin nature. So therefore, original sin can't be just because it is unjust by definition.
That's pretty good. But let me get your rebuttal.
Repeat that again. Let me catch it. Let me try to catch it. I didn't catch it.
So I'm actually sorting Magic the Gathering cards right now, but so the concept of original sin is inherently unjust because we do not make a choice to be born into a sinful world in which we can only sin, right? Like there is no perfect person that was ever born aside from Jesus, correct?
Okay, I mean, how is it? How are you even connecting this just or unjust? How are you even connecting that?
If God is just, then he would set up a system that is fair and righteous and just. So therefore, he would not put us into a world where the default position is going to hell, right? Just because of the life we live.
Just because of the life that we lived?
Yeah, every child is born an atheist, right?
No, every child is born as a believer in God.
So how exactly does a newborn baby believe in something if they do not have the capability to believe in things?
Because they see and they cannot explain.
They see
Well, that
and
made a
they
lot
cannot.
of sense. I'm glad you said that. That adds up.
If it's unexplainable, there must be a greater knowledge out there. By default,
So
that greater knowledge is God.
If it's unexplainable, there must be a greater knowledge out there. Can you explain to me how lightning works?
If I would know all the aspects of it, if I can't, then I would say that God, the creator of it, actually created, and He knows how it works inside out.
So because you don't yet have knowledge,
okay.
God exists?
Yes.
So okay, so to
He
get back to your
exists
original point,
because He's the creator of it.
You're saying that babies are born with a belief. Do you think that a baby's brain is developed to the point where they can have a belief and be cognizant of it?
They may not be aware of it, but it's instinctual.
So you can have a belief you're not aware of.
Mm-hmm. Many of us do this.
Name 3.
Belief that we're not aware of. The person who does not know about gravity, they believe in gravity, even though they don't fully know or understand how it works.
That's not true at all. They don't know what gravity is. They can't believe that. So you're saying that a person who doesn't know what gravity is believes in gravity. That's just not how beliefs work.
Because they see the side effects. So thus the baby
they
too.
Don't
they
know
see
gravity.
The side
they
effect of
demons.
They see the side effect of the creation, and they're like,
don't
well,
know that's
it looks like
gravity.
it's
They
intelligent.
don't inherently know what gravity is. Just because people see things go, they understand shit goes down, but they don't know why it goes down. That's what gravity is. The reason it goes down.
Yes, and
gravity doesn't mean shit
not,
goes down. It's the reason why shit goes down.
He had asked me a question. My answer was to that question. Name me one of the 3. What was your question? My mind is getting slowing down.
3 beliefs that people have that they don't know they believe.
Yes, it's the belief that by default. Same thing with breathing. It's a default belief. It just we're
not
just
a belief. What do you mean? It's not a belief to breathe.
Yes, we do it. Same thing with gravity. Like it's there.
No, I already yeah right. But people don't know. There are people that are born that don't ever understand what gravity is. They don't ever at any point. For all they know, it's a fucking magical demon pulling it down.
That's maybe what baby thinks. Maybe.
What? Yeah, but that doesn't. Then they don't believe in gravity. They don't know what it is. Like, what are you talking about?
by definition, you cannot have a belief that you don't know about. Okay. Can you choose
Yes, you
to
do.
believe
If there's
that you
a
are
side
on
effects
fire?
of it. If you,
Can you choose to believe that you are on fire?
can you choose? Yes, sure. It might not be real though.
No, it's not. Not you can't choose to believe.
So
You can choose
I don't
to
know if you
imagine
remember.
you're on fire.
I don't know if you remember, but I'm a welder. A few weeks ago, I was welding something, and I looked down, and I was like, man, my leg's getting real warm. My leg, the jeans that I was wearing, had caught fire. So the first thing I did is I slapped it out with my gloves, and then I put down my welding gun, and I took off my welding gear, and I took off my weld jacket, and I went over to the first aid kit, and I put some some burn cream, some anti-inflammatory stuff on it. And I was like, man, that really sucked. And then I took some painkillers, and then I went back to work. Do you think that I believed I was on fire while I was on fire?
Yes, and your belief that you're on fire has set you to act.
Yeah,
You did not get the awareness prompted, and once your belief prompted the awareness, that's when you acted.
Yeah, and what you're saying is that
You're way too far away from Mike. I can barely hear you.
sorry about that. I'm grabbing a beer. So you're that someone who is essentially incapable of choosing, of thinking, of ascertaining the reality of the world is now able to make a choice, have a belief. It doesn't make any sense.
That's how it usually works. The lack of knowledge points to beliefs, either mythological or reality ones, but it points to
You're
belief.
thinking of the word faith.
Sure, but faith and belief is the same thing.
No, they're not.
Believe
Faith is the evidence of things unseen, the hope of that which cannot be identified. I can't remember the exact verse, but like,
what is
so
belief?
when you say that a baby is born a believer, you're saying that the brain itself, or like the soul, has been born to believe in God.
Instinctually, yeah.
Do you think that there is a scriptural support for that?
There is. I'm not gonna give you one right now because
Yeah, please.
my brain is almost fried. I actually want to go to sleep.
I'd love to go to the Bible. You know me.
Yes, I'm not gonna give you one right now because
I get you.
I'm BBN can see that I'm like 10 times slower than I was like 2-3 hours ago. So and because
It's
of that,
4
then,
a.m. I'm in my prime right now.
there we go,
me
and
too.
then
I'm ready to rock and roll, baby.
and I'm ready to go to sleep. That's why. That's the difference between us.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy's opening a beer. He's ready to go. Hey, hey, you like Guts at Givens?
Love Gutsick Gibbon.
That's my girl, dude. She's so lucky she's married.
I find her voice to be incredibly annoying in a weird way. I don't know what it is, the affect that she has, or like her weird. I can't stand it. Like, I think she's super smart and very compelling, but like I find her voice annoying.
Yeah, it is a little annoying, but that's what I like about her. It's like she has one of the best ways of approaching things. She's like, she never really gets too angry, and she's just solid with her shit, man. I mean, I like Forrest and like kind of the most, and Joe Vaughn, but like, yeah, man, they're all pretty cool.
I mean, for me, it's Justin from Deconstruction Zone.
Okay, yeah, he's dope.
100%.
Told you, BBN, you're gonna like him. Told you.
I'm a likable guy.
Yeah, yeah. It's like
40
I'm
or
likable
50 different women thought I was pretty likable.
Jordan, you are, I think, 10-year older version of BBN. You both are like almost identical twins, but just probably 10 years apart.
Well, sounds like
taller.
we both like. Well, I mean, I'm 6'1". I don't know.
Oh, he's tall too.
Well, I do martial arts. Does that count?
I play Magic: The Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons.
That sounds dope.
Bro, maybe
No.
maybe you should exchange the context because you both
Bad
live
game
in
for worse people.
you both live either in the same state or state next to each other too.
I live in Tennessee.
He's from Kansas,
Yeah, I live in
think.
Chicago.
Or Chicago, okay.
Chi-town.
Yeah, so it's two states away. But
Well, it sounds like we both like real shit, is what it sounds like. Like shit that you can like, you know, like that's quantifiable, that like makes shit, that proves shit.
yeah, you both like religion called science. I like the subject science, not the religion.
I enjoy hard evidence. I enjoy falsifiable claims. Do you know what it is to make a falsifiable claim?
No, you're gonna have to explain to me. I'm a lot slower now. So like everything in the past hour it has been an overdraft drive already.
Oh, trust me, I didn't want to
So-
be up this late, but I'm going all night.
Yeah, I mean it's fun with you guys, but I think not today for me because I'm crashing at the moment.
Maybe when I was younger I could go all night. Not anymore. So a falsifiable claim is a claim that inherently can be proven to be true or proven to be false. So like if I make the claim that I own a horse, that is a claim that you could prove to be true or prove to be false, right? Like you could drive down to my house and look around my house and be like, "What? There's not a horse here."
Okay.
Unfortunately, the existence of God, the truth of the Bible, is essentially an unfalsifiable claim. Now, I think that when you look at the Bible, you see an evil God that is amoral and is closer to like just a distillation of a angry, vengeful moron. But it could be that the Bible is true and we are just misinterpreting it. I'm not going to say whether or not there is or isn't a God. I'm agnostic to the existence of God.
But
I
why
look
do
at the
you
Bible and
why
I
do
see a
you
book that is
why do
false.
you look at the Bible and present it in such a terrible way, and let's say I look at the Bible and present it in a different way?
Because you are married to the idea that your God is real, and I, as the person who is your interlocutor, I therefore take the oppositional stance. It is on me to try to disprove your belief, right?
It's on you, sure. It's gonna be hard to do it, but
Well, you can't really disprove a personal belief. It's kind of like saying you can't disprove. I have a coworker who believes that he was healed by a faith healer. There's no way I can disprove that, even though there's no way he was healed by a faith healer.
well, right here, you would, in order to disprove God, you would have to present something greater than God. At the moment, you're saying there's nothing than God.
See, that's a oh god, what's the term? That's a category error, because I don't need to present something that is greater than God. I just need to present the idea that it might not be true.
Yeah, but it's like you're gonna tell me 2 + 2 is not 4. It might not be 4.
Well, what if God wanted to make it so that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4?
Sure, if he would, then that's what would happen.
So, you believe that God can perform contradictions?
No, listen, God is the creator. The creator is the one that assigns the initial rules. That's just by default how it is. If you create a robot, you're the one who's programming the robot. And since you're the one who's programming, designing the robot, it's your rules. It's your design.
But you're saying that God could make it so that 2 + 2 does not equal 4.
Yes. And he would make a design where it would equal 5, if that would be the case. But according to his design, he made 2 + 2 to be 4.
So so somehow, God could make it that if I had, for example, 2 items and 2 items, and I put them together, they would not equal 4, and instead would equal 5. Like, that's the thing God could do. Could God create a married bachelor?
It could equal 5, and he would show you how to count it in a right way to get it to 5. It would be a different
So-
way of counting than 4. What do you mean by married bachelor?
Do you know what a bachelor is?
Yeah.
Do you know what a married man is?
Yes.
Are those things compatible?
No. Okay, so a married bachelor is unfaithful man. Okay.
No, that's not
No.
how that works. A bachelor is someone who by definition does not have a spouse, and a married man is someone who by definition does have a spouse.
Okay, and then if you put those two together, it's going to be unfaithful man, unfaithful husband.
Not how it works.
That's so. How exactly does an unfaithful man get divorced instantly by being unfaithful?
How exactly does an unfaithful man?
Let me rephrase that. What are the conditions for ending a marriage?
Unfaithfulness. So if you start with unfaithfulness, you start with divorce.
So, okay, so if I go out and I get married to my girlfriend and I go and cheat on her, I'm still married to her, right?
Sure, until she finds out.
And then she does what? She ends the marriage right then and there. I'm still married to her, right?
She ends the marriage, yes.
Well, how do you end a marriage? Do you just say this marriage is over?
Well, if it depends how you want to look at it. If you want to look at it from a creation, from how God designed it, I can show you that. Or if you want to look at it from a humanistic way, I can explain that. So it just depends which one.
Period 3 times.
It all depends how you want to look at it. If you want to do humanistic way, and the end of marriage is when there's no longer an agreement. That's the end of marriage. When she no longer agrees to stay with you, that's the end of marriage. That's according to the humanistic way. According to the godly way, your cheating is the thing that actually ended the marriage already.
Okay, so you're saying that as soon as you cheat on your spouse, you are no longer married. So therefore, you are no longer a married bachelor. You're a bachelor. I don't think you understand the question.
Yeah, the thing is that these things are 2 separate things. You cannot be both of them.
Yes, I know, and that's why I'm trying to reconcile, but it does not work in any way. So I don't even understand why you're asking this.
We're talking
So,
about contradictions.
Because
Okay.
this is
Not
not
about-
about limiting God. This is about defining God, right? Do you think that God could create a new type of math to where it just doesn't work the way we have it?
Okay, again, if you said that example from that standpoint of view, bro, apples to apples, please. Please, apples to apples. Limiting
Could
God.
God create?
Apples are different than apples, right?
Somebody,
You know that, right?
somebody one time told me this, that it was a Muslim, and they said that it's not in God's nature, it's not in God's ability, it's not just in who God is to have a son. And their example was, well, can God lie? Because the second he lies, he stops being God. So see, God is not all powerful, almighty, because he cannot lie. It's like, bro, God. If you're gonna try to apply any evil example towards God, it falls flat automatically because he's good. So yes, God cannot lie. He simply cannot lie. But he can have a son.
Might makes right. Might makes right. That doesn't mean anything.
But God can have a son because it's not a factor of good or evil. But if you're applying an evil towards God, you just don't. It's not applicable. It doesn't fit. That doesn't stick.
You're going, you're taking all this time to talk about a bad example and a bad argument made by a person in a bad faith. Do you think that God could create a circle that is also a square?
God can create a circle that is also a square. If he places a circle inside of the square, sure.
But that would just be a circle inside of a square, right? That wouldn't be a square that is a circle.
Yeah.
Okay, where are you going with this now?
I'm defining God by saying that he cannot do that which is literally impossible. There are things that are, let's say, plausibly impossible. Like I cannot teleport, right? But God, being all powerful, could make me teleport, right?
Okay.
But God can't do that which is logically impossible. God cannot create a man who is a married bachelor. God cannot create an item that is a square circle. God cannot make it so that 1 + 1 = 3.
1 + 1 is his design. So if he was to change the design, then he could. Now,
How would
yes,
that work?
yes, God cannot. Now, God cannot create a married bachelor. You in that one, only that one, I agree with you. And it's not from a standpoint of view that God, it shows that God is limited in power. No, because it's from a standpoint of view of God creating evil. God does not create evil to start with.
Well, do you think that creating a married bachelor is an evil act?
Do you think unfaithfulness is good
I'm not.
for marriage?
That's
Well,
not
I
the
think
same
you're
thing.
hung up on the unfaithfulness idea.
Yeah, because
So,
it's
like,
not the
what?
analogy.
How does a marriage end? It's either it ends by getting a divorce, right, or death. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
So, in the scenario of creating a married bachelor, could God create a man that is simultaneously married and simultaneously unmarried? Is that possible?
Can he create a man that is married? And do you think your question is actually even smart?
This is what's known as a logical contradiction.
Yeah, by the way, this has been used like a trillion times.
and then you turn around and say, "See, God is not all powerful."
That's not the argument I'm making.
Yeah, you gotta track it.
Like, okay, unless I'm not tracking something, but I mean, the argument is just so far it's
Like, if God wanted to create the entire universe ex nihilo, which is to say out of nothing, that's the Latin for it, he could do that, right? Because he is a omnipotent being. If God wanted to Thanos snap and end half of humanity or bring half of humanity back to life, if God wanted to create the entire world in the anus of a kitty cat, he could do that too. God can do anything that is logically possible, but God can't do things that are logically impossible. Does that make sense?
it does make sense. I mean, it all depends on the logic you're presenting, but it does make sense in a general way. And
So
and
this
not
is a
because and
good.
it's not because he is not all powerful or less powerful or less mighty. It's just because that's his way of creating things. That's his order.
So could God make it so that math doesn't work like math does? How would so like for example,
If he
if I
changes the
have two
design, then
Magic the
yes.
Gathering cards, say that again.
If he changes the design of math, then yes, it would be a different design of math. But the rules of math initially would have to be different than versus what we have.
So if I have one object in one hand and I have another object in another hand, and I put them together in my one hand, I now have two items in my one hand, correct?
Using our current design and rules that we currently have and we use and execute, yes. If
How
you
exactly would God make it so that if I combined an item that is one of and an item that is one of, that it would be two?
you would understand that one-off item in a different way, and you would know how to count it in a whole different way if you would be using a different creation methods and rules. That God can do. It's a matter of how he has created, which rules he has initially enforced. Now the fact that married bachelor idea, that God cannot do.
So can God create a
There's no rules.
circle that is
There's no
also a square?
there's no like for a marriage bachelor idea, there's no changing of initial rules to fit that idea. You cannot do that.
So God could change the way that math works, which is the universal language, but he just can't make a married bachelor.
Yes, he can, because there's uh the root understanding of a bachelor does not comply with the root of understanding of marriage. So those two things are completely incapable, and there's no rule out incompatible, and there's no rule out there to fix that. It's just incompatible, and that's it. But now let's say math. If he was to change the definition of 1, if he was to change the definition of 2 or 3 to something else, then the whole structure of math would be changed, and that is totally fine. That's compatible. It's just he can create a whole new structure of math, but bring a capability to the bachelor and marriage, you can't. You cannot even adjust the design to bring a capability to that side.
So can God exist outside of time?
He is outside of time.
He can create a whole new structure of math, but bring a capability.
What?
Bibiana, your voice is
and
weird.
Marriage.
That was a weird echo. Anyway, so how long has God existed outside of time?
Timeless.
Timeless. So
How
you could track it.
Okay, how can you track time outside of time? If there's
You
no
can't.
time,
Therefore, God can't exist.
there we go. Timeless. It's indefinite. I can give you a number. It's untrackable. You just simply cannot track. If he's outside of time,
okay.
how are you going to track time?
If I had an infinite road, right? A road that had neither a beginning nor an end, and God placed me on that road, could I walk 500 miles down that road?
No, you couldn't.
Why not?
Because if it's infinite, you cannot measure a mile.
How could I not measure a mile? I would set my sock down, right? And I would walk a mile, and then I would set my other sock down, and I'd be like, okay, I've walked a mile.
Unless you make your own measurements, but I mean, like, let's say, I just walked 2 or 5% of the road. You cannot do anything like that.
Could I walk 10 steps forward on an infinite road?
You can, but
So I could track 10 steps, and then I could walk 10 more steps.
You can do your own tracking. You can, but the thing is, you cannot say from a standpoint of view, I've traveled, let's say 5% of the road or 1% of the road. You can do your own.
That's a misunderstanding of what infinity is. So if I was on that infinite road, then I could walk and walk and walk infinitely backwards, right? I could walk and walk and walk infinitely forwards, but I could always track how much time I was using on that road. Did I lose you?
If you have them tracking measuring capabilities, then yes.
Okay, so if God exists outside of time, how long has he been outside of time?
He doesn't have the measuring capabilities because it's outside of time.
How long did God exist before he began to create the world?
There's no measuring capabilities. You cannot measure that.
Could God measure it?
No.
So God is incapable of measuring the time that he's existed.
He's gonna tell you timeless, because there's no measurements that you can. You're trying to apply something that it doesn't fit.
I disagree. I
Please
think
tell
that
me.
the very concept of a timeless God is one of the big hurdles to get over in order to believe in God.
No, this is what you're telling me. Please use time to measure timeless state. How am I supposed to do that?
He just gave you some examples.
By measuring your walking?
There's a form of measurement.
It does. Okay. Okay, if you measure, you cannot apply measuring the distance to measuring time. You can't. What is the measurement of time? Day and night. That's the measurement of time.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's the measurement of the time. Are you thinking about the time on this planet? Like, is that what you're thinking about? Like a
Yes,
24-hour time?
one of the natural measurements of time is day
On planet
and night.
Earth is on planet Earth.
Another one of the natural measurement of time through the seasons is the sun and the moon. If there would not be day or night, we would not know which day we're on. It would always be light. How can we differentiate the date?
Does that apply equally everywhere at all time?
Yeah.
No.
False. That's the theory of relativity. Einstein predicted it.
Okay, look, if there's unless I misunderstood your question, but look, unless well, I just crashed. What would relativity? We're talking about time.
So the theory of relativity is that time is subjective, and that you experience it differently based on where you are. So, for example, if you have a clock on Earth and you have a same duplicate clock and you synchronize their times, and then you take that second clock and you put it onto a plane, and you have that plane fly around the Earth and then come back and meet up with that original clock, the time will be ever so slightly different.
Okay.
So that's the theory of relativity, right? Time is experienced differently based on where you are. So, for example, oh God, what was the movie we just watched? Project Hail Mary.
Yeah,
you experience time based differently on how fast you're moving.
Right. You can literally travel forward in the future if you could just like get fast enough, basically.
And that has been proven by scientific experiments that it is just true. Now, keep in mind, that's a theory that has been proven to be true. So therefore, we still call it a theory. A theory is a hypothesis that has been tested and proven to be true that has corresponding supporting data. But that's beside the point.
Not according to the host.
Okay,
well, yeah. Anything that's called a theory means it must not be true. Anyway, so
no. How about the opposite of that? So if I travel fast enough, I can actually go in future. If I travel slow enough, I probably can go in the past. My mind is slowing down. I'm probably going to be teleported like 20 years ago very soon.
I would love for that to happen.
Yeah.
I would love to go back and be young again.
Yeah. I just want to go see some dinosaurs with the pyramids being built.
I would like to go meet this false prophet, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I want to go meet that guy that wasn't even there, probably.
No, I think he was there. I think he was just like a nice guy that people liked. And then you watch the stories about him develop and the mythology become more and more robust, and then you get a whole religion out of it, just like all the other religions that are false.
So according to you,
I don't doubt it could be
according
a guy, but...
to you, there is no true religion whatsoever.
I'm not going to say, according to me, there is no true religion, because I am agnostic to the truth claims of religion, other than the truth claims of Christianity, which I think is 100% false.
Yeah, I think it's pretty, like, I don't know, we can't prove if there's a God, or a being that created, a creator, whatever word you want to use. I think it's pretty easy to prove all these religions false.
What, Jordan? Why don't you like the nice guy that was walking around? I mean, he did teach nice things, right? Why are you so fiercely against him and the most specific against him?
I mean, if I'm going to worship a deity, I need that deity to be perfect. I need them to have all the right stances and not be wrong about things, and take a stand on things that I think are important. Like, for example, Jesus said the only reason to get a divorce was sexual immorality. which means that spousal abuse is not a good reason to get a divorce. That's not allowed. He also said
Within
that
his kingdom,
only
yes.
men.
Within his kingdom, yes. Because people within his kingdom treat their wives with love.
So I'm not sure what exactly you're claiming, but I know for a fact that when my grandfather was absolutely beating the hell out of my grandmother, and she left him and got a divorce, it was the right thing to do.
Look, I'm saying within his kingdom. If people are living within his kingdom, then they act according to the rules of his kingdom. So within his kingdom, he commanded husbands to love their wives in the same way as Christ loved the church. If a husband truly obeys Christ and loves his wife as Christ loves the church, there's no such a thing as beating going on. So your examples are not within his kingdom. So that's why there's issues.
You're just doing a no true Scotsman thing.
No, you need to understand. Like, let's say if there's no need for a divorce if within the kingdom of Christ, there's no need. So that's why divorce is canceled.
His
But people.
grandparents had a good resin. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Christ says to love your wife as Christ loved the church. Now,
Christ isn't against beating the shit out of somebody.
Okay, whatever. If his grandpa was beating up his grandma, was he doing what Christ has commanded him to do? To start with?
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess that's why you understand the way you understand.
Yeah, I understand what it says.
Yeah,
So-
quite the opposite. You literally are applying the ways of the world within the Christ kingdom in trying to show me that his commandments are bad. Look, see, the world is acting like this. If I apply evil of the world to the structure of Christ, maybe divorce should be allowed. No, just do not apply the evil, the worldly structure to his kingdom.
So essentially, if you are a Christian, you will never need to get a divorce because you'll be such a good Christian that you will not beat your wife.
Yes, if you're a true follower, yes, that's where it leads to.
Okay, so that's where it leads to. So if you're a true Christian, you will not sin.
That's where it leads to, staying away from sin.
Okay, do Christians sin all the time?
They're staying away from sin. Now,
Well,
do
they're
they
attempting not to sin,
do they
right?
slip? Do they slip? People slip, but there's a difference between living every day in sin and living every day staying away from sin.
Okay, so you can beat your wife once, and then as long as you never do it again, then you're fine. And she shouldn't try to get a divorce.
Well, if you'll never do it again, why would she get a divorce?
Well,
Because you're a bad piece of shit, and you
No,
shouldn't go
you'll
to
never
prison
do
and get out.
you'll never do it again.
You shouldn't have did it
Well,
the first fucking time.
I hear you, I understand, but now there's no reason to get a divorce because she knows that you'll never
there
do it
is.
again. So
yeah,
do you
because
see?
A
So
Christian
do you see?
would never lie.
Yes,
A
Yes.
Christian would never lie.
sure.
Christians don't lie, in fact. Have you ever lied?
There's a difference between intentionally staying away from evil and living in evil. The difference
You know
between
the
the
worst
world.
lies are the lies we tell ourselves. Do you
The
know that
diff-
for years, my
the-
grandmother lied to herself and told herself that her husband loved her, and every time he beat her up, it was going to be the last time, and he would apologize, and he'd buy flowers for her and say, "Oh, honey, I love you so much, but look what you made me do. I'm so sorry."
Look what you made me do, huh? It reminds
Yeah,
me of
maybe he
Adam
meant
right
it, too.
from the beginning.
Reminds me of God right from the beginning. God
Yeah,
is
sure.
essentially an abusive spouse, abusive father, whatever.
That's
So-
that's how you see it because of your lack of
That's how it's
knowledge and
written.
understanding.
That's right.
So-
No true Scotsman.
Why?
Yeah.
If that's how it's written, why do I see him as a loving father and you see him as a whatever, a chaotic maniac? Why? I mean, it's the
Because
same
you
text.
because you choose to ignore certain parts, and we focused on it.
No, because you misinterpret a lot of things.
Nope, you can't
How?
misinterpret Exodus 21, verse 20 through 21. There's no misinterpreting that.
Okay, Jesus. Well, we can talk about that, sure, but about the divorce. See, you're misinterpreting the aspect, like, oh, so you would not qualify as beating a good reason to divorce. Well, again, if
It's
if a
not,
family if a
right?
family is within the ordinances of the kingdom of God, then both parties obey the structure of God, and there's no need to even think about the divorce.
Well, the
There's not.
fundamental problem here is that your religion that you have makes you rationalize this shit. We, as I don't know, for me as a secular, I don't know how he is, but I'm a secular humanist. Is like we don't rationalize. We go, this isn't good. Let's get away from this. Like we have actual things that get us away from bad stuff, and you rationalize the bad stuff. That's the problem.
Okay, this is how you see. But look, the difference
But
also
it's how it is. Because
between
I'm
you
not
and
up here
me.
defending beating the shit out of someone's grandma like
I'm
you're doing right now.
I'm not defending that.
Yeah, you are,
I'm
because you would say that's fucking awful. You're right. If you weren't, you should say, you know what, that's
I'm
pretty
not
fucking awful. You're
defending
right.
this.
I should stop believing in this goofy shit.
I'm saying that you're applying a worldly way and then asking for what's wrong with divorce. You cannot even apply the beating part. If you want to truly understand that there's no reason for divorce in Jesus's teachings, you do not apply evil where he didn't teach evil.
So, essentially, if I understand correctly, you're saying that being a Christian means that you will not beat your wife.
Being a Christian means that you will follow the teachings of Jesus. If his teaching says to love your wife, you will not beat your wife.
And being a Christian means you won't lie or steal or cheat or kill or do any kind of sin. So therefore, being a Christian means you won't sin.
Yeah, I just want to say something really quick because I think you're missing a fundamental part of this. You're focusing on his grandpa being the bad thing. Think about the grandma who's the Christian, who's doing nothing wrong in your worldview, but she is staying with this person because of her beliefs. Do you not understand why that is bad?
No.
Okay, then that's the problem with you.
Yes, that's the problem with me.
Yeah, that's the problem with you. You think that this lady who's like, the book says don't divorce him unless he sleeps with someone, so I can't divorce him. You think that that's good, and she's going to keep taking these beatings because the book says to not leave. Like, you are an insane person.
Well, this is what religion does to people.
You know what? It's her body, her choice. In the end, if you want to know,
that's what
if
it
you
is.
want to know, if you want to know what a true divorce is, a true divorce. So if the two separate according to the Bible, it's not a divorce. I hope.
Well, here's
you know
the problem. Once again, either way you want to cut it, your book keeps her there. Things like reason and secular humanism gets her out of that situation. So therefore, your system sucks.
No, it doesn't.
I just proved it pretty simple.
My system. Yes, you can prove my system sucks if you will misrepresent it right from the beginning.
What did I misrepresent?
Because within my system, there is no such a thing as beating wives.
No, listen, the guy in the system, the guy doing it is out of your system. Sure, you can say all day and you won't that he's not the Christian. The problem is the woman who's the Christian, who's staying because of the book.
It's her body or her choice at that point.
And she's been brainwashed to think that this is okay. And you are you're justifying it instead of realizing how monstrous it is.
No, she has two options.
If there is a hell, you're fucked.
She has two options. She can stay, or she can separate. Separate is not a divorce. If she was to
get a divorce and she can't remarry.
Yes, she cannot remarry. Remarry is a divorce. In order to be married to a new guy, you have to divorce from a previous one. So yes, she cannot remarry. You're 100%.
Yeah, so now she doesn't have body autonomy one way or the other, and it's still, once again, now you're justifying it yet again, and yet again you think it's okay. think about, like, just think about it for a second. Because if you come over to the side of something like secular humanism, we go, oh no, he's beating you, you should leave and never be around him. And they go, that's a pretty good point, because there's no reason I should stay because he's beating me. If he loved me, he wouldn't do that. And that would be the end of it. It wouldn't be this whole rigmarole where you're like, you're divorced from this, but not from this. And this is
The
okay
difference,
because of
the
this.
the difference between Christianity and secular humanism is y'all run away from problems. Y'all just put
Someone
your
beating
tail,
you is a
put
problem
your
to run
tail
away from.
between your legs, and you just run.
crazy
Christianity,
what you're saying right
Christianity is trying to figure out a way how to
stay
prevent
with the guy
this
who
from
beats
the
shit out of
beginning.
you.
No,
Stay with the guy who beats
Listen.
the shit out of you.
how to prevent that from the beginning. This is what Christianity does.
Dude,
And
did I not
Christianity,
just fry this dude's fucking so hard, brother? It's
listen,
like,
Christianity
just
Christianity
barbecued you
is
just
one
now.
of the preventative things. And what I mean by that is this. Why would you marry to a person who has worldly behavior? Why would you
Maybe he
marry?
didn't beat you then. Maybe he
Why-
didn't beat you until after
If
you got
he's
married.
if he's a Christian, he wouldn't start.
It doesn't matter if he's the
So
Christian.
morality?
You're still missing. You're still
If he's a
missing the
Christian,
point.
he wouldn't start. Now, why
It's
did
not
she
him,
marry?
it's her.
Why did she marry
Because
to
he
a
was a
worldly
good Christian.
person?
He thought she was a good Christian man when they got married. Then he started beating her. It's not hard. Happens all the time.
Okay.
I mean,
He was a
question
good Christian, and then he started to murder people around. He's still a Christian, but before he started
You're
to
focusing
murder,
again
he is.
on him. It's not him. It's the
Bro.
woman who's staying with him.
Yes, I know, but that woman who's
Well,
staying
stop talking
from
about
him,
him. Stop talking about him.
because
Talk about the person who's doing the thing.
you don't understand.
You're
You
literally
don't. You
deliberately
don't.
missing the point.
No, you do not understand the
No,
Christianity.
you're missing
Christianity.
the point, or you're moving away from the point because it
I'm not.
crushes your whole
I'm
fucking
not
argument.
moving. I'm not.
Look,
I'm telling you.
already look. I've
I'm
already
telling
broken
you
down that you're a
that
monster.
Christianity is a preventative. Now,
Then
now,
how come
if
the secular humanism works better then?
it doesn't, all you
It
do
does,
is you
because
run
your
away.
system-
Christianity
from-
is a
you
wisdom,
should
not
run
to
away
get
from-
into things.
You should run away from people.
No,
who
you
beat
should
That's a
not
good
get
move.
into a certain things to start with. That's
Oh, you can
Christianity.
just predict
And
everything.
Christianity,
Fucking
and Christianity
crazy,
says,
dude, you got
do
back
not.
in that corner so hard.
do
Is
n-
your back all right now?
Oh, you do not know what to answer, huh?
No,
So-
is your back
You really do
okay?
not know what to-
Because it just got blown the fuck out. Like,
Sure,
are
sure.
you okay?
Answer to what I'm saying then. Stop,
your buddy
stop,
wants to talk.
stop going on all this tantrum and answer to what I'm saying. Answer
I
to the
already answered.
preventative measure aspects. That's what Christianity do. It teaches people to marry of their own kind. Means
So you're
Christian to
telling
Christian.
me, so you're
And
telling
if
me
a
and Buddy
person-
right here that his grandma's a dumbass? Is that what you're telling us?
Everybody's a dumbass. You and me,
But also,
everybody, and we
Christianity
all
doesn't
make
teach that.
mistakes. What?
Christianity does not teach you to only marry other Christians. It literally says in the Bible that if you are married to a non-Christian, you should not end your marriage.
Sure. Can you repeat that very slowly?
So, Christianity says that if you are married to a Christian, or let me rephrase that. If you're married and you become a Christian, you should not divorce your partner because they are a non-Christian. Additionally, where in the Bible does it say, thou shalt not marry a non-believer?
Right from the Old Testament. This
Where?
concept.
That's the
Um,
Old Testament, dude.
That's the
You have
that's
to
the old
understand.
covenant.
Listen,
We
you have
no
to
longer
understand.
operate under
You
the
have to
old
understand the concept number one, and we see this concept also in the New Testament. Paul
I'm just
wrote
doing
this.
what you do. Every time we bring up something, you go, that's the Old Testament.
Yes, some of the concepts they stayed
Oh,
because it's
some of them. You, and luckily
wisdom.
you figured out exactly which one they are.
wisdom based.
You
Sure,
goddamn
wisdom,
genius, you.
wisdom. Use
He
wisdom.
is the chosen one. You are the one, the only, the light, the omega. You are the one.
Paul. So the concept is this: Israelites are not allowed to marry the Gentiles. Why? Because God specifically said they will turn your heart away from Him. In Christianity, Paul says this similar principle. I cannot show it to you right now because
Yeah.
I want to
That's
go to
cool.
sleep.
Paul also said
I wanna
wouldn't-
go to
I wouldn't
sleep,
give
but-
a fuck
but we-
what it said, buddy. It wouldn't matter.
Paul also said that you shouldn't get married at all, and that the only reason you should get married is if you can't control your burning passions. He said that you would be better off if you were all like me, which is why I think that Paul was an asexual or a eunuch.
Well, that's just your thoughts on it.
I mean,
100%.
that's just what Paul said. Paul said
Yeah.
we shouldn't get married. We should instead devote our lives to the Lord, because God is coming back very, very soon.
I mean,
Jesus
your
literally
thoughts,
said there
your
would be
your
people that
thoughts,
wouldn't
your
die
thoughts,
before he came back.
your thoughts regarding the very last 2 points about Paul, about that specific. What Paul said, I know what Paul said. I agree with you. What Paul said. Paul said, yes, you can get married. You don't have to get married. Yes, Paul said all those things.
He
But again-
discouraged people
but again,
from getting married.
Guys, look. What you said about the marriage is what Paul said. If you become a believer and already married, then do not walk away from the marriage. What I'm trying to tell you, Christianity is a wisdom. It's a preventative measure against sin. So a preventative
So-
measure against sin tells a person not to even get into a relationship that will backfire on you. That's what it tells to a person. If your grandma was stubborn and stupid, as all of us are, it backfired on her.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, bro. But the point is, the book tells her to stay. The book
Yes.
tells her to stay.
Yes, in a way where she can stay or she can separate. But if she's separate,
Then she can't get married again or whatever.
if she
there's-
separates,
oh my
yes,
God.
yes. If she
Yeah,
separates,
then now she can't get married. Now she doesn't have the body autonomy to decide what to do with the rest of her
if
life.
she's
Either way, your book promotes dumb shit.
if
It's
she
so
separates,
crazy that you think that's okay.
if
It's
she
so
separates, then
crazy.
she needs to wait until he gets married to somebody else.
No, what
That's
she
it.
needs to do is have her period 3 times, right?
I mean, are you surprised that a book written by humans in the Bronze Age doesn't understand how women's bodies work? But whatever, this is not the point. Any religion that tells an abused woman to stay with her abuser is a bad religion and should be discarded.
Yeah, boom. That's fucking simple. It is that simple.
That's according to your understanding.
No, it's according to the understanding of the book. You agree that
Christianity
should
says
she stay or not?
Christianity.
Should the lady stay or not? Should his grandma stay with him or not?
She has 2 options again. She can separate or she
Yeah.
can stay.
So right, so her options are, but when you say separate, you don't mean move on with her life. You mean a thing where she can't decide to get married again,
Yes,
like,
because there's still hope. If the marriage is not destroyed, there's still hope.
it does. No, there is no hope for someone that beats another person. No, there's not.
There's repentance, bro. Okay, there's
Yet
true
there's
again,
not.
I
repentance.
mean, it's just you're saying that an abused woman should try to work it out with her abuser. And I think that a good religion would say an abused woman has the right to divorce her abuser
You're
and
not.
press charges against him and send him to prison for that.
You,
But then again, the Bible doesn't care about women. They're
you're
essentially property.
you're literally are misinterpreting everything that I'm saying.
Nope. Not at all.
The reason why she should try to stay is because for the sake of hope.
No, she shouldn't stay.
Now,
This is once again-
should she be in the same place as him? I'm not saying that she should be. She should be in a safe place. Sure, I agree with
but
you.
She shouldn't move on with her life and find a new relationship and a new love. I shouldn't have my Uncle Michael and my cousins Ben and Jennifer and Matthew. Those people shouldn't exist. Because my grandmother never should have divorced my grandfather. She should have stayed with him until he beat her to death.
Again, do you understand the aspect of separate? Separate is not be in the same location as the abuser. Do you understand that?
Well, what? Okay. What does she do? What does she do after she separates? Please tell me what she's supposed to do now.
Pray to God and hope that God will work everything out. Hope that God will give him an understanding that the marriage is coming to an end. Why? Because of an abuse. And hopefully,
how can it come
hopefully
to an
there's
end?
going to be hopefully that there's going to be a
A
process
marriage
of heart.
doesn't end except for in death or divorce.
Yes, but it's coming to an end. Why? Because he's the one who's going to end it, not she. He.
Oh, okay. So he has the power to divorce her, even though she has not committed sexual immorality.
Yes, because he is part of the world. He's worldly. So
Okay,
this is what
so
he's going to
we
do.
don't need the Bible to dictate what our morality is.
Yes, according to atheists. Yes. And if he does not
According to you
According
just
to
now.
you just said that.
I said if he is not a believer, then yes, that's exactly what he's going to do. Exactly what y'all are doing. If he's
How
not
can
a
his
believer,
grandma get mad? What happens when his grandma like leaves and then she meets another guy? What happens then?
she does
Or a
not meet
woman,
another guy.
Maybe
What do
she
you
meets a woman.
Yo, she does not meet another guy. Her focus is still set on that man in hope.
Okay, well
Yeah,
then your
with
book's wrong.
hopes.
God damn it, you idiot!
She should
Y'all
be
are
forced.
hopeless. You both are hopeless. You
we're
you as a humanist, what y'all are doing? Oh, I see a problem. Run! Oh, I see a problem.
There's a
Run!
difference. No, it's not a problem. That's not a problem. That's a fucking disaster.
Problems have solutions, no matter
Yeah,
how
it's called
bad they
get
are.
away from the abuser. That's what it's called, and never talk to him again. Send him to prison, even though it's not fair. Send him there for the rest of his fucking life.
If a husband beat up a wife first time, she can separate. If she's
One
afraid of
time
him,
too many.
if she's afraid of him, she can separate from him, and
she should,
hoping
and never
that
talk
he
to him
will
again.
and hoping that he will learn the lesson.
No, never talk to him again.
If he doesn't learn the lesson, and he
There's
does
no
not
lesson to
become
be
a
learned.
Christian,
He already didn't learn the lesson.
there's
Listen, man. Look, I've never been married, but I've been
You-
in long-term I'm in a long-term relationship now. Never beat any woman.
Bro,
Well, that's not technically true because I did
are-
martial arts, but
you
it's like- it's
are
like-
you're
beat a
presenting
woman one time.
yourself as perfect. You're presenting
not
as you
perfect,
have
not
never
perfect at all.
as you never committed any evil to anyone
Nope,
whatsoever.
didn't say that. Didn't say that at all. But I have never beat somebody against their will. I haven't. You're right. If that's what perfect is,
I've
You did
definitely
something
beat
else
a woman
against their will.
before, but she was super into it.
yeah, right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's why I kind of have a little bit of a line there. Yeah. And I do martial arts with women, so I beat the crap out of women all the time in certain ways. But it's like, so yes, in that way I have. But I've never angrily assaulted anyone. I've never. Assault means to attack without their permission. So.
Okay,
But
and
the
if
Bible
you
doesn't care about consent,
if
that's
you
fine.
would assault someone, then that's it. You should be just discarded, and nobody should give you any chances whatsoever ever again. If all of a sudden
I should
somebody
be looked at very differently. Yes.
looked at very differently, yes, with caution, but you should still be given a chance, right? Because there's hope that
Look,
you will turn around.
We're not saying that the guy that does the beating, like I said, in my opinion, throw him in prison forever. But we're not saying to not give him a chance at life. But we're saying to get this person away from this person forever.
If there's a
It's about
look,
harm reduction.
Yeah, I don't know what you're missing about that. The problem is that here's the real problem. You never had these problems. That's the
harm
real problem.
yes, I don't beat my wife because I follow the teachings of Christ. This
Yeah, I
is
don't
what
beat
y'all do.
My girlfriend.
This is
'cause
what you
it's
do not
not
understand.
the right thing to do.
Yes, but I also do not do many other evil things because of teachings of Christ.
Like being gay.
Yeah, like being gay.
Sure.
Because being gay is evil, but owning slaves is fine.
Yeah, exactly.
It depends how you treat people. Wow. I'm
No,
shocked
there's no good way
with
to
you
own a
guys.
slave.
There's no good way
Yeah,
to own a slave
there's no good way to own a slave. No.
because you do not know a good way to own a slave.
I don't wanna know. There's no way to know.
You claim that divorce should be legal. Why? Because of beating up a wife. You do not know a good way of marriage, so that's why you need divorce to be legal. Now, same thing. You do not know a good way of owning a slave, so that's
There
why
is no good way.
you just do not
Well,
know.
You're,
You literally do
you're
not
getting
know.
distracted. You're getting distracted.
go
Essentially,
on.
you're saying that the morality of the Bible only applies to Christians.
The morality of the Bible. Rephrase that a bit.
So, if you're a Christian, you won't beat your wife.
If
You're a real Christian.
Yes, but the thing is, other people do not beat their wife too, because they understand, you know, the consequences it does, and it's not good and everything else.
So we don't need the Bible to dictate our morality. Perfect.
Nailed it.
You need Christians to dictate your morality, and
Christians do not
Christians
invent
need the
morality.
Bible in order to see what the morality is.
You don't
Morality-
believe in morality in the Bible?
Without Christians, you would be
No.
doing the nasty stuff. The Christians are the ones that show you the morality. Christians are the ones that teach you the morality.
They're not, but what is the nasty stuff?
Morality is a byproduct of society.
Exactly.
No, it's yes. Okay, look. If you remove Christians from your society, you remove morality.
Wrong.
No, not wrong.
When did
It's correct.
Christianity- Hold on.
And you're gonna get a flood.
Hold on.
Yeah, thanks.
You made the statement, if you remove Christianity from society, you remove morality. When did Christianity come to the Native Americans?
When did Christianity come to? You mean when the we immigrated here into United States?
Yeah, the Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, right?
He hit a rock and skinned his cock.
What's your point?
So prior to Columbus discovering America, quote unquote, discovering America, was there morality amongst the Native American tribes?
Yes and no.
Well,
Generally
it seems
speaking,
like-
no.
It seems like they had a shared morality in which they all chose to get married and have families, and they weren't just raping and killing each other, right?
Yes and no. The yes part.
Morality is a byproduct of society. It exists independent of religion. Religion is the tool that you use to explain morality to people. Why,
in the
why
New
is
in
it
the New
that you
Testament,
don't
there's
steal?
there's a
Well,
huge
because God says
difference.
not to steal.
There's a huge difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. I hope you understand that too.
Nuh-uh.
And the difference between the two is the work of the Holy Spirit. The work of the Holy
Just to
Spirit,
be clear,
He will be convincing
you're
people
trying
of
to
sin.
pivot away from my statement that
Yep.
morality exists independently of religion, and in particular Christianity.
No. Listen very carefully. Before Holy Spirit came and actually started to do what He's doing, convincing people of sin, there was literally just a terrible life to such a degree that God had to flood everything. It was
Yeah, I'm
immoral
talking about
what they were
after the
doing.
flood, before Christianity came to America.
And that's when God started to give the laws. That's when after some time the Gentiles, according to the Old Testament, they looked at the laws of God, and according to Moses, they said, "Wow, there's no such a thing as God that you guys have with such perfect rules and laws." So the Gentiles, they started to tap into the understanding of the people of God in order to learn morality. Then comes the Holy Spirit
Indians
and
knew
literally
about
blows
God.
this up.
Is that what you're saying?
The
The
Indian,
Indians secretly knew about God, is what you're saying?
no, after the work of the Holy Spirit, everybody has.
No.
In Jeremiah,
People got to the Indians. He's talking about before we came here.
yes, I know. In the book of Jeremiah, it says that God is going to write His
I don't know why you're
commandments.
talking about the book of Jeremiah. Just answer this. Like what? Like
Je-
so? Did
the
these
book of
did these
Jeremiah
people
is
believe in
before
Jesus?
Indians. No, the book of Jeremiah is before Indians.
Not true, but anyway, let's move on.
The book of Jeremiah is
You're
before.
saying that God inscribed His law into our heart, correct? As dictated by the book of Jeremiah. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, and
So then we
through
don't need the
a
Bible for
and-
morality because God already gave it to us.
And through the process of learning and understanding the rules and regulations and commandments and how good they are.
Did God give us free will when it came to inscribing the rules of the Bible on our hearts?
He inscribed, but the free will is
against our will? Did we make a choice?
Listen, free will is an execution.
What?
Free will is an execution. You have the knowledge. Now free will is the knowledge you will execute.
Free will is the knowledge I will execute.
Yes.
So you're saying that I have enough knowledge of God in order to make the free will choice to follow God.
You have enough knowledge of God in order to make a free will choice to follow God. According to Romans 1, the creation and God testifies himself through the creation. Yes, everybody does. Everybody can see the creation and says that there's a creator.
At what point should everyone have enough knowledge to know about God as if to follow him?
The second you look at the creation.
So the second you look at creation and you have the ability to know what creation is, you should know that God did it.
By default, yes.
Okay, and if you were born into a Muslim home where you were taught from the beginning that Allah created everything and Muhammad is his prophet, blessed be his name, you still go to hell even though your parents tricked you.
And you like Muhammad more than Jesus. That's nice. It's interesting.
I mean, I'm actually considering I might start calling into the anti-Muslim shows to try to defend Islam against Christians because Christians are so fucking bad at it.
Jesus, I'm with you on that.
Okay.
So if a little boy who was born into a Muslim family grows to the age of, let's say, 15, and he has never been exposed to Christianity, but was raised a faithful follower of Islam, a devoted follower of Allah, and he dies at the age of 15 after having looked at all of creation and saying, yep, God must have created this, and the only God I know about is Allah because no Christian has ever come and talked to me. I've never been exposed to Christianity. That kid goes straight to hell because your God is evil.
Number one, by looking at creation, we gain the knowledge that God exists. Yes, that is 100%
Allah,
true.
The one true God.
Yeah, I'm more about Zeus, but go on.
Now the knowledge.
I mean, I like Thor and Odin a lot more, but then again, you know who promised to get rid of all the frost giants? Odin. Do you see any frost giants?
Yeah. So what up now?
So the creation points to the reality of God. Now
which one?
The knowledge of God points to the truth of which one. But creation, it points to the fact that there is a creator.
Okay,
it's
and
in general,
the creator
it's in general standpoint of view. Sure, it could be Zeus, it could be whatever. It's just the fact that there's a God.
If you don't believe in Jesus, you go to hell, right?
Okay. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That creation points to the fact that there's a God. It doesn't matter which one. It's just
from a young age. Hold on. If you were taught from a young age that the God that created everything was Allah, you've been tricked by your garbage parents. Oh no. Did I freeze?
No, you're still here.
Okay. I got a notification. It's 5 o'clock. All right.
5 o'clock.
If you were raised in a family to believe in God, and it just so happened to be the wrong family, you're just going straight to hell.
I mean, you're presenting many examples from a standpoint of view where God will not. He's so evil where he will not even give that 15-year-old kid even a single opportunity to come across a person who will speak to them about who Jesus is.
The Native Americans who were on the continent of North America prior to Christianity coming to America, they all went to hell because they did not believe in the right God.
Maybe not. I do not know what was going on. whether there
Well-
was completely no Christians amongst the natives, or maybe there was
You
one or
don't think-
two
Yeah, there was
Christians, we do not know.
We do know.
You're exactly the same as that Muslim who was saying that 13,000 Muslims memorized the Quran, 0 Christians memorized the Bible. You're doing
Well, can I
exactly the
ask
same
you
thing right
this?
now.
So, but you realize that Christianity, how old is Christianity?
As old as the disciples of Christ.
Okay, that's not a number?
I do not know, dude. I don't want to
give
count
me
on
a
you.
rough fucking
2026 years.
Okay,
Give me a
sure.
rough fucking number.
It's
We
not-
know it's at
it's
least
not 20.
that.
Not 2026. Minus 30
Yeah.
years. So a little under
Minus
2,000 years.
33 years, give or take.
Okay,
It's,
okay.
it's
you
about
realize
2,000
that-
years old, right?
Okay, sure.
Okay, right, yeah, okay, let's give it. Now, so you realize, like, before that ever existed, how many fucking humans were around that never heard of Jesus? All of them. Like 99% of them.
Because you do not know. You do not know, according to the Bible, what is before the crucifixion. You do not know what took place. So
We
what
know-
you gonna
I'm asking
what you
you,
gonna say
before
right now?
Christianity,
What
when
you gonna?
was it- do you realize? Look, dude, brother, 10,000 years ago there was nothing near Christianity.
Okay.
Okay, so
Well, yeah, because the Earth is 6,000 years old, because it's literally a 7-day creation. But go on.
duh. But anyway, I mean, besides that, my point being here is that like that's like 99% of fucking humans that exist never heard of Jesus. So are they all in hell?
John chapter 5 gives us an answer. What
What
happens?
is that?
The answer is everybody who sided with good. They're gonna go into they're gonna be resurrected into everlasting life. Everyone who sided with evil, they will go into everlasting condemnation.
So that implies that we don't need to believe in Jesus to go to heaven if we just make the side of the good.
Yeah, exactly. But defeat your whole fucking shit, dude. So like
Now there's the thing you have to understand now again. You have to understand that now the thing that actually enabled or opened the door for them to go to heaven is the blood of Christ.
so they were in purgatory until the blood?
Yeah.
Ah,
Without the blood, there's no. I do not know where they were at. I do not know. I cannot say where they were at.
well,
But the thing is,
purgatory basically.
but thing is, if you look at the of what Jesus is describing, he's pointing the fact after crucifixion or resurrection. He's pointing the fact that that's when it's gonna happen.
Cool.
So
Can I sign up for that instead?
the people that are doing good, they would by default. Do you know the story of Cornelius in Acts chapter 5? No, 10. Cornelius, when Peter saw a vision with a sheet coming down and there was a bunch of different animals, and then God sent him to Cornelius, to the Gentile.
I thought that I thought that was in Revelation. What the? That's the one where it's essentially saying that you're allowed to eat unclean animals, right?
Well, it's not that's not the context. The context is what God has made clean. Do not make unclean what God has made clean. So that's the context.
But that's
He's
the
pointing.
story, correct?
Yes, he's pointing to the fact that God has made the Gentiles clean. So don't make them unclean. That's basically the context. And then, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
The story. Okay. So now, so Cornelius has worshipped God, right? He did not really have a knowledge of the God whom he is worshiping, but he worshipped God. So now, in order to do good, a person has to worship God. They may not have a full knowledge of whom that God is, but they must worship God. If they worship God, then God will actually lead them to a good and kind heart, and they will do good things. But now, if a person is rebellious against God, there's that rebellion would lead them to fight against God. God says, do good, be kind. And if they fight against God, they do opposite of what God is telling them. So still, you're saying, can I sign up for that system instead? Even in that system, belief in God is required, but because that belief in God will actually prompt you to live a good life, so it is still required.
I do believe in a god. His name is Spanky. He's a purple hippopotamus. He lives in between Pluto and Jupiter.
Yeah, and this shows that with this belief in God, you will just not be able to make it even according to that system.
Not according to Spanky. Spanky said you're full of shit.
Well, yeah, if Spanky's gonna save you, then on the last day, sure.
Well, duh, that's what Spanky does.
And that's fine. Then believe in Spanky, enjoy him.
Yeah,
Duh.
Spanky is a necessary being. Nothing can exist without him willing it. So therefore, he has to exist.
That's fine. If Spanky is your saving dog, then allow that dog to save you.
He's a hippopotamus.
Okay, I'm sorry, a hippopotamus. I'm sorry. With you atheists, I need to remember proper words. Man.
Yeah.
Especially with BBN.
He thinks because words mean things that means I'm weird.
If I were to call a pre-human monkey all of the sudden, that's a problem. I have to call it an ape.
Because it's not a monkey, it's an ape.
Sorry,
So-
bro, it's the same thing.
Their words are important. I will say that there's certain lazy things we do while communicating that are I forget the term for it, but it's a oh God, what's that called? It's a shortcut that we use to speak colloquially, to speak plainly about something. Like, for example, if I were to say that sunrise is an hour from now, that would be inaccurate, correct?
Right, for me.
Because the sun doesn't rise.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so sun moves in an hour.
The sun doesn't move in an hour.
It's
The
moving
Earth
already.
rotates around the sun, and as we're rotating, it looks like the sun is rising, but that's not true. We know that for a scientific fact.
Yeah.
So words are important, even if they might be imprecise. So, like, for example, in the Bible, I don't like to lie about what's in the Bible. That's what Christians do. So when it says something like, if you do X, you will surely die, I would interpret that as that is a death sentence. But in the Bible, that's just not true. If it says in the Bible that surely some of you will not taste death until I have come back, I would assume that means that surely some of you will not die until I get back. But that's just not true. Because Christians love to lie about what's in the Bible because words don't mean words.
Exactly.
No, you're misrepresented two passages because you're twisting words and you twisting the context.
How exactly am I twisting the context of the Son of God saying that surely before all of you taste death?
Do you
I will
remember where it's
return.
at? Was it? Do you remember where it's at? Or should
Not
I
off the
look
top
it?
of my head.
Okay.
Well, it's look, man, it definitely says it. So, I mean,
No, he's twisting the ending of that passage. He's starting off correct with the correct beginning, but then the ending he's changing.
okay. What about Exodus 21, verse 20 through 21? Where's the misconnotation there?
It's a whole different subject, that part. Where's my
Yeah,
Bible?
because selling your daughter as a slave is allowed because slavery is fine and being gay isn't.
Again, it all depends on how you twist it.
No, it doesn't. No,
Okay.
Listen, it said, look, I know what it says in Exodus 21. Essentially, it says you can beat your slave with a stick, with a rod. It uses different words. Point is, as long as they don't die within a lot amount of time, you're good. And by the way, it doesn't even mean you're going to hell. It just means you're like you fucked up. But if they die, or if they don't die within the allotted date, you're good because they are your property. It uses these words verbatim. In what context is that okay? Like, what way can we interpret it to make that okay? There's no way other than just saying slavery is okay.
Okay, I'll
Well,
go
yeah,
over
the Bible
I'll go
says
over the
slavery is okay.
transformation. I'll go over
You
the
just have to bite
transformation
the bullet.
story. Yes, the proper slavery is okay. Yes, if you do it God's way, it's totally
If you're
okay.
beating them with a stick, it's not proper.
Well, yeah, you're allowed to beat your slaves because they are your property. You
That's
own
what it
that other
says.
human being,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
There's
yes,
nothing
yes.
immoral
According
about
to the
beating your
Bible,
slave.
your wife is your property too. So now, because it's your property, you can beat your wife too. And we've seen
Well,
that's
well,
not the
That's
case.
why
And we've
spousal rape.
and we've
That's why
seen that
spousal
you
rape was
keep
never
on.
illegal until like a little while ago.
Yeah, and by the way, let's focus on what it actually says. Exodus 21, verse 20 through 21. It says it right there, black and white. You can beat him. He's yours. He's a slave. He belongs to you. That's not right. How can you justify it?
Look, that Mark 9. I'm gonna go over this passage, and that's it. I'll be done for today. It's fun to talk to you guys, but we can talk literally.
Trust me, I wanted to go to bed. I wanted to go to bed and not be up late, but I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, me too. There's a point where I have to cut it off. Okay, so right here. So okay,
I don't know
look,
why we're not going over the
Mark,
thing that I'm talking about, though. That's the weird part.
because here I'll just show you how Jordan has twisted the text so that it'd be easier and faster to show the verses
It would be
starting.
easier to show the thing that's pretty clear cut, wouldn't it, about slavery?
It's gonna be a long topic. We'll be conversating for the next hour then.
Not really. It's pretty short. Don't do it.
It's
Alright,
gonna
what
be
was
a
the
lot
verse
of back
again?
and forth. Okay, so let's say Mark chapter 9, right from the beginning of the chapter.
And he said to them, "Truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the kingdom of God has come with power."
Okay.
So what exactly
what
does
was
that
your
mean?
ending? What was your ending? What was your ending?
Until Jesus comes back.
Okay. So see, that's a whole two different endings. Now, until the kingdom of God is present with power. Now continue to read on verse 2.
Are you talking about the transfiguration?
Yeah.
So
That's
words don't mean words.
What do you mean? That's one of the biggest coming in power that happened. What are you talking about?
So when the Bible talks about the kingdom of God coming, that is God literally coming down with his legions of angels and saying that he's establishing the new kingdom in Jerusalem, making all of the Gentiles believe,
That's
and converting everyone
according
to
to what you think.
belief in God. I'm quoting the Bible.
That's according to what you think. But
what
if
the
you
Bible
just
says.
continue, that's what you think it says. But if you continue to read,
Oh,
no,
once again, no true Scotsman. Got it.
no, just continue to read, and you will see
He
that the
did.
next.
He knew already what it was. Why do you think that he didn't just keep reading? Because he knew what was next.
Okay, if he knew what was next, wouldn't he agree that this transfiguration is one of the greatest displays of Jesus's power and his
I don't know.
kingdomship?
Ask him.
No, the transfiguration was added after the fact to make it seem like that wasn't a contradiction, because as the development of Mark happened, once people realized that Jesus said, "I'm going to come back before all of you have died," and then a bunch of them started
Muslim.
dying.
You sound like a Muslim. I showed you
of a Muslim.
I showed you where you made a mistake. I showed you what the true context is, and you went right into the corruption aspect to literally discredit everything that I say. That's exactly what Muslims do. You show them the true text, you show them the context, and since they do not know what to answer, they go into the corruption crap.
So, do you think there have been parts of the Bible that have been added to it posthumously?
Yeah. Now we continue to stay in the corruption crap. Why? Because you simply you can simply say that yes, I misremembered the ending. And because I misremembered the ending, now this passage makes sense.
You are a liar and a heretic.
you misremembered the ending of that verse.
Is not the return of Jesus on the clouds bringing back the kingdom of God.
Where do you see return? A language of return. Where do you see a language of return?
What do you think the kingdom of God has come with power means?
The kingdom of God present with power. It can mean a lot of things. It can be a display of the kingdom of God in front of you. It's present with power. There's some kind of a power that is magnificent and glorious in front of your eyes. But where do you see a second return of Christ or anything along those lines? You don't. So maybe just say that, hey, I misremembered the verse, and now it makes sense, and I'll scratch this verse off of my list.
That depends on if you think that the transfiguration is Jesus coming back.
There's no coming back.
And the kingdom of God has come with power.
There's coming with power, not coming back. It's coming with power. It means that it's about to happen. It's about to happen.
What's about to happen?
The display of the kingdom of God.
What to who?
To the disciples. Disciples are about to experience it. And they did.
So the kingdom of God, hold on. So the kingdom of God was presented to just the disciples, and that's the kingdom of God?
I say to you that there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the kingdom of God present with power. Some standing here. Who are that some? Peter, James, and John were standing there, and they will not taste death until they will experience something magnificent. That is divine. That is the kingdom of God, reality of the kingdom of God here on earth. And then the transfiguration happens, and Jesus takes those some people, and they see it all.
So you're saying that when the text says the kingdom of God will come in power, right? That is the same thing as the transfiguration.
Sure, that's one of the glorious coming or appearing of the kingdom of God or displayment of the kingdom of God. There's many more, but this is just one of them. Kingdom of God coming in power is just a general term. So now what type of display it will be, we do not know. Just need to wait until it comes to see it.
Now, keep in mind, the verses prior to Mark 9, they don't differentiate when this is happening, right?
What do you mean?
It says, so Mark 9 is the beginning of the transfiguration, is what you're saying. I think that this chapter break was put in there by people that wanted to emphasize that the transfiguration is the quote-unquote kingdom of God. So Mark 8:34, he called the crowd with his disciples and said to them, if any wish to come after me, blah, 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 blah. So he's talking to the crowd with his disciples, correct?
Okay.
So then he says, and he said unto them, who? The crowd with his disciples. That's who he was talking to, right?
Crowd with his disciples, yes.
And then the transfiguration happened 6 days later.
And he said to the crowd with his disciples that some of the people that are standing in this crowd will not see death until they will see the glorious kingdom of God coming. And then later on the 6 days, it happened.
Yeah, Peter, James, and John went up onto a hill and they saw Jesus glow a little bit, and you think that that's the kingdom of God.
Glow a little bit? Is that all you get? Peter actually mentions this experience. He talks about it in his epistle. Either John or Peter, they talk about this experience as being has been one of the greatest experiences that they went through. I don't remember off the top of my head, but
Buddy,
just Google it up and see.
Put on a robe and paint it in Dayglow paint, and then I can glow a little bit, and then you call it the best experience of your entire life. I'm happy to do it.
Okay, and how can I make a God talk out of the cloud? Please explain that.
Simple. You just lie about it happening.
The people heard.
What
Who?
people?
The 3 disciples, they heard.
So the Bible is true because the Bible claims to be true. Got it. Okay. So, when I said that the text of the Bible has been corrupted, do you know what the Johannine comma is? Have you heard about that?
I'm gonna go to sleep. You are literally like a Muslim.
So,
In order
do you think
to cover your own mistake, right over
it's not
here,
a mistake.
you
and
have
I
to
disagree
resort
about
to.
what the definition of the kingdom of God is. You are saying that the transfiguration is the kingdom of God.
You were
and I'm
you were
saying
arguing.
that is a bad interpretation
You were
of the
arguing.
Bible because
You are arguing
have
the
to have
second
it be
coming.
true.
You were
You also-
arguing the
you also
second
picked the
coming.
more
I
ambiguous
showed
thing.
you.
That's
I
what's
showed
funny,
you
too.
that it's not the second coming as you think. It's a whole different aspect. And you looked at it. It made sense to you, but you're still arguing me with words right now, over words, and what you think it should be, what you
that's what
think
you're
it
doing.
should be.
That's what you're doing.
I showed you what happened, and I showed you that the glorious event that followed.
You showed
And
it,
instead
your
of
interpretation.
showing, no, read it for yourself if you want to.
They
And
did,
instead
that's
of
why they went
instead of telling me that, hey, yes, I made a mistake on that verse. Now,
And you also, once
now
again,
I'm
you
gonna
picked a more
fight him. I'm
ambiguous
gonna
thing.
fight him over the meaning of the words, so that I could discredit that. Oh, and it looks like it does not work. So now I'm gonna resort to a corruption, because that's what Muslims do, and it always works.
I'm using two things
And I'm like,
to attack what you
bro,
said.
I'm about to
Number
go
one-
to sleep.
Number one, the kingdom of God with power, or the other one is in power. The kingdom of God with power doesn't imply to me what happened during the transfiguration. When the kingdom of God comes with power, throughout the entirety of the Bible, what did that mean?
You're using, it's a general term. You need to use with it. You need to read within context in order to understand the meaning. But what you're doing is you are saying the kingdom of God must look like this, or I don't accept it.
That's what you're doing too.
No, I'm saying each time it's presented within a context. Read that context in order to understand how it's presented.
He is. He's doing where we are.
No, what he's doing is he's like, I saw the kingdom of God in power in this passage like this, so I'm applying it like this in this one. I'm saying no. According to the Bible, you have to apply the kingdom of God in power within context. Context will tell you exactly how to use it. That's what context will do.
Yeah,
But-
right. But like what I'm saying is, he's saying this. Look, this is a pretty simple argument. It says that you're not gonna see. Basically, some of y'all will not taste death before I come back. That's what he's saying. What are you saying? It's saying.
Until I come back.
Yeah,
Are you indicating on the second return of Christ? What are you indicating on?
That's what it's implying there.
No, it's not. There's no
Okay.
there's no implication of the second return
What
return
are
of
you,
Christ.
then what are you saying it is saying?
You will not taste death until they see kingdom of God present with power. What this
So when
implies
Jesus
is
comes
a
back-
general term of some kind of glorious event will happen, and the disciples, some of the people amongst this crowd, will witness it.
And what glorious happened? What happened?
Then in 6 days we actually see the transfiguration has taken place.
So when
Right.
Jesus comes back, his second coming, as dictated by whatever revelation or whatever, do you think he's going to establish his kingdom on the earth?
The context of this and that is different. Why are you bringing this up?
So
Or that up?
kingdom of God in one area of the Bible means one thing, and kingdom of God in a different area of the Bible means a different thing.
I just explained this. Yes.
I just want to make sure. So your argument is that your interpretation of the Bible is superior to mine.
No. Look at the
because
context.
It has to be, otherwise your religion be false.
Look at the context. If you're using the context in order to interpret it, we will most likely agree. If you're pulling
wouldn't it
stuff
be
out
more
of the
clear?
context, you're not even using the context. That's why it's
Why do
not
you think
clear.
that people don't know
You
how to
are-
use context?
You're
You are dictating
you're
what
not.
the context has to be.
Yeah.
Why am I dictating?
Exactly.
Why don't we just read what it says?
We did.
You made a mistake on the ending part of that verse. Right now, you're
asserting
trying
that,
to.
and you're
Right
just
now,
wrong.
right now you're trying to fight over words, in order to discredit and make yourself look right.
Words mean things, but I mean that's a semantical
Within a
argument. That's how it works.
within a context, yes, they
So,
mean things.
okay.
Let's read within the context. And within a
so yet
context,
again-
we understand that this is correct and everything is fine here.
Disagree.
Because you're trying to make yourself look right. When
And you're trying to
That's-
make yourself look right.
no,
Exactly, so
when
what's your
within a
point?
context, you don't look right.
So
No,
what's the
wrong.
okay? So you're saying that when Jesus said, the kingdom of God has come with power, and he didn't establish a kingdom, it's just like a figure of speech to indicate that the transfiguration. What
A-
kingdom of God was set up?
Any divine event.
So okay, so any divine event is a kingdom.
Yes, because remember
So the
when
burning bush
hold on a
was a
second.
kingdom.
Hold on a second. Any divine
Noah's flood was a kingdom. God causing the sun to stand still for Joshua to fight the battle was a kingdom.
Okay, let's stick with days of Jesus, because he's the one who's preaching the kingdom. So let's stick
when
with
Jesus
his
multiplied
version of the
fish
kingdom.
and the loaves, that was
That's-
him establishing a kingdom.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So
Do
words
you
don't
remember?
mean words.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Again, establishing a kingdom is a general term. If you want to know exactly
And
what
it
he's
applies to
saying,
any supernatural event caused by Jesus.
yes, because that
Hey,
is in a way that is established. Hold on a second. Remember when the Pharisees accused Jesus of casting out the evil spirits by the power of Beelzebub? Do you remember
Wasn't that about
passage?
him breaking the Sabbath or something?
No. He was casting an evil spirit out, and they were trying to discredit him because he's doing this by the power of the ruler of the demons. So from that end, but
I
the thing
believe
is,
the Pharisees.
but the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, listen to the Jesus's response. He said, if I cast out the evil spirits with the finger of God, then the kingdom of God is truly among you. So
I
he
agree with
was
the Pharisees.
he was
I think
he
that
was ending
casting
he
out
was
demons using the devil's work.
you're very weird, because you like him, you think that he's good, and all of a sudden you're saying that he's bad. Like you're all over the
He could have
place.
been better. I think he was a good guy, but he wasn't perfect.
He
He
was
said a couple of things that were wrong.
he was a good guy casting out evil spirits using the devil.
Could a bad guy cast out
you're-
evil spirits using the power of the devil?
Sure, which is Ken, but I'm telling you,
Great, that's what
the
Jesus
way
is doing.
the way you're presenting Jesus is all over the place. You're calling him,
Yeah, 'cause he
you're
was a
exactly,
complicated guy.
you're the same as Talmud, calling him a guy with good intentions, but he's a devil. Like, bro, devil doesn't have any good intentions.
Well, what he's doing, at least he's being nice enough to flirt with the idea of the guy even being real and go farther to believe in a little bit of magic to mess with, like to have a conversation with you.
No.
Jeez.
I'm
He-
not believing in any kind
his
of magic or
logic is-
supernatural.
No,
It's
I know you
contradictory.
don't believe in magic, but I'm saying you're flirting with like using it to talk to him about. You know what I mean?
Because if Jesus wasn't the Son of God, how would you know?
If Jesus was not the Son of God, the first thing is that's what he would teach. The second thing
So wait,
is
hold
that's
on,
how
hold
he
on.
would prove.
The first thing, let me address that first. He would not teach that he is the Son of God. He would teach that he is not the Son of God.
He would at least omit that, either omit or teach not.
So you're saying that a person that is essentially sponsored by the devil wouldn't lie.
Sure.
So why wouldn't the devil lie about not being the devil?
Why wouldn't the devil lie about not being the devil?
Yeah, the devil's a liar and the father of lies, right? So let's say that God allowed the devil to trick people into believing that a demon was actually the Son of God? How would you know?
Now it's another it's another this apples to apples crap that you're popping again. Okay, so some of the things that we'll look at is the things that he taught. Then we'll look at his life as well. One of the greatest aspects that shows that he is the Son of God is the way that he's born.
Yeah, but that's not in all the Gospels.
It's 2 out of 4.
Yeah, I guess 50% success rate for God is pretty good.
No.
He'd be in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
How many people do you need in order to establish a testimony?
I would need several people that are trustworthy that you can talk to.
That's according to you. Okay, so
times.
according to the Bible, you need only 2 in order to establish.
I like
the
how you
testimony.
asked him, like, well, what would you need? And then when he said it, well, that's according to you.
I thought he knew the Bible, but it looks like he's just popping according to him. He wants to take he wants to take the place of God.
Do you want me to answer biblically?
Well, okay, according to the Bible, I guess then. I asked you in the
According
wrong
to the
way.
Bible, the Bible's true. It's a circle.
No, but answer the question according to the Bible.
According to the Bible, how many people do I need in order to believe something?
In order for a testimony to be established.
I believe it's 2.
Okay. So, according to the Bible, according to its own methods of establishment, we do have 2.
So we have lower standards for the Bible than we do for criminal law. Okay.
We need 2. If you're gonna get 2, or you're gonna get 5, you're still gonna be established.
Should I believe in the spear of destiny?
Spirit of destiny?
The spear of destiny, the spear that pierced Jesus in the side.
That's what the first-hand eyewitnesses saw. So they're
Really?
telling you what they saw.
Which Gospels featured the spear of destiny?
Only John.
Okay, so I should not believe that the spear of destiny actually happened because we only have the one witness, the book of John, right?
No, not true too. Because the other ones, they couldn't write. It's like, let's say Matthew, he couldn't pop it up. He wasn't there to really see or witness it. Of all of them, only John was there to see and witness. But
okay, so was when Jesus was being interrogated in Pontius Pilate's chambers, who was there to write that down?
It could be Jesus himself telling the disciples after he came back.
So he told them about things that happened to them in order to make it into the book, but he didn't tell them about the spear that pierced him in the side, and that didn't make it into the book. So Jesus went out of his way to make his book look unreliable?
Jesus can easily tell to them the conversation that he had with Pilate. Why? Because nobody was there to witness it. None of the disciples.
The conversation goes differently in
But
all 4 Gospels. In one of them, it's not even there.
Okay, what is your point? Is it is the conversation contradicting itself, or is it more just adding on? Which one is it?
I think that it shows a clear method of the mythologizing of Jesus. People are adding on to the story as it goes. That's why you see Mark being the shortest gospel, and then you see Matthew, and then you see Luke and John all expounding upon that. That's why you see so few miracles in Mark and so many in John. That's why you see people adding to the text as they go. That's why the Johannine comma exists and disproves the Trinity.
John has the least amount of miracles recorded. It's the last book.
But John also, is it John that has a beginning with in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and
It
the
doesn't
Word was
matter.
with God?
It doesn't matter. The least amount of miracles recorded is with John, and you're saying it's expanding. So it's shrinking and expanding based on the writer, and based on how the writer is trying to present the information.
So you agree that the Bible has changed over time?
I don't agree that the Bible. I don't know how in the world did you get that. I don't agree that the Bible has changed over time. I agree with the fact that a first-hand eyewitness is presenting the information in their best knowledge, and their best understanding, and their best remembrance. And now, oh wow, it doesn't align. Well, yes, each gospel is a testimony. If you're gonna get 5 people to talk about exactly the same event, they will get the event correct. They may not get every single detail down to the dot, but their general stance on the event will not be contradictory.
So keep in mind, there's a ton of contradictions in the Bible. Period. Full stop. It's just full of contradictions.
Like what?
I would say the death. I mean, my favorite contradiction is the death of Judas. The best, I think the
wow.
best contradiction is Jesus's walking stick.
Walking stick. What's that?
In one book, he tells his disciples, "Don't bring a money purse. Don't bring a robe. Don't bring an extra pair of sandals. Just take a walking stick and go." And in another gospel, it says all of that part except don't take a walking stick. So either so you have one gospel that says take a walking stick, and you have one gospel that says don't take a walking stick, and those are clearly contradictory. Does that matter?
No.
I agree, it's an inconsequential contradiction, but it is a contradiction in the text.
No.
Why not? Did he say to take a walking stick, or did he say not to take a walking stick?
I need to look at the events that you're pointing to. That's first of all, because he sent them out a few different times. So that's first of all. The second thing, bro. There's this such a thing as human memory.
So human memory led to them writing down Jesus's words wrong.
Okay. Me being John, me being Matthew, me being Mark, me. What would I be focused on? Passing on the actual good news and a way of salvation, or trying to make sure that I got all details down with the walking stick? What would I be focused on?
So this is a bit of a distraction, because my claim is that there are contradictions in the Bible. Do you agree or disagree?
There's contradictions in the Bible. Do I agree or do I disagree? If two different people are writing a story, like you know this contradiction with how many Marys went to the tomb.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a mess.
It's a mess.
The story of just the tomb by itself is a mess.
It's an extreme mess. I agree with you. I would not call that a contradiction in any way.
Well, of course you wouldn't.
Why wouldn't I? Why? Because number one, it's an independent writing. So Matthew has nothing to do with John. Mark has nothing to do with Matthew. Each of those people, they're the authors of their own book. That's number one.
Except for the parts of the book that they couldn't have witnessed.
Number two, sure, they found that information out somehow. Number two, like if I were to compare this Mary running to the tomb event between the direct eyewitnesses, the Matthew and John, so Mark and Luke, they presented in a similar way, and Matthew and John, they presented in a similar way. So more weight, who has the story correct would be Matthew or John, because they are the first-hand direct eyewitnesses. If I were to, bring Mark or Luke into this aspect, so more weight I would give to Matthew or John. Now Matthew says this. Matthew says this. There was Mary, and maybe he presents it from a standpoint of view that there was probably another woman. He is not 100%
I
sure.
believe it's Mary and the other Mary.
And the other woman. He's presenting as if there's another woman. John is presenting Mary was all by herself. So right here, I don't see anything wrong with this. If Matthew is trying to remember how many women went to the tomb, and he is landing on a number 2. He knows that one Mary was there, but he wasn't sure if the other one was there. So he kind of just says it in a way that it looks like there
I'm
was.
not sure if the other Mary was there.
And another woman. He
So-
doesn't name another woman. There was Mary and another woman. He doesn't name another woman. Now
Yeah, but he
John,
doesn't say, I'm not sure which Mary was there. He says this is what happened.
because
The
he's
thing
not,
is
he's
that
not.
all of these accounts are written to tell you exactly what they believed happened. There's no uncertainty. There's no, well, from the best of my recollection, it was this, or I'm pretty sure this happened, or this was conveyed to me by someone else.
This
It's
is
just-
from the best of my whatever the word you said. It is that
recollection.
It is that always. Every single gospel book is from the best of my recollection. That's how eyewitnesses work.
Yeah.
So we're taking the word of 4 disparate people who can't tell the same story the right way, that have parts of it that disagree with each other, where one book says something happened and the other 3 don't mention it. You have one book who says one thing, one book who says a different thing about that same exact scenario, and then a third book who says another thing about that same exact scenario.
And I'm glad that they're not contradicting, but they are presenting details in their own best memory possible event. That's how they're
they
remembering.
Are contradictory because it's eyewitness testimony, and eyewitness testimony can have small contradictions in it.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. If you want to present
Do
it
you
like this too,
know,
the contradictory that I'm presenting it is not worth changing the message. Not the most important
I
thing.
agree with you. I agree with
On
you.
the small things,
These
it's
small
it's
contradictions,
good that they're there. It's good that they're there.
I disagree with that. These small contradictions do not disprove Christianity. What it says is that it is a supposedly eyewitness account that was not written down perfectly, which implies to me that since there are contradictions in the text, it was not in fact divinely inspired. God breathed, being the original Hebrew, or the original Greek rather.
Look, you also don't treat the Bible as Muslims are treating the Quran. It's
What does that mean?
it's not the same, the structure and everything else. Muslims say that every word in the Quran is directly from Allah. Is said by Allah.
Is there
The
a scriptural
Bib-
support for that? Out of curiosity, is that what the Quran actually says?
Yes, there is. There's something along the lines, and they separated the Quran as verbatim word of Allah document, and hadith is Muhammad's text plus the stories of Muhammad. So Bible is not in the same way. It's not even structured in the same way. Bible is literally in a way of first-hand eyewitnesses all the time. The books of the prophets were written by the first-hand eyewitness, or the prophets, of what they believed and what they remembered, what they experienced, and what they understood. It's literally the whole entire Bible is written from that standpoint of view. A human being is writing an experience that God has given him.
So, who was the human being that wrote down what happened in the closed chambers between Jesus and Pontius Pilate, or Jesus and Herod, and so forth?
Jesus came back. He can easily tell them what happened over there. If they asked,
So-
he can easily tell them.
So, why don't the accounts match?
It's great that they don't match.
Well, that
No,
implies
it's
that
not.
Jesus told one guy one thing, one guy another thing, and a third guy a third thing, which
No,
is why none of the accounts
no.
match.
You
Are
you
you
would be
saying that
correct.
Jesus didn't tell a perfect story?
You would be correct. Jesus told one thing, second thing, and the third thing to different people if there would be a contradiction. If there is a lack of remembrance in the event, it doesn't mean that Jesus told them all different stories. Jesus easily told one story. Now, one person grasped this information out of the story. The other one grasped this information of the story. It's natural. That's what we do.
Okay, so people learned from Jesus, even though it doesn't say they learned from Jesus. Like, people learned things from him after he came back that he then dictated to them so they could write it down in a manner that does not indicate a well-written book.
No. Again, no. Now, he did not dictate this to them that they could write it down. He didn't. That wasn't the purpose. A purpose could easily be, hey, what happened with the pilot? That's it. And he just told them. Now, one remembered this.
Could be that.
One remembered the other.
Why doesn't the Bible say that?
Why does it need to be your version, the complicated one? Why can't you just simplify
I would
it?
like to know
And
where.
plus, look. Take a look at this. John wrote his gospel when? Around 1995 AD, or right
Do we
when
have
he
that?
was. It's the estimated.
No. That's when it was supposedly written. Do we have that?
What do you mean by do we have that?
Do you think that we have the original book as written by John?
It's been corrupted according to you, but yes, his
Well, do
book
you think
stays.
it's been corrupted?
No, I think his book stayed. I think his book was
So-
massively copied and then it stayed.
Okay, so not only do we have the original book written by John 1800 years ago, let's say, but also it's never been changed at all since we got that original version.
I think the Greek version, the version that he wrote down, probably has never been changed. I mean, if it's been, look, what could have happened, I don't care about that one, is if it's been copied and then you compare the manuscripts together and you see one or two words that do not align. I mean, who cares about that? It's a copy. As long as it doesn't contradict the message, change the message, it's a copy. I don't care about that. If you're going to point to me, we do not know, well, in this one it says one Mary, in this one it says two Marys, but
How important is the concept of the Trinity?
That's who God is. That's just
Okay, what is
definition.
the only verse in the Bible that points out the concept of the Trinity? You're never going to guess what book it's in.
The most direct one is in Matthew.
What is it?
28 and 19, I think. That's
Matthew 28:19.
That's as direct as it gets, and as verbatim as it gets.
Matthew 28. Enter. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. That doesn't explain what the Trinity is. That just says that there's three gods.
I'm not sure how you missed it. Jesus' teaching is there's one God, and then we see three
Where?
persons in one God. So how are you missing the concept
Well,
of the
there's God
Trinity?
the Father, and there's the other God, God the Son, and then there's the Holy Spirit, whatever that is. That doesn't say there's a Trinity.
There's no Trinity word in the Bible, but this is the closest concept to the Trinity aspect.
Okay, so are you familiar with 1 John 5, 7 through 8?
Sure, the three testify, the Father, the Word, and the Spirit.
When did that first show up in the Bible?
I do not know. Some people say it's a later addition, but honestly speaking, I do not care if there's going to be a later addition of the same point. The point is already there. You can do 1,000
So-
later additions of the same point. You don't change the teaching. It's the same point.
So there could be parts of the Bible that were not originally in the Bible that maybe were added later, but that are accurate.
Sure, and some people claim that the ending of Mark has went through the same thing.
I mean, I think it did. I think that we
But-
have earlier versions of Mark than.
But the ending
that
of
do
Mark
have
did not
these
change
long
the
endings.
teaching. But the ending,
It
of
doesn't
new
change
ending
the
of Mark,
teaching.
it doesn't change. So what's the problem then?
Because, and this is the thing I wanted to point out, I think that the devil's in the details, literally. I think that when you're looking at these books, we've had 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years to go through and edit out certain things and add in other things. I don't think we have the original versions of the Bible. I don't think that there is one thing called, quote unquote, the Bible. I think that's why you have the Protestant canon that has, 66 books, the Catholic canon that has 72, the Ethiopian Bible that
Do you
has
know what the
every
Bible,
single book
what the Bible
possibly.
word, what's the word Bible means? What is it? What's
Book.
the book? Sure. It's a book of books.
And
It's
what
a
is-
library.
And what is capital
Library.
letters, the Bible?
Look, Bible is a library. Now, Mike, you said that there's three difference: the Protestant 66, Catholic 72, if Ethiopians whatever 80 something over there. Okay, do all library of books, the Ethiopian library, the Catholic and the Protestant, do all of them have exactly the same gospels?
No.
You're saying that the Gospel of Matthew is different in the Protestant as in Catholic?
I prefer the Gospel of Judas.
Okay.
What about the Acts of Peter?
Okay. Did you hear what I just said? Is the Gospel
I
of Matthew
did. I
different?
understand what you're saying.
Okay. If they're the
You're
same,
looking at
if
the
they're the
Bible.
same, why are you saying it's different books? It's a different library, but the book is the same. The Gospel is the same.
The book has differences in between each different version of that. So, like, when I talk about how parts of the Bible have been added and parts of the Bible have been subtracted, I'm being serious. I don't think we have what the Bible should be in its pure form. So, like, are you familiar with the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yes, it's the Old Testament scrolls. Sure.
The Great Scroll of Isaiah is like something like 97% similar to the current book of Isaiah we have right now, right?
I don't. It's high percentage. I do not know exactly.
The book of Jeremiah is 85% similar to what the current book of Jeremiah is. Jeremiah we have now is about 15% longer.
Okay.
So people have been adding to the Bible ever since the Bible was first written.
People have been adding to the Bible ever since the Bible was first written. Yes, you're correct.
So how do you know that nothing has been taken out that should have stayed in, or that something has been added in that shouldn't? If you just want to appeal to a miracle
No,
and say magic guy did it, that's fine. You
because
don't
because
know
people
what the Bible should
people
be.
started with writing the Bible. You're correct, and then since Bible is a library, and then over time new book was getting added on to that library and added on to the library and added on until people got sick and tired of adding on books and they finally finalized it.
Yeah, and we don't know what should be in the Bible. We don't know what shouldn't be in the Bible. We don't know if it's accurate. We don't know if it's historically accurate. We're just taking it on blind faith.
Historians
What version of the Bible do you use?
Historians they don't discredit the four gospels from the Bible as non-historic. They take
What?
that as a historic document. the four Gospels, historians take that as a historic document.
That is 100% untrue.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, not even close. But like, what version of the Bible do you use?
The translation, you mean?
Yeah.
The number one translation I read is NKJV.
Okay. Why does it matter?
Is NKJV the one that talks about mining brass?
Mining brass.
Yeah.
Mosquito here, right by me. I'm not.
Yet again, mosquitoes are proof that God doesn't exist.
No, it's a proof that he does exist and that he has his own vaccinating system in place. But we decided to remove his system and install our own.
Let's not
Our own
talk
is
about
better.
that. Your own is much better, but let's not get into that. But now I'm asking you, why does it matter which version of the Bible?
It doesn't matter.
Well, then why do you prefer one?
Because it's like, let's say I read the KJV, I read the ESV, I read NLT, I read, I think, I don't know, 8-10 different translations. I just like this one more than others. It's not from any standpoint of view that this one is correct, the other ones are incorrect. All of them have exactly the same message.
Well, you do
It's
realize
just-
that a lot of people believe that, right? Like a lot of people don't share that with you, right?
Share what exactly?
That they're the same. That some are like people believe that this one's better than that one's better than this one, like whatever.
Yes, the way that things are written, like let's say an NLT, okay? The meaning over there is softer than in NKJV. NKJV has more direct
How do you know it's not
meaning.
right? How do you know it's not right?
The meaning is the same. It's just more direct and more softer way of
Well, how do you know
presenting
that
the same.
softer is more right?
It doesn't matter how you present it, whether directed,
Then why even
direct, or
separate it?
softer. It's not.
Why even separate it?
It's not why even separate it. It's just a
Once again,
translator.
people do separate it.
A translator has translated using these words in order to have a certain category of people understand it more.
Well, this is hearkening to the point that he's trying to make here. It's like there's differences in these things, and a lot of people do value these differences. They don't see them as blanket like you're doing. So it's like the point is, it's like why though?
Yes, and I do speak with people that are KJV only, and I don't understand them. I really don't understand. Oh, I'm KJV only.
So-
well, good job. I mean, congrats. Why you stuck to only one translation? I do not know.
'Cause they think that one's the right one.
Well, it's not even that they think that was the right one. It's
Then
because
go to the Greek if you want to be
was the
super
one that was
correct.
dictated by the church. You had to follow the KJV, and if you didn't follow the KJV, you were penalized. But that's
Sure.
also the power of the Anglican Church.
Sure.
But the reason I asked about mining brass is that a famous contradiction in the KJV is that there's a verse that says, like, from here you may go into this wilderness, the lands will be full of figs and honey, and from the mountains you may dig brass. So brass is an alloy. It doesn't occur naturally. Brass occurs when you mix, it's like, oh God. Copper and tin, I believe. But when you mix those two, you get an alloy of brass. So in the KJV, it says that you can mine an alloy of metal, which is literally impossible. Alloys are not naturally occurring. So it just goes to show you that when they were translating the KJV, it is not accurate.
Okay.
But the other thing is that in the NKJV, because I just looked it up, it actually translated the correct way. So instead of out of those hills you may diggest brass or whatever, it says out of those hills you may dig copper. So it goes to show you that they improved the NKJV and took out that contradiction from the KJV.
To me, what you just said does not make a difference whatsoever.
So it doesn't make a difference to you, but every time you talk to a KJV only Christian, you should be talking to them about how they're using an inaccurate translation of the Bible. The KJV talks about unicorns. This is not an insult to your particular brand of Christianity. There's, a billion different versions. This is specifically, I would love to see more Christians talk to other Christians about how certain aspects of their beliefs are false. Because you guys should be looking for the truth, even if that means disagreeing about translation errors.
Bro,
Yeah, that's the
I
difference
don't.
between us. Like,
I
we will come over to your side if you give real evidence. You will never come over this.
no. Some of your real evidence are like, hey, let me give you this example. It's gonna be apple to orange. Okay, whatever. Now like this. What you're saying? Why don't more Christians come out and give a criticism? Now, should I criticize the person who's reading KJV? Should I criticize because
Yes.
old English is used and such things as unicorn is used or such things as
Yes.
brass is used?
Yes.
I
You should be
should.
criticizing that.
I should be criticizing that. Okay. Now, if they believe in Jesus, they follow Jesus, and they read that they mined brass, all of the sudden their whole entire Christianity is down the toilet because they
That's
read
not my claim.
brass.
That's not my claim.
Why would I even pick up this topic because of brass?
That's not my claim.
I'm trying to understand if your claim has any weight to it.
It's about inaccuracies.
Inaccuracy in the translation? It's not supposed to
Yes.
be
Yeah,
brass
if
but
it's
copper?
KJV. In the KJV,
And if it's gonna be brass, then what? You going to hell?
No, not at all.
Okay, good.
Here's my question. Do you think that Christians should be using the version of the Bible that is the most accurate and the most true?
You're treating this biblical text idea as Muslims are treating their Quran. If any Christian is treating it in exactly the same way, they're wrong to start with. They're going to be confused and disappointed. You have to understand that that Bible is to the best of my knowledge. I don't want to lie to you, and this is to the best of my knowledge. So now, when the translators were translating, same concept applied. I don't want to lie to you, but this is to the best of my knowledge using the English back then. Now, maybe they referred to copper as brass back then. I do not know. Now, if they have, that's why the translator used that word. Maybe they called or rhinoceros unicorns back then. Maybe. I do not know. Maybe that's why they used that language. So again, if you're trying to criticize the Bible in like, oh, it needs to be verbatim thing, bro, your basis is wrong to start with.
I think that a holy book should be holy and perfect.
Yes, and how was it written? How?
It was
How was
divinely
it translated?
inspired by God and filtered through men.
Okay, good. God has inspired a person to write the things that he had understood. He did to the best of his knowledge and ability. That's what filtering through men is. Good. I agree with you in the same way.
So therefore, it is fine if there are contradictions in the Bible.
It is fine if some of the details got lost or misremembered. It's totally fine. But those details will not be crucially important details.
Okay. So my claim earlier is that there are contradictions in the Bible, and you now agree with me there are contradictions in the Bible.
Yes, if you point to that, I never disagree with anyone that there's contradictions in the Bible. If you're pointing to an aspect where Quran is claiming to confirm the Bible, but in reality it's literally exactly opposite. If you're pointing to those type of contradictions, then that's a whole different topic. But if you're planning, oh, they forgot certain details, thus it's a contradiction. Well, they just forgot certain details.
Okay, so we agree there are contradictions in the Bible, and the ones that we know about are not important.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I mean, That what we just agreed upon actually solidifies the Bible a little more.
Say what?
That what we just agreed upon solidifies the Bible a little bit more.
So yeah, so the contradictions that we know about exist, and there could be more contradictions. There could be parts added to the Bible. There could be parts taken away. Who knows?
Now,
Could be anything.
added or taken away, that's a different thing.
But by definition, we could not know because we don't have the original. We have a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy.
We do have originals, and we do have over 20,000 manuscripts. That
Okay,
point to
so
that
either we
the
have
original.
originals or we have 20,000 manuscripts, but not both.
Okay.
So
What
the
is the difference
20,000
between
manuscripts
origin?
talking point is really funny because
What is
that's
the
a bunch
difference
of
between two?
copies that were made during the Middle Ages, and those are copies made of existing copies of 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 copies, right?
Okay.
How do we know we have the original? We just have 20,000 manuscripts that are copies of copies of copies of copies of copies of copies, right?
We believe that this specific manuscript is the original one, and now all
You
those
believe.
20,000 manuscript copies confirm that this original one stayed intact. By saying stayed intact, I do not mean that, let's say, an unimportant word was changed. I don't mean in that way. By staying intact, the message is not changed.
So you believe that you have copies of copies of copies and so forth that are of the original book, even though we don't have the original book.
Well, for some reason, I think that we do have the original book.
Well, but you agree that you believe you have the original book, even though we don't have the original book.
Okay, yes, all we can do is believe that this one is original. But the thing is, our belief would be an extremely high chance that it is original. But yes, the book in itself cannot survive 2,000 years. So that's why we believe we have a proper copy of the book. Sure, I'll give you that one.
So the 20,000 manuscripts talking point is useless. It doesn't actually mean anything, just to be clear.
It does. It's useful because it proves that the one that we believe is true, it's not edited. I mean, or look, once all 20,000.
The latest copy of the latest copy of the latest copy that you have is accurate to a certain extent, but it doesn't mean you have the original, and it doesn't mean that the copy that you have is true to the original. It means that you believe that they are original. You have no actual proof, you just have belief.
We believe that the one that the manuscript that we're pointing to is the original one.
Okay, but you don't have proof of that, correct?
And those, yes, because it's impossible to prove. Again,
okay, so
in order for
the 20,000 manuscripts talking point, that's useless.
No, it's not.
It doesn't mean anything.
No, yes, it means a lot. It means the 20,000 manuscripts. They point to the fact that the one that we regard as the one that we go off of is valid. It hasn't been corrupted or changed, as you're trying to claim.
I mean, you believe it hasn't been corrupted or changed, but you have no proof.
We compared the manuscripts to the one that we think is the original one, and things align.
What original?
And the earliest version of manuscripts have things in it that aren't in future manuscripts and things added to it that weren't in there originally. So we can already see the changing of the literal words of God by humans as it has aged.
Okay, can you, I mean, all of those things, whatever, can you show me an actual contradiction in the teaching?
In the teaching?
Sure.
I mean, there's the famous one where God doesn't punish people, or God doesn't punish children for the crimes of their fathers. And then there's the later on teaching that says God will punish parents and then their children out 3 and 4 generations.
You literally mixed those two up as well. God
I mean, I'm
punishing
trying to
thing.
rattle one off the top of my head.
Yes, and you're just sometimes you just make a big pot of stew with all this rambling out of your head.
So I forget where. I'd have to look it up. And also, I can't navigate to my notes on my phone because that'll boot me from the program. But it says in one book, God is just. He doesn't punish people. He doesn't punish children for the crimes of their parents. And then later on in a different book, it says God is vengeful and will punish parents and then their descendants all along to 4 or 5 generations out. I think that is a contradiction in the actual teachings of God's nature.
Read the context too. I kind of know roughly what you're referring to. I personally think you're mixing up the context of those two passages as well.
It could be possible. I'm rattling that one off, and I gotta go. But that's the one that.
Good. It was nice to talk to you because I would really want to go too.
Yo, Jordan, before you go, do you have like a pen and paper or something you can write something down real quick?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Let me know when you're ready.
If you want to exchange contact information through this, through the website, the three of us, yes, you can. It's just the three of us that see it. Nobody else sees it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm still not near my phone, so I don't, my phone's charging in the other room. But if you just write it down really quick, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Sure. Do you have like a Discord or something?
Well, I'm just gonna give you this YouTube channel that I got, and you can just go to it, and you can message me on there.
Oh, okay. What is it?
It's my AI and I.
Hold on a
sure.
second. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up too.
Yeah. And then write free will next to it, because sometimes it won't pop up unless you put all that together.
So MY and then free will.
Yeah, MY, and then AI and I, free will.
And so my AI and I, free will.
Yeah.
Great. I'll take a look.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, and you can look at it if you want to, but if you just throw me a message in there, that way we can just like easily contact with each other, and we can go further from there if we want.
My AI and I, free will. I don't see you anywhere.
Are you on YouTube?
I'm on YouTube, and I got only like 5 channels that popped up.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah. It should pop right up.
Let me try to make it as separate words. And I, free will. See if that's gonna do anything. There's my AI and I podcast. Is that it?
Yeah, podcast. Yep. It should be like a blue robot.
Yeah, there's my AI podcast. There's Robot episode 1.
Yeah, free will.
Free will. Okay.
Should be something like that. It just pops up with free will easily sometimes for some reason.
It's a cool little design. Or your graphics. AI graphics, huh?
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point.
AI is a great tool.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Just use it. I say, people are very, like, the people that are scared of it, the people that trip me out, but that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, it's not even like, you guys can check it out, whatever. Like I said, eventually there's going to be debating on there, and I guess he's already gone, but it doesn't matter. I just wanted, like, that way he could just message me on there. We could communicate from there.
Okay, well, sounds good. Yeah, and I did just subscribe to your channel too.
Yes, I'm finally getting leeway.
Well, I guess this is a good place to advertise your channel too, huh?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Those videos are a little older now, but like, they're just me and AI kind of just like randomly talking about different things.
Yeah, a year ago. Yeah, you gotta stay consistent.
Yeah, yeah. I was focusing on my martial arts channel, but I'm still doing both of those now, so I'm getting back into it.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, bro, it was nice to talk to you. We did speak.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed. Jesus. All right, man.
How long did we speak? Where did it?
Too damn long now. From like at least 6 hours.
Something like that, yeah. Because it's a total of 9 hour and 15 minute live stream right now, and you
I
got on
kept.
quite soon after I started.
Yeah, I was really hoping you were gonna make us stop the whole time. I was having fun, but I was like, I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, Jordan just would not allow me to go to sleep. So
I had the best time though.
yeah, it was great. It was good. It was good to
Yeah.
talk to you. I'll see
All right,
I'll
man,
see you
get some
around again.
rest. I'll see you.
Yep.
Yep.
Bye. Well, that was good. Good live stream as always. 9 hours and 16 minutes. 4:16 a.m. Good live stream. Some very long conversations. Started off with is the Quran really preserved? We looked into Uthman burning the copies. That's what we started off with. But then we transitioned right into a conversation with an atheist. It happens. At least we had a very, very nice Uthman burned the copies of the Quran topic. Really nice discussion. I enjoyed that too. And then we're able to have a conversation on, yes, the reality of God. But anyways, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for hanging out with all of us. Thank you so much for all your comments, for all the views, for I guess everything that happened. And I'm looking over. So this live stream, I'll just throw this out there. This live stream, the video of this live stream kind of sucks. For some reason, my video encoder is overloading and I'm freezing up the image. Sometimes you can see that I'm just frozen in a certain position, and then I come back to life. This live stream kind of sucks from a video standpoint of view, but it's one of the biggest ones we had from the standpoint of view of views. So thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for conversating. Thank you for so much for participating. Do like the live stream. Subscribe to the channel. I like if you subscribe more to the channel than versus if you even leave a like. I like if you subscribe more. Why? Because if you subscribe, then there's an opportunity for us to hang out in the future again. If you subscribe, you will know when I'll go online again, and then you'll be able to join the stream and have a conversation again, or with me. So that's why I prefer you, if you were to like or subscribe. Like is great too, but subscribe more. Okay. And so thank you so much for tuning in. And till next time. So next time will be on Sunday at around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And Sunday's conversation is just an open conversation. I mean, Sunday's topic is going to be an open topic. I don't think that there's going to be any assigned topic. It's more just if you have a question about the Bible, you're welcome to call in, or you're welcome to put that question in the comments, and then we will go over it. So that will be on Sunday around 2 p.m. Sunday's live stream, they go from 2 until 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, or California time. And then the following live stream will be on Monday. Monday at 7 p.m. there will be a topic presentation live stream. And topic presentation is where we take a topic, or I take a topic and I just break it down. At the moment, we're looking into the Gospel of John, and we are on chapter 18. So this Monday will be John chapter 18. We'll go through that chapter and we'll break it down, trying to figure out how John is trying to portray Jesus Christ to us. And then, so the topic presentation live streams, they usually last about an hour, 10 minutes. And then after that, at 8:30 p.m., there will be an open conversation live stream. And I will have some kind of a topic on that live stream. So Monday live stream, I usually have a topic. Sunday live stream is usually an open conversation regarding any religious topic. And then Friday in a week from today, I will have another discussion with my Muslim friends, and our topic will be what will be our topic? Oh, please, if somebody online that can remind me about the topic that I agreed with them about. Is any? I mean, I agreed with them to hold a topic about maybe about 6 hours ago. I don't know if anybody else, if anyone is still gonna be online that will remember on the topic. You guys, if somebody's online that remembers the topic that I agreed with them on, please help. Please remind me. What was it? So today's topic is the Quran really preserved? Uthman burned the copies. That was the topic that they want to discuss, that they want to talk about. It was an interesting discussion. Dear people, I would recommend everybody go to the beginning of this live stream and listen through the discussion. It was one awesome discussion, especially if you're a Muslim. I think you will like the discussion. And then at the end of our discussion, they asked me for a debate conversation again in a week. So that's going to be Friday of next week. But who remembers the topic? I don't think so anybody's going to remember it in the comments. So I guess I'll have to sleep on it, try to remember what it was. I would have to sleep on it, or I would have to go through this live stream again. I guess I'll rewind and I'll double check because I don't remember off the top of my head. But that's gonna be on Friday of next week. So I usually hold the live streams on Friday or Saturday. That's the first time, but most oftentimes on Friday, then on Saturday. Then the second time on Sunday, and the third time on Monday. So those are the 3 days that I am focusing on the live streams. I do not hold any live streams throughout the weekday because except for Friday or Monday, because I focus on work. Yes, I do have a work, I do have a profession, I do have a job that I do outside of this. Let's Talk live streams is purely a hobby. That's it. And this is a hobby to try to find out what is the truth. You will have in a way a version of what you think the truth is. I will have a version of what I think the truth is. This is what Let's Talk is about. We sit down, as you have heard in every conversation. We sit down, we present ideas to each other, and then we break things down. And it's fun. So thank you again for tuning in. I will be ending on this note. Until next time, God bless you all.
Don't back down. I won't